Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Cabbage Head Fanfics, back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Had Powerful Healing Quirk. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Katsuki Bakugo was not in good mood. Ever since his quirk manifested, he had become even more volatile than before. Before he was loud, but he could control himself. His emotions were not as all over the place. He had even lashed out at his friend Izuku, or Deku as Katsuki had started calling him. Deku had been his friend before he even knew what a friend was, but something about him had started to irritate Katsuki. Deku was the same age as Katsuki, but he still hadn't manifested his quirk. He would tell Katsuki that he had one but could never shown it. It was a constant source of irritation for Katsuki, but he didn't understand why. Things at home did not help matters. His little sister Mizuki was sick. She had been sick for most of the 2 years she had been alive. She was born a few months after his 4th birthday, just after his quirk manifested. His super powerful quirk. His father had told him that he had been given such a powerful quirk so he could protect Mizuki and keep her safe. He couldn't explode what was making her sick though. His parents were at the hospital all the time. Mizuki would come home, but then they had to take her back. He would see his mom crying when she thought no one was looking or when she was with Auntie and Co. His mom would cry and tell Auntie that she didn't want to lose Mizuki. Someone called Cancer was trying to take his sister, and Katsuki couldn't fight it, couldn't explode it, so he took it out on the world and the one person who would keep coming back to him, Deku. Deku would take all of Katsuki's outbursts, violence, and tears. Katsuki would rant at him, scream, and everything. Most times Katsuki would reduce his friend to tears. But Deku would come back every time. Sometimes he wouldn't say anything, he would just stand there looking at Katsuki with tears in his eyes. Deku always looked like he was about to cry, but it was the way that he looked at Katsuki. It was like he could see inside of him. All the fear, the anger, everything. Today had been a bad day. Katsuki knew it when Auntie had been the one to wake him up and make sure he got to school. His parents had gone to the hospital in the middle of the night. Katsuki didn't know much, but he knew that couldn't be good. As he sat under a tree, his knees tucked under his chin, his arms folded on top as a pillow for his head, he just wanted it to all be better. He heard Deku walk over to him. He could see the red high tops out of the corner of his eye, feel those eyes upon him. He had already knocked Deku down twice today. He even told him they weren't friends anymore, that he never wanted to see him again. He looked up at Deku and was about to say something when he heard the teacher call them both. When they walked over, he saw Auntie and Co standing there. She looked like she had been crying. His stomach fell to his feet. He didn't want to move. He felt a light tug on his sleeve and looked over as Deku pulled him along. Katsuki, we need to go to the hospital. It is about Mizuki. Auntie. His voice broke as he felt her arms slip around him and pick him up. He couldn't hold it any longer. The fear, all the emotion came pouring out as she held him as he cried. She made small circles on his back and told him it was okay. He didn't remember the car ride, but he recognized the hospital. He walked in holding his auntie's hand and Izuku holding her other hand. They went to different part of the hospital. It was incredibly quiet. Katsuki did not like that at all. When they approached a room with his dad and Izuku's dad sitting outside, he could tell his dad was crying. When his uncle noticed them, he whispered something in his dad's ear. He noticed his dad straighten up and wipe away the tears. His dad walked over and scooped Katsuki up and squeezed him tight. He started to tell Katsuki that Mizuki was sick and that she would be going to live in the stars. That she wouldn't be coming home with them, but that instead she was going to watch over them from there. Auntie had gone into the room while this was going on. A few minutes later she opened the door and told Masaru that Mitsuki was ready for their son. Katsuki walked into the room. It was all white. His mom was sitting by his sister's bed looking terrible. She motioned for Katsuki to come to her. Slowly he did. When he got there, she wrapped him in the biggest hug he had ever felt. She started to cry on his shoulder. He simply patted her on the back and told her it was okay. He didn't know what else to do. He looked over her shoulder at his sister. There were tubes in the beeping machine. The machine was going slowly, not like other times when he had been here. She told him that his sister was going to the stars soon. As she said this, she broke and sat him down, collapsing into Inko's arms as the husbands came into the room. Masaru knelt next to his wife and held her. Katsuki watched for a moment before turning and looking at his little sister. Sorry, he whispered. I'm sorry, Mizuki, my quirk wasn't strong enough. He quickly wiped at his tears. I am sorry I let you down. I don't want you to go to the stars. Please don't go to the stars. I want you to come home. I promise to be the best big brother. I will let you play with all my toys and make sure no one ever hurts you. The tears couldn't be held back, and he closed his eyes and pleaded with every entity out there. Every hero he could think of, every spirit he could imagine. He felt a hand take hold of his. Slowly opening his eyes, he saw Deku standing next to him, but Deku's eyes were glowing a brilliant green. I can see it now, Kachin. It will be okay. He let go of Katsuki's hand. He watched as Deku climbed up beside his sister and took one of her hands in his and placed the other on her forehead. He looked over his shoulder at Katsuki. Don't let them stop me. If they stop me, it won't work. Deku, what are you doing? I can fix her, he whispered. Katsuki was about to say something. Please, Kachin, I can do this. If you were ever my friend, trust me this one time. I won't ask for anything ever again. For some reason, Katsuki nodded his head. A pale greenish-white fire slowly spread out from the hand on Mizuki's forehead. It began to envelop her whole body. Katsuki was about to yell when he noticed the pillow wasn't burning and he couldn't feel any heat. In fact, he felt a gentle coolness. The fire was completely around Mizuki and the beeping machine started to go faster, which caught the attention of the pair's parents. Izuku, Auntie yelled. His uncle started to run at them when Katsuki remembered what Deku had said. Don't let them stop me. No, stop. Katsuki yelled, raising his hand as they popped with his explosions. His uncle paused as his father and mother yelled at him to get out of the way. No, Deku said he could save her. The fathers kept trying to grab him, but he would make small explosions on their arms. He was fighting like a rabid animal. It was when he heard Deku scream in pain that they were able to get a hold of him and pull him off to the side as the mothers rushed over. As Deku screamed, Mizuki began to cry. Deku fell off the bed as Mitsuki rushed to her daughter, and Ko went to grab Deku. But a blackish-green fire erupted around him. The heat was intense, and Ko activated her quirk to pull him away from the bed as his father Hisashi ran over and pulled him farther away. Hisashi had fire resistance due to his fire quirk, but as he had barely dragged Izuku a few feet before he yelled in pain and Izuku went limp. Suddenly the fire died out. Deku looked at Katsuki. Don't cry anymore, it's okay, it's all gone now. Blood began to pour out of Deku's nose and ears. He coughed, and blood flew out. Katsuki watched Deku's eyes roll back, and he passed out. Katsuki could see Deku smiling. Chaos erupted in the room as doctors rushed in to try and gain control of the situation. 2 doctors immediately started to attend to Deku while another went to Mitsuki, who was holding her daughter. The room went quiet when a small voice said, "Mama." Mitsuki looked down to see her daughter looking up at her, which shouldn't be. The doctors had used very heavy painkillers to keep Mizuki peaceful in her last hours. A female doctor ran over, her eyes glowing a brilliant rainbow color. The doctor's hands flew to her mouth. The cancer, I can't see the cancer anymore, it's gone. Everyone in the room turned and looked at the unconscious boy on the floor. Katsuki ran over to his fallen friend and whispered in his ear, "You did it, Izuku, you did it." Izuku. The sound of a beeping machine and whispers penetrated the darkness, pulling Izuku back to the land of the living. He slowly opened his eyes to the white-tiled ceiling. He managed to croak out, "Mom." The whispers stopped. Izuku. His mother crossed the room in a heartbeat and had her arms around him. He could feel her tears on his shoulder. Another strong hand took a hold of his. "Son." Izuku looked past his mother's curls to see his dad holding his hand, looking down at him with a look of pride. The sound of the door opening and nurses coming in managed to make his mother pull back and step away from the bed. "Water," Izuku managed. His mother immediately pulled a bottle to her and opened it, handing it to him. He managed a few sips before he began to couch. His father caught the bottle before it slipped from his son's grasp. "Mizuki, is she okay now?" he asked. "Yes, she is perfectly fine actually," a new voice said as it entered the room. The family turned to see one of the doctors entering the room. He was not very tall, but very bald with a large bushy mustache and blue eyes. "Hello, I don't know if you remember me, but I am Dr. Tsubasa. I was the doctor who originally performed the quirk exam on your son here." His father walked over and extended his hand. "Ah, yes, Dr. Tsubasa, it is good to see you again." The doctor shook Hisashi and Inko's hands before walking over to Izuku. "Hello again, Izuku, how are you feeling today? You gave us all quite a scare after using your quirk. You have been asleep for 2 days. Izuku looked over at his dad and the water bottle. His dad walked over and helped his son sit up and take a few more sips. "My throat hurts, but I feel fine." "Is Mizuki really okay? Is the cancer gone?" "Yes, it is, my boy. Do you know how you did it?" "I could see it," he said, his brow furrowed in thought. "You could see it? What do you mean?" Izuku closed his eyes in serious thought before taking another sip of water and thinking carefully. "I could see what was hurting her. Elle could see her pain." "Then what did you do?" "I took it away from her and put it in me," he said, pointing to his chest. "Then I burned it away." Inko did her best to keep her voice calm and her emotions in check. "Izuku, honey, are you saying you could see the cancer in Mizuki and you took it out of her body and into yours? Then you burned it away?" Izuku nodded his head. If it was for the steadying hand of her husband, she might have fainted at once. "I can see when people are in pain, but it wasn't until I was looking at Mizuki that I somehow knew what to do. Like right now, you and Daddy are scared for me. And you are. I don't know what you are, but I know your bones hurt." Dr. Tsubasa laughed for a moment before he focused his gaze on Izuku. "So could you make the bones in my hand not hurt as much?" Izuku thought for a moment and reached his hand out to the doctor. Inko went to protest, but Hisashi stopped her. They watched as Izuku took a hold of one of the doctor's hands and the white fire slowly spread from Izuku's hand to the doctor's. They watched Izuku wince before removing his, and then the white fire turned black for a few moments and faded out. "Your bones really hurt," the little boy said. The doctor simply looked at his hand in wonder. "Fascinating." "Well, doctor," Inko asked. "It feels great, amazing. You young man have a wonderful quirk." Izuku smiled as his mother came and sat on the edge of his bed. Her smile was dazzling. "My little hero." Izuku just smiled at his mom. The doctor gave Izuku an exam and turned to his parents. "With what little Izuku just told us, I can say for sure that he has no signs of cancer from our initial tests. And everything looks fine. But to be on the safe side, we just need to run some more tests. And he should be good to go home tomorrow morning as long as everything looks clear. Don't forget to update his quirk registration." The doctor turned and left the room looking at his hand, a smile spreading ear to ear. "Yes, this might be perfect. The boy just needs to get stronger and then he can heal him." Katsuki. He was walking the halls to another part of the hospital holding an All Might plushie that they had picked up in the gift shop. Soon they found themselves standing outside a door. His mom knocked softly, and he heard his auntie tell her to come in. The door slowly opened, and there sitting up in bed was Izuku, with a smile on his face talking to his mom. "Kachin." He felt his mom give him a little nudge. "Go on," she whispered. Katsuki walked over looking at him. He could see that Izuku seemed happy. Katsuki hadn't seen him like this since before Mitsuki was born. Katsuki extended the plushie. "This is for you, Izuku." Izuku beamed and took the plushie from his friend. "I like you better like this. You don't look right when you're in pain." "You too, Auntie Mitzi." Inko looked at Izuku. "Could you see that their feelings were hurt?" she said. Izuku nodded his head. "I couldn't do anything. I really wanted to, but I couldn't, so I keep thinking about it and thinking about it. I know it had to do with Mizuki, but it wasn't until we were in the hospital room that I knew what to do." "Is she okay, Auntie?" Mitsuki smiled and walked over, pulling her nephew into a super big hug as she cried some happy tears. "She is perfect. You took away all the cancer. She's going to be great. I can't thank you enough, Izuku. Our family owes you more than we could ever repay." Izuku hugged his aunt. "It's okay, Auntie, as long as Kachin can be my friend again, that is all I need." Katsuki walked over to Izuku and joined in on the hug. "I promise that we will always be friends." Izuku smiled. As the moms went to get something to drink, Izuku was left alone with Kachin. "Was that your quirk?" Katsuki asked. Why didn't you use it before?" "I didn't know how. I could use the first part but not the others." "The first part? I can see when people are in pain, in their bodies or in their hearts, but I didn't know what to do. I could feel something inside of me. But I couldn't do anything till the other day when we came to see Mizuki." "Then what did you do?" "I took all her cancer and put it in me and then burned it all up. It really hurt though. When I take their hurt, I feel it. I could feel all the hurt that Mizuki had felt from the cancer. So, if you heal someone with a broken arm, you will get a broken arm." "No, I think I will feel what that is like to have a broken arm. You took all my sister's pain into you, so you could heal her. You burned away the cancer." "Yes." Katsuki realized in that moment that for the past 2 years he had been calling Izuku Midoriya Deku. He had gotten all the kids in the class to do the same thing. He had made his friend's life a living hell. The reason that Izuku never left him alone was that he could see the pain he was in, and he wanted to figure out how to help. He endured the hits and explosions, everything, the yelling, the screaming, Katsuki throwing Izuku's lunch away, not letting him play with the class, all of it. And he still saved Mizuki. He took all her pain into himself to save her. Izuku Midoriya was a hero. He was a true hero. If Katsuki was lucky, he may be half the hero that Izuku was. "I'm sorry I was so bad to you, Izuku. You were hurting and didn't know better. Can we be friends again? I want that bad." "We were always friends, Kachin." The two boys hugged tightly. "I promise, Izuku, I will always be your friend. I will protect you, and together we will be the greatest heroes ever. That's all I ever wanted." "What are you going to call your quirk?" "I was thinking Spirit Fire." The boys' mothers stood outside the door with tears in their eyes. They gave the boys a moment before they came back in. Izuku, 8 years old. Izuku was walking down the street with his mom, enjoying the nice spring day. They were on the way from the store with ingredients for Katsuki, Izuku's favorite dish. The last 2 years had been adjustment for the Midoriyas. More importantly, they had to keep an eye on their son, who seemed to want to run and heal everyone he met. He could see people in pain and would try to wiggle away or get his parents to stop and run over to do something. Katsuki would have to walk Izuku all the way into the apartment to keep him out of trouble, or to his house, as they couldn't leave Izuku home alone. Inko had come home one time to find Izuku with the next-door neighbor who had fallen and broken her hip, till Izuku had climbed across 3 balconies to get in and heal her. He would heal kids on the playground and was constantly getting in trouble for it, but I didn't stop him. The only thing that finally stopped him somewhat was when a pro hero had come to talk the kids at his school, and Katsuki had asked the hero about using your quirk without a license and how I could make so you could never be a hero or get a license to use your quirk. As they were walking, Izuku suddenly stopped and looked around as the pro hero Bravo came crashing through a building. Inko grabbed her son and ducked behind a car to avoid the debris. A villain with some sort of magnetism power began to hurl trash cans and other objects at the hero. Inko was terrified, hoping for a break in the fighting to run. Then the car started lifting that they were hiding behind. Inko bundled Izuku in her arms and dashed for the alley. Bravo threw an air blade to slice the car in half, sending Inko to the ground as the blade sliced her back. Izuku tumbled to the ground. Inko looked and saw Izuku scrambling to her. She yelled at him to stay back. Izuku ignored her and she felt the cold fire on her back, and her son yelled at the pain he absorbed. Before she could do anything, she felt a metal cord wrap around her ankle and yank her into the street. She was yanked to the villain as the cord wrapped around her. She was floating in between the villain and the hero, a jagged piece of metal pressed against her throat. You're going to let me go, Bravo, or this woman is going to get killed right in front of you. Now Magno, don't do anything too hasty. You haven't killed anyone before, you don't want to that. The Alpha and Gamma will be here soon. Don't make this worse. Then let me go and I will release her after I am free. I can't do that, Magno, you know that. Izuku, you know. Inko screamed as she saw her son run out of the alley and up to the villain. Let my mommy go, he shouted. Kid, stay away. Bravo yelled. Magno smirked and went to kick the kid away for the kid to latch onto his leg and start biting him. Magno yelled and ripped the kid off, holding him by the collar of his shirt. Dumb brat, now I am leaving with this mother and her kid, Bravo, or else. The jagged piece of metal pushed into Inko's neck, drawing blood. Please take me, just leave my son, she pleaded. I don't think so. You lady and your brat are my ticket out of here. Izuku was struggling when he reached up with two hands and grabbed the villain's wrist. The black-green fire erupted and engulfed the villain. Magno screamed and dropped his hostages. Bravo saw Magno fall to the ground with the sound of a bone breaking. Magno clutched at his hip. The child scrambled to his mom as she was trying to free herself and get to him. Bravo did not let the sudden change of events stop him. He raced over and pinned Magno to the ground, forcing his hands behind his back to get the quirk-suppressing cuffs on him. He noticed there was a large gash on the Magno's back that wasn't there before. Inko freed herself and scrambled away from the villain and hero. She felt a coolness across her neck and a brief flicker of the black flame. She looked down at her son, who had his hand on her neck where she had been cut some. With Magno in custody, the other members of his team showed up to help with the cleanup. Bravo came and checked on two of them. He even asked Inko about what had happened. Inko told him she wasn't sure. Up until now, her son's quirk could only heal people. I understand, but we are going to need you to give a statement to the police, as he did use his quirk without authorization. But I wouldn't worry too much about it. His mother was in trouble, and he reacted. Sure enough, the police took Inko and Izuku down to the station to get their statement. The police really wanted to know how an 8-year-old had broken a man's hip and gashed open his back in such a violent way. Izuku wasn't sure. He had just reacted. He didn't know how that happened. The police were not being very polite until a tall man with black hair and eyes walked in. The other officers vacated the room. Hello, Mrs. Midoriya. I am sorry for the overzealousness of my fellow officers. My name is Detective Tsukachi. Before we begin, I have a duty to inform you that my quirk is lie detector, so if you lie, I will know it. I just have one question. Do you know how your son inflicted those injuries on the villain known as Magno? No, truth, but I have an idea. Go ahead. My son can heal people with his quirk. He does that by taking the pain of the injury into himself and burning it away. I had been hit in the back by accident by Bravo. She turned and showed him her cut shirt. Izuku healed me. She looked down sheepishly. He also may have healed our elderly neighbor who fell and broke her hip one afternoon. It seems he may be able to inflict whatever injuries he has healed on someone else. This has never happened before. Truth. Well, ma'am, to be honest, what he did was against the law, but there is not court in the land that would ever convict an 8-year-old who was just trying to save his mom. I just have one more question for the boy, if you don't mind. Inko nodded. Why did you run out there, kid? I don't know, my feet just moved on their own. Truth. I have a friend that is a pro. He says that is how you can tell a true hero. Now try to stay out of trouble, kid. You have great future ahead of you. I don't want to see that get stopped because of a vigilante charge. You two are free to go. Inko and Izuku walked out to find Mitsuki and Katsuki waiting for them to give them a ride home. Katsuki half scolded Izuku but then praised him for finding a way to use his quirk to fight. Mitsuki was going to scold her son, but Inko placed a hand on her leg and shook her head. Izuku and Katsuki, 10 years old. Dude, your sister is going to be so scary, Izuku said, as he and Katsuki walked home. Man, I thought Explosion was great. My little sis can blow sit up with her mind. No sweat, not anything, just effing boom. Good thing she isn't as explosive as you. What did you say, nerd? My point exactly. Katsuki laughed, throwing his arm around his brother. So, what are we doing today, besides working out of course? Izuku groaned. Dude, there is more to life than working out. How about video games, comic books, movies, quirk analysis? Katsuki rolled his eyes, nerd. Besides, we need to work out to make sure we get into UA. You need to be tougher so you can heal people who are really hurt. And I need to be stronger so I can cover you while you do it. Izuku knew his brother had a point, but he really wanted to watch the new All Might documentary on Hero Flix. He knew if he suggested it, he could get Kachin to agree. He just had to let it slip causally. They were walking down the street towards Izuku's house when suddenly Izuku felt pain. Lots of pain, physical and emotional pain. It was radiating from the alley. Katsuki stopped and noticed the look on Izuku's face. How bad? Really bad. Their emotional pain is crazy high, not to mention their physical pain. I say it too. Katsuki frowned. Izuku and him had developed a system like the DEFCON system they saw in a movie once. Remember, we approach slow and see if we can do something safe. If not, we call the police and hero. Okay. Yeah, I know, Izuku said. You know, you said that last time and we ended up having to run from a guy with freaking werewolf quirk. All because you had to heal the cuts on him. How was I supposed to know he would react like that? I did. I even told he had crazy eyes. You know what? Never mind, let's do this. The two slipped down the alley carefully. Slowly they rounded a corner and saw a figure hunched over with their back to the two. Two messy blonde buns, a dirty beige school sweater and plaid skirt. The hunched figure turned, and boys stared deep into the girl's cat-like eyes that were dilated in a very disconcerting fashion. They could see several bloody cuts on her arms and legs. She was gnawing on her arm. They could almost see bone. Katsuki raised his hands up, palms out towards the girl. She skittered back, swaying like something out of a horror movie. Crazy eyes, Katsuki whispered. Izuku's eyes glowed as he looked her over. It has something to do with her quirk. And I am guessing blood, he said. Yes, blood. I need blood. Give it to me. She dashed forward a step before stopping herself. No, get away from me. I don't want to hurt you like Kimmy. Please, I'm a monster. But the blood was so sweet, so good. Give it to me. She leapt at the boys only for Katsuki to let loose a small explosion that knocked her back. All right, Izuku, this is definitely a call for backup situation. They will just throw her in an asylum. Kachin. Let me try something. Got him at Izuku. You better not die. Izuku stepped forward in a crouch, making himself seem smaller. He held his arms out wide. Hey, look, I don't have anything. You want some blood? I will give you some. He extended his arm, offering her his wrist. He could see her eyes darting to Kachin and his wrist. He won't do anything. Come on, take a drink. She scampered forward, grabbing his wrist. Izuku. Kachin whispered. Izuku just held his hand out to the girl. He watched as she opened her mouth, revealing sharp canines. Slowly she bit into his wrist. Izuku winced but said nothing as she started to suck at the wound. He placed his other hand on her back. She flinched but didn't break contact. The white flame erupted over her. Izuku grimaced in pain. When the flame engulfed the girl, she yelled and fell back, grabbing at her head. Izuku did the same. Kachin went to rush to his brother, but Izuku yelled at him to stay back. Katsuki saw the familiar black flames erupt around his brother. But then he was white flames. He even saw red flame erupt around Izuku's head before they all turned to black flames and went out. Izuku was huffing, holding his head. The girl sat there before she started to stand up. Katsuki got in front of Izuku, palms out. When he saw the girl's eyes, they were normal size. He saw emotions flickering across her face. The girl looked at the two boys, then fell to her knees crying. Izuku got to his feet. Kachin looked at him over his shoulder. What was with those red flames? His head was damaged. I think that is what that was. You can tell Auntie and Co. you can absorb brain damage. Leave me out of that. The boys turned their attention to the girl. Izuku moved forward. Hey, is that better? The girl just looked up. Yes, oh god, yes. What did you do? I took your pain in and healed it. Why did you do that? 'Cause that is what heroes do. Do you have somewhere you can go? Do you need help? The girl sniffled. I don't want to go home. They do things to me there. I need blood for my quirk. They won't give me any. And you need it to stay sane, Izuku said. The girl nodded. I tried to use animal blood, but they stopped me and locked me in my room. Then one day at school my friend Kimmy cut herself and I lost control. I don't know what happened. I don't even know how long ago it was or how long I have been out here. But I feel like myself now. Please help me, she pleaded. Izuku looked at Katsuki, who just sighed. We should take her to your house. Auntie is home, right? Yeah, my mom is. Okay, let's take her there, then I can call my dad. Is you dad a cop? The girl asked Katsuki. Worse, lawyer. Izuku smiled at the girl. My name is Izuku Midoriya, and this is Katsuki Bakugo. The girl wiped her eyes with her dirty sweater. Himiko Toga. Well, Toga, let take you to my place so we can get you some food and clean clothes, Izuku said. Will you mom be mad? A little, but not at you, mostly at me, but I promise she won't hurt you and Kachin. I mean, Katsuki's dad is a really good lawyer. He will know what to do. The three kids exited the alley and made their way towards Izuku's home. Izuku Midoriya was a reasonable woman. Her husband, who had been going back and forth overseas, was finally coming home to stay. His son, though prone to rash actions, they came from a place of caring. His brother had grown and changed so much after the hospital incident, it was like she had two sons. Mitsuki felt the same way. She knew it was impossible to totally stop Izuku, but they had been curbing his actions and she felt they were in a good place. Then they came home with one Himiko Toga. Inko immediately recognized that Izuku had healed the poor thing. And the way Himiko had cried when Inko offered her a shower and a promise to not call her parents or the police right away until after she heard the story. Well, it broke Inko's heart. Then as the Himiko was in the shower, and Inko had put the poor thing's clothes to wash, she sat down and listened to Izuku's story as Katsuki had stepped onto the balcony to call his dad. Inko listened to the whole thing, calmly stood up and walked to her husband's study, retrieving the bottle of whiskey hidden in his desk, poured herself a drink, calmly downed it in one gulp, doing so again with the second. She then poured a third and without a hint of emotion, which terrified Izuku. Now let me get this straight. You decided to go into an alley and not only let Himiko drink your blood, but then you decided to heal her without her consent. Then you figured out that you could absorb whatever madness was affecting her and you decided to absorb that as well. But Mom, he interjected. Izuku Midoriya, I am not finished. You will know when I am. You will also know when I want you speak. Izuku shut his mouth and just nodded. Katsuki heard that part and decided that the patio needed every ounce of his attention as he saw the specter of death inside the house and said, Not today. You did this not knowing what would happen to you or her, or if you could even heal this once you took it into yourself. Now Izuku Midoriya, when did this all become a good idea in your mind? I can't really say, he said meekly. Katsukibakugo. She yelled. Katsuki winced and poked his head inside. Yes, Auntie. At what point did you suggest that maybe the two of you should call a hero or the police? As soon as she turned around and we could see what was happening, Auntie. You may continue admiring the patio. Yes, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Katsuki did exactly that. Interesting. Do you have a counterpoint, Izuku Midoriya? Izuku winced as she was continuing to use his given name. No, but she just silenced him with a look as she took a sip of her drink. It is obvious that Ms. Toga needs help and luckily you were able to provide it, without causing any apparent harm to yourself. After we handle this situation, you are grounded for 2 months. Izuku began to protest but quickly thought better of it. There will be no hero journals, no watching battles, no television, no internet, no video games, no watching the new All Might documentary. Instead, you will read books that I assign to you and will write me book reports on every single one. You will clean the house. If you use your quirk at any time during this period, you will have your punishment extended 1 month if not longer. Your allowance will be forfeited during this time as it will be donated to the charity mission downtown. You will be allowed to train with Katsuki at his home gym only. I will inform your aunt and uncle of your punishment. Now the only words out of your mouth better be yes, Mom. Yes, Mom, he said, defeated. Oh, cell phone. She held out her hand. He handed it over. He saw her going into the settings and locking out everything but text messaging and phone calls. She then handed it back. Understand, Izuku, that the fact you want so desperately to help those in need is not a bad thing. But you are not only jeopardizing your future but Katsuki's as well. Not to mention all the other people in the world that you will not be able to help. And you are jeopardizing your health as well. Katsuki. He stuck his head in again. Is your dad on his way? Yes, Auntie. Good, come here. Katsuki walked over. Inko dug into her purse and pulled out money. Take this and Izuku and go down and pick up 2 large pizzas, salad, and cinnamon balls, as well as some soda. The 2 of you are to go and come right back, understood? Yes, Auntie, he replied. Inko brought him into a loving hug. You're a good boy, Katsuki. Keep looking after your idiot brother. Katsuki smiled and hugged her back. Always. Good, now get out of here. I can hear the water turning off and want to talk to Himiko in private. The 2 boys left as Inko went and knocked on the door. Himiko, I have some clothes for you to wear. I would like you to open the door so I can check for any other injuries. I am a nurse. If you don't want to, it's okay. Slowly she opened the door some. Are the boys here? No, it's just us, dear. I sent them to get us pizza for dinner. Is that okay? Yes, that sounds really good. Himiko opened the door and Inko stepped in. As Inko looked over the girl, she could tell that she was very undernourished and very frightened. Inko saw some old marks on her back from what looked like a belt or such. Did your family do this, Himiko? Inko said in a soft voice. Himiko tried to hold her voice together. Yes, when they found out I was sneaking out to drink blood from animals, they did that. Sometimes they would lock me in the closet for weeks. Why did they not like you drinking blood? They said it wasn't normal. They said that I didn't need it, but... Himiko started crying as she turned to look at Inko. But I do. If I don't, then my mind gets all weird and I hear this voice that tells me to do bad things. I don't want to do them, but I need the blood. Does that make me bad? Inko gently wiped the girl's tears. No, sweetie, that makes your parents bad. You need blood just as much as people need water. It is just part of you, and they should have never done that to you, sweetie. I promise that I will do everything in my power to make sure that it never happens again, okay?" Himiko started crying. She moved forward like she wanted a hug from Inko but was afraid to ask. Inko just pulled the crying girl in and held her while she cried. Eventually, Himiko settled down and dressed in some of Izuku's old clothes. By the time boys came back, they walked in with Masaru. "Hello, Inko," Katsuki filled me in somewhat, he said as he entered the house, spotting the nervous young girl. "Hi, you must be Himiko. Do not worry about anything right now, just eat some food and we can talk afterwards." Himiko nodded. Izuku walked over to her and smiled. He extended his hand, which she took a little shyly as he led her over to the food, encouraging her to get as much as she wanted. Even Katsuki was doing his best to keep his more explosive tendencies in check to avoid startling her. For the boys, this was just another evening meal. For Himiko, it was what she had dreamed of. No yelling or scornful stares. She was doubly surprised when Masaru pulled a jug of pig's blood from a bag. "I asked him to pick it up in case you were thirsty," Bakugo said. "I remember you saying that you were using animal blood before your family stopped you. Would you like some?" Inko asked her. "Is it really okay?" Himiko responded. Wordlessly, Inko went and pulled out a mug and poured Himiko some and set it down in front of the girl. "I promise, Himiko, it is just fine." Himiko bit her lip, thinking about what to do. Maybe it was some sort of trap. Maybe they were going to do something once she did drink it. But then she thought of what Mrs. Midoriya had said and what Izuku had done for her. With a nervous glance, she took the cup and had a drink. There were no looks of disgust, or any reaction at all. Everyone just kept doing what they were doing apart from Mrs. Midoriya. "Is that okay, or would you like me to heat it up some?" Himiko was in absolute shock. It took her a moment, and with tears in the corner of her eyes. "If you could heat it up just a little, that would be nice. But if it is too much, I can drink it just like this." Nonsense. Inko took the mug and heated it up some in the microwave before returning it to the girl. When the meal finished, they moved to the living room so Masaru could talk with Himiko. After listening to everything, Masaru sighed and looked over at Inko. "Well, Masa, we can get her parents on neglect and child abuse, possible criminal charges for the denying her blood and causing a psychotic episode. I am going to make a phone call as we need to find out what happened when you attacked Kimi. We should be able to argue insanity regardless due to the actions of your parents. But Himiko, it will require us going to the police. But don't worry, I will be there with you. I will make sure you are not taken back to your parents until an investigation is completed. They will probably put you in foster care while that happens. Can't she just stay with Izuku and I? I don't want her to put into the system," Inko said, before she turned her attention to Himiko. "That is only if you want it, dear. If I could stay here for a while, that would be nice. None of you look at me funny," Himiko said. "Well, then we should get this started as soon as possible. My car is downstairs if you two ladies are ready." Inko nodded and, using her quirk, pulled her coat and one of Izuku's hoodies from the closet. She handed the jacket to Himiko. "Here, dear, put this on. It can get cold in those police stations. Izuku, remember you are grounded, so I want you in bed early." Katsuki and Izuku walked over, and to Himiko's surprise, they both gave her a hug. "It will all be okay," Izuku said. "Don't worry about anything, Fangs. My dad is the best," Katsuki said. Himiko smiled at the Fangs comment, before turning to the adults and walking towards them. "I am ready." The brothers watched them leave. When the silence came, Katsuki smacked Izuku upside the back of his head before quickly hugging him. "Dude, you are so dumb sometimes, but man, I wouldn't trade you for anything, except a clone of Mizuki." Izuku smiled and hugged Katsuki back. "All right, I am going home because you are grounded, not me, and there is that new documentary on Hero Flicks." "Dude, I agree we did the right thing, but Izuku, listen to me. If you keep doing this, you are going to get caught and then there will be trouble. I want us to be heroes together, bro, but I will do it without you. It will suck, but I will. Don't make me do that, okay?" Izuku nodded his head. "I get it, Kachin. I will be better, I promise. Good, now I am out of here. Later, man." Izuku sat there in the apartment for a moment before beginning to clean up and heading to his room. He needed to find a way to be able to use his quirk to help people without getting in trouble. He also needed medical knowledge. He pulled out his homework first, though. No way he could even be a hero if he didn't pass math class. His mom did not come home till the evening the following day, and when she did, she had Himiko in tow. It had been decided that Himiko would stay with them pending investigation. Himiko cried on Izuku's shoulder. Then she told him that Kimi was hurt, but not severely. That Kimi, after learning of Himiko's quirk and the need for blood, she had forgiven Himiko on the spot. Kimi's parents even decided to not press charges against Himiko, but to instead go after Himiko's parents for monetary compensation. It was an adjustment in the house as they moved Himiko into the spare bedroom and saw to her needs. Himiko kept waiting for the dream to end or the other shoe to drop, but for a little while at least it was pure fantasy. Himiko had to attend quirk counseling, as well as therapy. Izuku had to go with her to the quirk counselor due to bad past experiences. Izuku welcomed it and was fascinated watching the counselor work with Himiko and her quirk. The fantasy didn't end but instead hit a snag when after 1 month Himiko was informed that she would have to go to court for the case against her parents, and they would be looking to place her in a permanent foster care. Luckily for Himiko, that was when Hisashi came home. The man scared Himiko at first. He was easily 6'2" and incredibly broad. Himiko found him intimidating until she saw him smile. It was like the smile that Izuku had. It relaxed her. After Inko and him had a meeting, they had sat down with Himiko to ask her if she wanted to stay with them as their foster daughter. Himiko cried for 5 minutes before she could say yes. Himiko sat in her room on the bed looking at the bedding that had been bought for her. The clothes that they had bought her, the plushie, the slippers, the robe. These people had come out of nowhere. First, Izuku and Katsuki had come down that alley and risked their lives to help her. Second, Inko took her in and listened to Himiko's story and hugged her. Third, Matsuo had been true to his word and was fighting tooth and nail for her. Fourth, Hisashi had come home to find a strange, potentially dangerous girl in his home and had wanted her to stay. It was a lot. It was almost too much. She opened her journal and wrote her feeling down for the therapist. It wasn't quite the fairy tale as someone had not waved a magic wand to make everything instantly better. But it was a proper one. A family had come in and changed her life. They were fighting to make her life better for no other reason that they believed in her. Someone had put their faith in her, and she would make sure that it was not a mistake on her part. She was nervous. She was meeting Mitsuki and Mizuki today for the first time. She didn't know what to expect, but according to Izuku, Auntie Mitsuki was like Bakugo, loud but had great heart, and Mizuki was seemingly more subdued like Masaru but had recently discovered she could blow things up with her mind. That is insane, Himiko had said. I know, right, Izuku had replied. Adjusting and rebuilding. Normally Izuku's punishment would have been terrible torture for him. Well, it still was, but the presence of Himiko and then the return of his father had made things a lot more bearable. After the first month Himiko was with them, it was decided that she would go to school with the boys, as that way she had friends pre-established. The first day Himiko was incredibly nervous. It went okay. The main incident had been when, of course, the topic of quirks had come up and Himiko had summoned up the courage to share hers. The reaction was of course varied, but the loudest came from a group that decided to try and bully the girl. This angered Izuku to no ends. Normally a non-aggressive child by nature, seeing the effect it immediately had on Himiko's mental state caused him to leap from his seat in the cafeteria and throw punches. Katsuki was surprised by this action for exactly 1 second, and he enthusiastically joined in. When a girl had jumped on Izuku's back though, Himiko knew that the boys were fighting for her and she would fight for them. The resulting suspension for everyone was met with satisfactory approval by all parents involved. Himiko's therapist did not approve of her method but understood the girl's desire to fight for those that were fighting for her. After her second 1RSD day it went smoother. To put it simply, it went spectacular, at least in Himiko's world. Two girls, Ryuko and Kami, had decided that not only was Himiko's quirk cool, but that Himiko should be their friend, and they were not taking no for an answer. Kami had fawn-colored hair and brown eyes and seemed rather fond of slang, which made Himiko giggle. Her quirk was glamour. It allowed Kami to create illusions. Ryuko had pale gray hair and blue eyes. Her quirk poltergeist allowed her to levitate objects and even herself. The boys watched as the tsunami that was Kami swept over Himiko and carried her away. After 1 week the trio were inseparable. 2 weeks not a chance. 3 best friends for life. Himiko relaxed and the boys got to see her personality just bubble up and shine. Of course, there were those that would tease or try to disparage Himiko due to her quirk, but she didn't care anymore. She had friends. The fairy tale may end someday, but today was not the day. Izuku, after a long talk with both his parents at the end of his punishment, had petitioned them to allow him to volunteer at the very mission his allowance had been going to. He needed to help people. He just wanted to help, so he figured that this would be the best way he could. As Mom agreed that the two of them would donate time to the mission, she could donate her nursing skills with Izuku as her assistant. To say that it tested Izuku's resolve was an understatement. He saw so much in the way of injury and mental pain. He wanted to reach on and take it all, heal everyone, but he knew that wasn't allowed to. But at least working with his mother, he was learning how to treat things without his power. He was able to provide aid and get that release he wanted. One evening he was cleaning up and a fight had broken out in the sleeping room. The adults had gone to deal with it when a young boy came stumbling into his kitchen clutching his stomach. Blood was seeping out between his fingertips and pooling on the floor. The boy's purple eyes locked onto Izuku as he managed a weak cry for help before collapsing. Izuku's cry for help was much, much louder. He grabbed a clean towel and immediately ran over to apply pressure like his mother had told him. He watched in horror as the towel was soaking a deep crimson. Over and over, he screamed for help. One of the workers looked in at the scene and immediately ran to find some aid. The boy gasped and blood bubbled from his mouth. He wasn't going to make it. It took Izuku 1 second before his hands erupted in white fire over the wound. Izuku let out a strangled cry as he now knew what it was like to be stabbed. He would not recommend it. 0 divided by 10. He felt and saw the healing work. He immediately fell back as the white fire engulfed him, healing the pain. Izuku lied there panting. He looked over at the boy to see his breathing steady out and his eyes flutter. It was then he saw a girl with green vines for hair holding onto a woman with similar hair staring at him. The little girl ran to him while her mother raced to the other boy. The girl grabbed his hands and stared deeply into his eyes. There was a twinkle in her eyes as she stared at him. "Glory to the Lord, for he in his infinite wisdom has brought you here this night to save the life of his wayward sheep," she said. Izuku looked at the girl. He didn't know what to say. The look in her eyes and the passion in her voice caught him off guard. Thankfully, Inko came busting in with a medkit. Her eyes immediately fell on the boy asleep on the ground and then to her son, who sheepishly looked at her. Freeing his hand from the girl, he held them up in defense. "Mom, before you say anything." He was bleeding out. "I applied pressure and everything like you said. If I didn't do something, he was going to die." Inko walked over to the sleeping boy and checked his breathing and pulse. What was his injury? Izuku winced. Knife wound to his stomach. Internal bleeding. His lungs were filling with blood. He couldn't breathe. Inko looked over at her son. "Good job, Izuku. I know you called for help and tried to triage first, so you are not in trouble today." Izuku let out a breath he didn't know he was holding. The woman walked over to Inko. "You must buy Mrs. Midoriya. I am Seinoru Shizaki. I finance this facility. Thank you for your quick action tonight. And praise God that you have instilled such a selfless nature into your son. I am not sure what his quirk is, but it is a true blessing from on high. To heal by fire is truly a miracle to behold." "Well, I thank you for your praise, Mrs. Shizaki. You must understand something, that for my son to heal someone, he must take the pain unto himself first. So as of tonight, my son knows what it is like to be stabbed. So not only does he heal, he takes their pain unto himself. But God's gifts also are truly wonderful to behold." Izuku watched the conversation in confusion, till the young girl caught his attention again. "Ibara Shizaki," she said, extending her hand. "Is that true? You take on their pain to heal them?" Yeah, essentially. I can see what the injury is, the pain, and then I take it and burn it away." "Are you part angel?" "No, my mom is right there, and my dad works for a support company," Izuku responded. He noticed the girl seemed a little sad. "I wish my quirk could heal, but I know that I have the quirk God has bestowed upon me for a reason. I just need to figure that part out," she said, seeming a little sad. "What is your quirk?" "Vines," she said as her hair began to move and extend some. "Wow, which is a good quirk. You could be a great rescue hero or just any type of hero. Can they grow bigger?" The little girl nodded. "Then that's amazing. I wonder what factors into their growth. Is there a way to make them grow faster? How much can you lift with them? It would be great for capture, and not to mention rescue." Izuku felt a tug on his sleeve from his mom's quirk. "Dang it, I was muttering again. I could be a hero," she said, her eyes wide. "Are you going to be a hero?" "I think you would be an amazing hero." "Yep, me and my brother and maybe Himiko are going to be heroes together," he responded with a dazzling smile. "Mama, can I be a hero?" The woman smiled at her daughter and the interaction the two children were having. "Of course, my darling, if it is God's will, then it shall be." She then turned back to Inko. "Now, Mrs. Midoriya, let us talk about Izuku's education. I think I would like to sponsor him into Saume Elementary." Inko blinked. "Well, that is something I would have to discuss with my husband and also with Izuku. Please think it over. Here is my card. Call me when you reach a decision. I hear the emergency vehicles arriving. We should prepare for their questions." "Does your son do this often?" "The healing of people, I mean." "Yes, he does. We are trying to curb him doing it with his quirk, so he doesn't get in trouble for illegal quirk usage, which is why we started to volunteer here. I wanted to teach him some first aid treatments and help him scratch that itch, so to speak." "I see, that would be terrible, even if you reject my offer of Saume. Would you be amenable to me reaching out to an acquaintance of mine? They are a former hero with an immensely powerful healing quirk. She may be able to offer you and Izuku guidance in these matters and help him develop his healing skills." "Yes, that would be most helpful, thank you, Mrs. Shizaki." "Think nothing of it. I would also like to request that if it is possible that maybe we could arrange some play dates between our children. Ibara seems quite taken with him." Inko looked over and saw the two green-haired children talking and smiling. "I think we can do that." The door soon opened, and a couple of police officers and a paramedic came into the room. The rest of the evening was spent answering questions and filing reports, and of course for Izuku a conversation about quirk usage. Ibara was sad to see her friend leave, but brightened up when her mom told her that they would see each other again. The next morning, Seinoru woke early, set about answering various emails and ensuring their company would continue to function. Before she decided to make a call. "Hello, Chio. How are you this morning?" "I am doing well. It is another wonderful day. I am calling you because I have come across a young man with a rather potent healing quirk. He seems to be a good boy, but according to his mother he has a strong desire to help people, and it may derail his desire to be a hero. The boy heals people by taking their pain into himself and burning it away. God is wonderful." Meanwhile, Bakugo was pinching the bridge of his nose looking at his brother while Himiko was giving him an exasperated look. So let me get this straight. Last night at the shelter where your mom took you to keep you out of trouble, you had to heal a kid our age who had been stabbed. Yes, that's it. You are not allowed to leave the house anymore without me. I am going to join you at the shelter. Me too, Himiko said. We should go. We are going to be late for school. Did you get grounded again? His brother asked. No, actually, I called for help and tried first aid, but he was going to die, so Izuku shrugged his shoulders as they made their way out. By the way, getting stabbed is a 0 divided by 10. I would not recommend it. Katsuki started to laugh at that. Thanks, I can take it off the bucket list now, nerd. Promise you will help me keep an eye on this delinquent Himiko. I promise. Even though without him I wouldn't be sane right now. I get what you are saying. Wait, when did I become the delinquent? Izuku said. How many conversations have you had with the police or a pro about illegal quirk usage? Izuku was about to try and defend himself, but in the end, fair point. But on the plus side, I meet someone else that may want to be a hero as well. Of course, you did, the other two said. -2 days later, as the trio was going over their homework when his father walked in carrying a rather large fried chicken meal. As the kids got up excitedly, they saw Inko walk in with a boy about their age with purple hair and eyes. Izuku immediately recognized him. Oh, it's you, he said. He looked over at Katsuki and Himiko. That's the boy I healed. Katsuki saw the boy had a small duffel bag and that no parents were standing behind him. Katsuki smiled and said, Welcome to the island of misfit toys. Enjoy your stay. We have cookies. What kind of cookies? The boy said in a shy voice. Himiko pieced it together as well. Chocolate chip, but you have to eat dinner first and take a bath. Also brush your teeth after the cookies. Not before. 4/10 would not try again, Izuku said with a smile. Inko's heart swelled at how the children were reacting. Kids, this is Hitoshi Shinso. He is going to be living with us. Katsuki, hey dude, what's your quirk? The boy looked sad and looked down at the floor. I can take over people's minds. That is awesome, Katsuki said. Wow, so cool, Izuku seconded. That would be pretty good for a hero. Himiko said. That is so right, he could end a hostage situation in like a second, Izuku said. Katsuki was surprised Izuku hadn't bombarded the dude with questions. But the way Izuku was bouncing, he could tell he was holding it back, but barely. You don't think that's a villain's quirk? The kid said with a look of fear in his eyes. Hell, no dude, I blow stuff up with my sweat. Katsuki yelled with a vicious grin on his face. I have to drink blood for my quirk, Himiko said, standing a little behind Izuku. I can heal people, but I have to absorb their pain, Izuku said. And dude, my little sister can make things explode with her mind. Hitoshi was sure how to respond. They didn't think his quirk was evil. He was sure they said he could be a hero, and someone could blow something up with their mind. That's insane. All three responded at the same time. I know, right? Over the course of the night, it was confirmed that Hitoshi was coming to live with them because, like Himiko, he had terrible parents that had abused him. After all, he had a villainous quirk. Masaru was on the case, and the family would be moving into a house soon. Much to Katsuki's happiness, it was going to be near his house. As the kids were off in their room convincing Hitoshi to use his quirk on them and laughing, Hisashi wrapped his arms around his wife. You know, when we talked about more children, this isn't exactly what I had in mind. I know, Hisashi, but, like Himiko, I couldn't just let him go into the system, Inko said. But I promise I will make it up to you tonight after they are asleep, because a good man deserves everything. Hisashi's eyes widened. Everything, everything, my darling. Inko turned and pulled her husband's head towards her and whispered seductively, everything. Hisashi giggled. Later, Hitoshi joined the trio at school. Luckily this time there was no fight on the first day. The other students learned their lesson after Himiko. Kami and Ryuko were welcoming to him as well, though Hitoshi found the girls' energy went together to be exhausting. Not to mention that Katsuki and Izuku had dragged him into their hero training. It wasn't long before Kami and Ryuko joined them along with Himiko. They had become quite the gang. Izuku had told his parents that he didn't want to transfer schools, that he wanted to go to school with his friends, and that it was more important to him that they be together. Ibara and Izuku started to have their play dates, as in she would come over and hang out with the strange family. The group adjusted to her strange mannerisms. Katsuki soon began to tease his brother about his girlfriend coming over, as the girl would be close to Izuku at any chance she got. As interesting as that all was, it was by far not the most interesting thing to happen over the course of the next few months. The most interesting thing over the past few months, Inko had told Izuku that he wasn't going to school on one Tuesday, but she didn't tell him why, only that there was someone that they had to meet and that it was especially important. His mother fussed over his clothes before settling on an outfit for him. He was loaded into the car and driven off to his destination. Izuku had tried to guess and get his mom to tell him, but she wouldn't say anything. Then the most wonderful thing ever happened. Izuku found himself in front of the UA, the top hero school in Japan. As they approached the gate, the pro hero Snipe was there, and he was waiting for them. He even signed Izuku's hero notebook and gave them visitor passes and their pictures. Izuku couldn't wait to tell his brother about this. Snipe guided them through the school, answering all the questions the excited 10-year-old was throwing out. The pro hero would smile, laugh, and answer the endless stream till they stopped in front of the door and he bid them goodbye. Then the door opened and standing in front of Izuku was his second most favorite hero of all time, behind All Might of course, the youthful heroine, Recovery Girl. He got his second autograph that day. The retired hero was incredibly surprised that he was such a fan. Izuku had been on the verge of fainting this entire time, but then she said it. "I hear you have an amazing quirk. Why don't you tell me about it?" Izuku fainted in his mother's arms. Recovery Girl was concerned till Inko smiled at her. "I am amazed he lasted this long. He will wake up in a minute." Izuku, true to form, woke up and apologized to the hero. Chiyo smiled at the excitable lad. "Now do you think you can tell me about your quirk?" Izuku took a deep breath. "I can see people's pain, and I can understand it. When that happens, I can heal it. But to do that I have to draw the pain into myself with my white fire. That heals them. Then I must burn it away to heal myself. I can also somehow store the pain I have absorbed, and give it to someone else. So, what do you see in me?" she asked. "You have severe arthritis and some knee problems." He told her. His eyes were glowing green. "Could you help that? If you let me." He looked at his mom, and she nodded her head in approval. Izuku reached out and took the hero's hand, and she saw the white fire spread out and cover her body. It was cool and soothing. She then felt arthritis and knee problems just disappear. The boy released her hand, and then she saw black fire come from him before he opened his eyes and smiled. "Remarkable. Why are the fires different?" "I think the white is the healing. If I get a cut, the white fire heals it. The black fire burns it whatever I take it away, like your arthritis or cancer." "You can heal cancer." "I have. I don't know if I can do it all the time. I can also see when people are not right in the head, and I can heal that also, but I only did that once. My mom told me not to do that again." Recovery Girl leaned forward. "I think you need to explain that more." Izuku recounted what had happened with Himiko in as much detail as he could. "That fire was red. I don't know what that means, but according to Kachin, the red only came out when I was healing myself. I had absorbed her madness. I think I can understand why your mom doesn't want you to do that again. Would you mind if I talked to your mom in private for a bit? You could just have a seat outside." Once the door closed, Inko gave her full attention to the retired heroine. "Tea?" Recovery Girl offered. "Yes, please." They sat in silence till a cup of tea was sitting before both. "Mrs. Midoriya, may I call you Inko?" "Yes." "Then please call me Chiyo. I am going to be honest. Your son has the most terrifying and wonderful healing gift that I have ever seen." Inko's eyes widened at the heroine's declaration, but she could understand why the statement was being made. He can heal any wound if he can withstand it himself. He can heal cancer. He can heal, or at the very least grant mental stability to someone. He does all this without any medical knowledge or training. For the longest time, I was considered to have the most powerful known healing quirk. What a lot of people don't know is that I accelerate a person's natural healing at the cost of their stamina. So, if an exhausted but critical hero were brought in here, I could do nothing for them with my quirk. Your son could. My lord, the possibilities are insane. I understand, Chiyo. Izuku wants to be a hero. Not just a healing hero, but one on the battlefield. He has almost no self-control when it comes to healing someone or the desire to do so. He is getting better, but because he can diagnose someone if he sees they are not going to make it, he acts. I know that he can heal the damage he absorbs, but I worry that if he absorbs too much and it kills him before he can heal himself. His friend, Brother Katsuki, wants to be a hero also so he can defend Izuku while he heals people. And there are others who are gravitating around him. Himiko, Kami, Ryuko, Ibara, and Hitoshi. There is a theory that a person's quirk affects their personality, that a person with an eating quirk will have a problem with overeating. A person with super strength will have a desire to lift weights. Or, a person with a healing quirk will be drawn to those that need healing or will seek them out. That is the case. When I was a little girl, I had the same impulse to heal everyone I could. It wasn't till some tragedy almost happened that I was able to rein it in. But what I fear is that Izuku doesn't have that fear. Because he will know that at least the person was healed. It is a very selfless attitude, and it can be extremely dangerous. I don't know if he would even draw the line between a hero and a villain. I think he would heal the villain to prevent them from dying. So Chiyo, what do we do? I want to train him. I cannot let someone like this with this ability slip by. It is selfish, I know, but he could be such a boon for not only the hero society but for everyone. If you let me train him, I can help with his medical knowledge and teach him techniques for advanced triage so maybe he won't resort to his quirk. I will even sponsor him for the recommendation exam here in the UA. I can promise that I will make sure he gets a medical degree out of all this. I think that we should get him certified as EMT. In the meantime, so that he has permission to use his quirk to avoid him getting in further trouble. Thank you, Chiyo. I agree with you. But if at any time he no longer wants to be a hero, then I would expect you to honor his wishes. though I find that highly unlikely. I will agree to that. We can start with some after-school training a few days a week, but I would like to have him on status for the day. As long as he can still be a 10-year-old kid, I can agree. He may be willing to give up his childhood, but I won't let him. Agreed. Dude, so you are going to get trained in by the recovery girl. And you get to take the recommendation exam. God damn it, bro, Katsuki yelled. Do not take the Lord's name in vain. Fine, but do you guys get it? We are going to have to train even harder to keep up with this nerd. Or hear me out, we can just sleep in instead, Hitoshi said. Yay Baku, if we train anymore, I am tots going to hurl. What about like our chill and party time? Kami said. If training more means I can keep Izuku safe, then I will. Himiko said, shooting a smile at Izuku. I have no desire to be left behind. Though I must agree the thought of even more strenuous exercise is not appealing if it will increase our chances of attending the most prestigious of schools. Then we must forego some things for that opportunity, Ryuko added as a cupcake floated off the tray to her. Well said, Ryuko. The Lord has placed a challenge in front of us and we must not seek to ignore it, but we must deal with it head on. God only gives us what we can handle, Ibara said. So, sleeping in is off the table? You're damn right it is. Katsuki hugged Izuku. Dude, I am so proud of you. I know you will make me proud. Thanks, Kachin. Izuku looked at all his friends with a smile. He was surrounded by so many that loved him and cared. He wouldn't let them down. Next year, Izuku was doing great. His studying with Recovery Girl was going great. And he was almost ready for his EMT exam. His family had moved into a new house, which was 2 doors down from Katsuki and Mizuki, who was starting to be a regular fixture in the Midoriya household. The little girl had her big brother wrapped around her finger, and now that Izuku lived so close he couldn't tell her no when she wanted to come over with him. The little girl would immediately glomp Izuku and follow him around. The house was always lively and full of kids running around outside the house. Inko couldn't have been happier. She had her husband and 3 kids, rowdy boys, and crazy girls. Kami, Ryuko, and Ibara were over as much as they could be. She would come home to find them all studying in the living room or on the couch watching movies. She would smirk at how Kami would tease Katsuki all the time, or how Ryuko and Hitoshi would be huddled next to each other watching horror videos on the computer. Ibara and Himiko would always be around Izuku, with Mizuki bouncing between him and Katsuki. Izuku was sitting in the medical ward with a lollipop in his mouth. Recovery Girl had gone to talk to Nezu, leaving the boy alone. All the students had gone home, so Izuku was just waiting for her to return when he heard the door open. Turning, expecting to see a member of the faculty, instead he was greeted by a skeletal blonde-haired man with piercing blue eyes. Oh God, Izuku said as he jumped off his chair. Sorry about that, but you scared me. Can I help you, sir? Well, hello, young man, I am looking for Recovery Girl. She went to a meeting with the principal. You are more than welcome to wait, Mr. Yagi, and you are. Sorry, sir. Izuku bowed. Izuku Midoriya. You seem rather young for a student there, Midoriya. I am not a student, sir. I am studying under Recovery Girl. Yes, she has said something about taking on a protege. I don't know if I would go that far, Izuku responded. Before Izuku could continue, the man began to cough up blood at an alarming rate. The surprised boy ran over, offering him tissues, and guided him to a medical bed to sit. Izuku looked at him and stepped back in shock and some horror. Oh my God, Mr. Yagi, how are you still standing? You are missing a lung, your stomach, esophagus damage, and most of your intestines. You are undernourished, and your remaining lung only works at 75%. The scar tissue alone is insane. Mr. Yagi looked at the boy with shock till he noticed the boy's glowing eyes. Must be his quirk. How did that happen? I used to be a hero until a fierce battle with my most dangerous opponent left me like this. Really, what was your hero's name? I don't recognize you, and I know a lot of heroes, and I mean a lot. It is not important. What about you are going to be a healing hero? Izuku could tell that the man didn't want to talk about his hero work. It was then suddenly the man grabbed at his chest and he began to have a seizure. Izuku yelled but ran over and hit the alarm button. Emergency, emergency. Seizure event code blue. I repeat, seizure event code blue. He called over the emergency system. He ran over and pulled the heart monitor system over and began to feverishly hook the man up. Mr. Yagi, can you hear me? You are having a seizure. Help is on the way. Izuku's eyes lit up as he looked over the man. Your intestines are rupturing. Something is wrong. This isn't natural. Your organs are vibrating and breaking. Code black, code black. The man's blue eyes locked onto Izuku's. Izuku could see fear, intense fear, and regret. This man was terrified in a way Izuku had never seen. The way the fear intermingled with the regret. It was hard for Izuku to separate the two. It was as if the man had failed the world. Don't be afraid, Mr. Yagi, because I am here. The man's eyes widened, and his convulsions paused before they started to get worse. Izuku started to panic. What was this man's regret? Why was he so afraid it was a failure? The man had failed at something. Izuku grabbed his phone and fired off a text to his mom. It said one word. Sorry, Mr. Yagi, do not waste your second chance. And tell my mom I love her. Izuku pressed both his palms on the man's chest, and white fire erupted with such force that it knocked over machines and the window exploded. Recovery Girl and Nezu stepped out of the elevator to see the door to the medical office explode in white fire. The heroine's heart dropped upon hearing the scream. Midnight and Eraserhead rounded the corner on the opposite end. Aizawa, shut the boy down now. Shut him down. Eraserhead or Shota Aizawa rushed towards the fire, ready to try and push through, when it suddenly stopped. Shota heard a body hit the floor. He tore into the room to see the boy Midoriya on the floor with blood flooding out of his body. Midoriya household. Inko was in the kitchen washing dishes. She was humming a little tune as she cooked, a smile dancing on her face. At first she didn't think too much of when her phone chimed with "I am here." It was her notification that Izuku was messaging her. She did think it was odd though, due to the time of day. Holding a few plates in one hand, she pulled the phone from her pocket. Her heart immediately plummeted. They had talked so much about him being careful and to not risk his life to heal someone else, that his life was just as important as other people's. All the training and even the internship with Recovery Girl was meant to teach him and show him the alternatives, that while a broken bone is terrible, it can heal on its own, without him suffering to heal them right away. Every morning she would tell him to come home safely, and he would always respond with "I promise." They didn't even realize the scream that escaped her lips as the plates tumbled from her hand. Himiko and Hitoshi were in their rooms when they heard a heartbreaking scream and the sound of dishes crashing from the living room. They burst out and looked at each other. "INKO," they said, and bolted downstairs. They ran into the living room to find Inko on the floor, her phone in her hand. Himiko picked it up and her heart dropped. "Izuku, sorry." "Izuku, well, that was a short life. I hope that Mr. Yaga's regret was as big as I felt. Himiko and Hitoshi will have to take care of Mom. Kachin is going to find a way to summon my spirit just so he can blow me up. But it was worth it. He will live." "So accepting." "Who was that? You willingly sacrificed yourself to save someone you hardly knew, and now you accept death so calmly." "I knew what would happen if I healed him, but I couldn't let him die like that." "But who are you and why can't I see you?" "Are you sure you want to?" "What does that mean?" "What if I am an angel? Then shouldn't that be a good thing? At least according to Ibara, angels are good things. A creature that was made to worship God. But whenever God needed a punishment doled out, he would send an angel. Would you ever really want to meet an angel, a creature such as that? Their existence praising God, but always with one wing dipped in blood. I never thought of that. Then again, I am not a Christian, so I guess I wouldn't know. But either way, if you are the last thing that I will talk to before I go on to the beyond, then I would like to at least see you." Suddenly Izuku felt himself standing on grass in a vast and beautiful field ringed in cherry blossom trees. Standing before him was, for lack of a better word, beauty. I may have been male, but Izuku's mind couldn't conceive of its gender. Long flowing black hair, blue eyes, unearthly porcelain white skin, wrapped in a midnight blue robe. Two large white wings seemingly made of a pure white light protruding from the person's back, the tips of the wings red and dripping. "Well said." "Language. Sorry about that. My best friend and his mother are quite fond of swears, and I have picked up on quite a few. One time they were changing a tire and managed to lose all the lug nuts in the snow. The tapestry of swears that they wove that day may still be hanging somewhere over Tokyo." The being laughed. Not the reaction I was expecting, but amusing. "Truthfully, I don't know what to say. My brain is kind of grasping at straws." "It is all right, Izuku. It is to be expected in this situation. Not to be rude, which means whenever someone says that they are going to be rude. But why am I here, and why being you talking to me?" "Well, your statement is true. It is also understandable. You are here because I chose you to be. I wondered what you would do in this situation. And to my amazement, despite the constant warnings and worries of those around you, you still did what you did to save another. I find it impressive, especially for one so young. I am pleased to see my brother's lineage still carried his calling." "You mean your brother is one of my ancestors?" "Yes, exactly. I still recall the day he fell. Not out of pride, not out of spite, but out of love. I tried to talk him out of it. I warned him that I would have to come for them at some point, but he still did it. It was beautiful, it was tragic, it was everything for which one could hope. His blood runs through you, his ideals rest inside you, it warms me." "Are you an angel?" "I have been called that. I have been called many things. Your people called me Shinigami, Egyptians, Anubis, Greeks, Thanatos or Hades, Norse, Hell, the Jews, Azrael. Lately, I am just called Death. I am talking to the embodiment of death." "Yes, for reals." "Yes," he said with a smile. "Okay, so what happens now?" "I am going to send you back. It pained me greatly to collect my brother. When I collected so many of his lines, I never saw one that reminded me of him so much. I will return you to the world and watch what happens." "Thank you," Izuku said. What else could he say? This could be a hallucination caused by his brain shutting down or something. He honestly did not know what else to think. One question. Only one. I can entertain one. What was his name? Your brother, my ancestor. Raphael. Okay, I lied too. What is yours? You can call me Azrael. See you again. he said with a smile that was neither comforting nor intimidating. Waking up, slowly the real world found its way to Izuku. He could hear someone crying. It was distant, but it wasn't alone. There were more voices, some crying. He could hear one cursing. He could hear one closer. It was muttering. As it began to fade and more, it was not muttering, it was praying. It was like trying to swim through mud. He was trying to pull himself up through it. He could make out his mom and dad, Katsuki, and his family, and Himiko, Hitoshi. As it became clear, he heard the loudest beep in his entire existence. The voices silenced. Then the beep again. He heard confusion. It was still distant, and he was having trouble finding it. He heard a whisper or a desperate plea. Come back. Beep. Come back. It sounded closer. He tried to will his way toward it. Beep. Please come back. It was clearer, and it was a female. Beep. Beep. That's it, Izuku. Come back to us. It was so close. Beep. 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 I swear if you come back, I will be by your side forever. All of us will come back to us. It was right by his head. It was being whispered into his ear. Beep, 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 beep. It fell in a rhythm. Izuku forced his eyes to open. It was painful. There, holding his hand, whispering in his ear, was Ibara. Promise. He managed to get out. His throat hurt and burned. He saw her eyes water and her tears hit his chest. Yes, she managed. Then someone screamed. It was his mother. He saw her come into view. He was crushed by her hugs and tears. He tapped on her shoulder to get her attention. Water, he croaked. Immediately there was a bottle in her hand being brought gingerly to his lips. Is he like undead? He heard a smack and oh. What, he was dead and now he is awake. I know I cannot be the only one thinking it, Hitoshi said. His mother pulled back and looked at him, and the monitor next to him. Izuku, is that you? Yeah, Mom, sorry if I caused any trouble. What happened? Baby, you were dead for 10 minutes, she said, her tears falling. Oh, that is all you got, you effing a hole. Katsuki yelled. Izuku looked over at his brother's puffy red eyes and just extended his hand to him. What else do you say to that? Himiko started laughing. Then Hitoshi, slowly the laughter spread. With help from Ibara and his mother, he sat up. They all slowly came over and hugged him. Soon it was a giant group hug filled with tears and love. As they all pulled away, there was Recovery Girl, Eraserhead, the blonde guy, the principal, and Vlad King. They all looked like they had seen the dead sit up and talk. Oh wait. Slowly they entered the room and had everyone. But his parents stepped out to give them room. He could read the tension on the heroes and his parents' faces as Recovery Girls examined him and took a blood sample. The heroine was silent the whole time. It wasn't until she returned 5 minutes later that, if possible, she was even paler. I have no baseline. I have no point of reference, but all I can say is that he is perfectly healthy. All the scans show nothing abnormal. No cellular degradation, no rot, and his cells seem even better than before. I need to run tests, but I have nothing. She walked over to her desk, pulled out a bottle of whiskey that had dust on it, wiped it off, and took a long swig. I am too old for this, said. To his surprise, his mother and father took a long drink from the bottle as well. The tension was broken when Vlad King said, Not it. Oh, hell no, Vlad, Eraser said. If this kid makes it into UA, he is all yours. I refuse. Why me? He did call not it, the principal said. That's bullshit, Eraser muttered. Mr. and Mrs. Midoriya, let us talk outside for a minute. I am sure that everyone would like an update. His parents nodded, and soon it was just the principal and Mr. Yagi. Izuku looked over at Mr. Yagi. How are you feeling? I should be asking that same thing of you, young Midoriya. Why did you do what you did? All your organs were rupturing. There was a vibration inside of you. It was killing you. I could tell you were afraid, and there was a regret inside you. It was so strong it felt like you had failed the world somehow. I had never felt something like that, so I thought if I could give you a second chance, then maybe you could make right whatever went wrong. You were willing to give your life to a stranger so they could put right a wrong they had as they died. Did you know what the regret was? No, it was huge. It was overwhelming though. I just knew that I had to act, that I had to do it. I knew that you were going to die before help arrived. The only person that could help was me, and isn't that what heroes do? They save someone even if it costs them their life. The principal smiled. Humans are a most interesting species. I can tell you that whatever was happening in there was not natural. Someone had set up a delayed sonic attack in you. They were trying to kill you, Mr. Yagi. I don't know who you pissed off, but that was an assassination attempt. How are you so sure? The principal asked. When I first looked over Mr. Yagi, I knew he was severely damaged. But I would have picked up the internal bleeding in the initial scan. But the cascade of organ ruptures and the vibration I saw could only be caused by a sonic attack. And as I was not being affected, it had to be originating inside Mr. Yagi, hence sonic pulse delay. I imagine that if he weren't in such poor shape, it probably would not have done anything. I know it is not my business, but can I ask a question, Mr. Yagi? Of course, young Midoriya. Are you going to make it right? Whatever that regret or failure was. Yes, young Midoriya, I promise you I will. Good. Can you call my family back in? I owe them an apology. Of course, I will come to see you again. I would very much like to talk to my hero again, Mr. Yagi said with a blinding smile. Soon his room was flooded with his family. It was his brother that asked him what happened. Izuku took a deep breath. Okay, so I may have hallucinated, but I think I meet death. Down the hall, Mr. Yagi walked into a room and looked at Recovery Girl. I don't know how to say it. I don't know how, but you are completely healed. That boy absorbed all that was done to you and healed you before he died. Rest assured he did die. What happened after that is not a clue. You are in better health than ever. Your quirk levels are stronger. That boy just gave us All Might again. That he did. I will not squander that gift. I may be healed, but I believe that the assassination attempt has proven that he is not dead. I need to end this threat once and for all. Also, I just found a successor for One for All. Izuku Midoriya. She sat in shocked silence listening to her son recount the story that may have been a very detailed hallucination, but one, nonetheless. It wasn't until she heard the name Raphael that she knew that it wasn't a hallucination. It was a very old story about her family that had been passed on for nearly a century and a half. Her distant relative Kara had grown up in a small village and had expected to lead a quiet life, but then the Second Quirk War erupted, throwing everything into chaos. Kara had what she thought was a minor quirk called knit. If she had the material, she could sew things together. Before the war, she had used it mainly to earn a living as a seamstress. She didn't like war or violence, but instead became part of the medical corps, where her ability became a lifesaver. Any wound could be closed with her ability. She would be one of the people who would run onto the battlefield to see if people could be saved. It didn't matter to her the danger she was putting herself in as long as she could help someone. She even treated the enemies. It was during this that she encountered an enemy doctor that would do the same, treating any he came across. They would cross paths numerous times. He always seemed to be there when it was the most dangerous for her and even saved her a few times. A strange friendship blossomed. When the war was coming to an end, she told him where she lived and invited him to find her when it was over. She had all but given up hope when he had shown up in the village hurt and limping. She sprang into action and helped nurse him back to health. He never left. They fell in love, got married, and had many children. Raphael said he didn't have a family and had no family name he wanted to carry, so he took Kara's instead. They were said to be deeply in love and had the greatest hearts. They opened a clinic together and built by all accounts a wonderful life filled with love and laughter. Hasashi Midoriya. He sat and listened to his resurrected son's story, making sure he wasn't seen. He began to look up psychologists in the area to see about making Izuku an appointment. The story was far too fantastical for him to believe. After all, his son had suffered a near-death experience that was surely going to have some lasting psychological repercussion. Himiko Toga. She didn't know what to make of the tale that Izuku had told them. She knew that he was dead. They had come in and he was freaking dead. Now he was sitting there telling them of meeting Azrael or death incarnate. It didn't matter to her whether it was real or not. Izuku was running into a dangerous destiny that she knew. She had to get stronger so she could protect him and be by his side. No one was going to take Izuku away. She promised herself that. Itoshi Shinso. Okay, if he is the living dead, how can I prove it? Undead are immune to mind control, so I should try my quirk on him. Also, maybe I can get Ibara to get me some holy water. We should see if he burns in the sunlight or has an aversion to crosses. If he is some sort of zombie, he may need to eat flesh. I need to be prepared. I should contact Ryuko. This could be the start of the zombie apocalypse. Katsuki Bakugo. What the actual F? So, either his brother had a psychotic episode, or he just talked to effing death. Either way, Katsuki didn't care. Izuku had been dead, and now he was alive. Once again, he had almost failed, but he had been given a second chance. He would not waste it. He was going to protect his brother even if he had to lock the F-er in the basement for his own good. He was going to have to talk to Auntie about always having someone with Izuku to knock him the F out for his safety if the situation required it. Mitsuki Bakugo. When I get home and Masa asks, I am just going to tell him it was a false alarm and change the subject. When Mizuki asks, I will lie my ass off because my little girl will try and blow someone up. Ibara Shizaki. I knew he was part angel, but God answered my prayer. I must honor my word and be by his side. I must talk to my mother immediately. I need to transfer schools. I must keep my word. God has plans for Izuku, and this miracle is a testament to that. He came back to me. I prayed and called him back, and he answered. I told him I would be by his side, and he said promise. Ibara's cheeks flushed a little bit for some unknown reason. Izuku Midoriya. As he finished his tale to his family, there was a myriad of expressions on their faces. He knew the story was fantastic, but it was the truth. Before they could express their belief or disbelief, it was his mother that spoke up and told the story of Kara and Raphael. How it had been passed through her family forever. Whether it was true or not, it was something special on her side of the family. She knew for a fact that Izuku had never heard that story, so for this Azrael to mention Raphael had made Inko believe her son. While Inko didn't believe in Ibara's god, she had a belief in spirits and ancestors. His father still insisted that he would be talking to a therapist. But Andy said nothing. Kachin just walked over and hugged his brother. I don't care if it is real or not. All I know is that you were dead and now you aren't. I don't care whom I must thank or if I must blow someone up. You better not do that shit again. I can't lose you, Izuku, not like that. Ibara was pulled to the side and confused when Hitoshi asked her for holy water, which of course she had, then was even more puzzled when he splashed it on Izuku and jumped back. He turned to everyone. He has passed the holy water test, but he still may be a zombie, he proclaimed as Himiko smacked him upside the back of his head. After that, the family soon made their way to leave except Inko, who was going to stay with her Izuku. As night fell, Midnight returned with some food for the mother and son. Recovery Girl came and took some more blood samples, leaving them in silence. Inko just sat there staring at him. Sorry. Do you know what that did to me, Izuku? Izuku hung his head. I have an idea, but I didn't know what else to say and I had to act quickly. Izuku, I understand that the day may come when you are a pro hero out there with Katsuki and everyone else, that I may turn on the television and see the news that something terrible has happened to one if not all of you. I know that, understand that, and dread that. But not now. I am half tempted to pull you from this internship, but I know that would just make matters worse. You must promise me, you must swear to me that you won't do something like this again, at least until you graduate. You must learn a very important lesson to me now. Izuku looked at his mother, whose face was full of concern, worry, and sadness. People die, and you must understand and accept that. People will be taken away from us in sometimes horrible ways. Just because you can save someone doesn't mean you need to. You must have a sense of self-preservation. I know that being a hero means saving people and self-sacrifice, but there is a difference between just running around and throwing your life away and laying your life on the line to save someone. Don't be so reckless with your own life, Izuku. You matter just as much as someone else. Izuku kind of understood. After all, he was only 11 years old. He knew that he couldn't put his family through something like this again. He didn't know if Azrael would give him another free pass. He knew that he had died, and he didn't regret his actions. But when he thought about if he had been at home and received news that someone in his family had died, he would have. The feeling in the pit of his stomach gave him an inkling of what his family had gone through today. I kind of get it, Mom. I promise to be more careful. It's all I can say. That is good enough for me. Inko climbed into the bed next to her son and wrapped her arms around him. Despite his mild protests, he knew there was no way he was getting out of this. His mother needed this, and so did he. As the wear and tear of the day sank in on him, he felt himself being pulled into the land of dreams. As the last vestiges of consciousness slipped through his mind, he thought he saw Azrael in the corner of the room with a smile upon his face. Shizaki household. He was dead, Sanoru exclaimed. Ibara's father just sat there in silent stun. Please explain from the beginning, Ibara. Ibara explained how she had just arrived at the Midoriya household when she had heard the crash from inside the house, rushed in and found Mrs. Midoriya on the floor along with Himiko. When she read the text, she knew something had happened. She had gotten a hold of Mrs. Bakugo and Mr. Midoriya, and they rushed over to UA to find that Izuku had killed himself to heal someone. That Izuku was, in fact, dead. They were taken to the body. Recovery Girl explained that they had tried her quirk, shocking his heart back, CPR, absolutely everything to save him. Everyone was crying. She had cried. Then she was standing next to his body and was praying. She told her parents that she was praying for God to give her friend back, that she was praying and bartering, begging for everything she could think of, and then she promised that she would always be by his side if he came back. And the heart monitor beeped. So, she kept calling to him, whispering to him to come back to her, and when he woke up, he said promise. She then told them of the experience that Izuku had told them when he had died and was brought back. She didn't know if it was true, but she did believe in the part of Angel's heritage, and she had felt that when she had first met him. But either way, God had granted her a miracle. She had to honor her word and need to transfer schools immediately. Her parents told her they would pray on it. And with that, Ibara made her way to bathe and go to bed. Her mother made a quick call to Recovery Girl to verify a few matters before talking to her husband. They had to agree with their daughter. God had delivered a miracle whispered upon their daughter's lips. They would make the transfer with immediate haste. Maybe they should talk about a marriage arrangement between Ibara and Izuku. Mizuki Bakugo. She sat in her room holding her stuffed green bunny with a scowl on her brow. Something was wrong. Oni-chan and Mama had been crying. When she had asked Mama if something had happened to Izu, Mama lied to her. Someone had messed with Izu. No one messes with her Izu. No one. All Might. He was sitting in a bath in one of his homes. The day had been one that would rank with when Nana had chosen him to be her successor. That boy Izuku had given his life to save someone he didn't know. Izuku didn't know that he had just saved All Might, that he had given the number one hero a second chance. He sat and relaxed. Tomorrow was going to be a battery of tests again. Maybe he could eat something for real soon. As he fell into his musings, his bathtub exploded. The next morning, after receiving a clean bill of health and a lengthy lecture from Recovery Girl, Izuku was released and told to go home and rest for another day before returning to school. He had to promise to report if had noticed any side effects or unusual symptoms. It was a Sunday, and with the drama of the day before, it was a quiet day. He was forced to sit on the couch most of the day while various family members would cuddle him. It wasn't until Hitoshi ran more tests to make sure he wasn't an undead that his new brother was satisfied. The only unfortunate thing was that Hitoshi had told Ryuko about the possibility of Izuku being an undead, which meant that he had to explain to her why such a thing was possible. This in turn led to Ryuko and Kami being aware of the drama yesterday, and they came over to get the story. Kami kept it rather chill. She even cornered Katsuki in a corner of the yard away from everyone and just hugged him. He tried to protest until he broke down where no one else could see him. Ryuko was glad that he was still amongst the living, but slightly sad he was not part of the undead. She went to smother Himiko in her room, allowing the blonde to have her breakdown. The strangest part was when Mizuki came over with Bakugo, and after she snuggled Izuku for a little bit, she told him, and quote, "I handled whoever messed with you. No one messes with my Izu." Then she wandered off to snuggle Auntie and Co. That very Monday, Ibara joined Izuku's class and was given a seat right next to him, on his right to be exact. After Math, All Might, he had received a clean bill of health. He reached out to his old sidekick Sir Night-Eye. It took them some time, but All Might had pushed them to reconcile, though they did have a brief argument over succession. But All Might didn't stop there. He brought in his mentor Torino as well. He told them all about Izuku Midoriya and what the boy had done for him. He also told them of his intention to pass one for all to the boy. It wouldn't be immediate, but he wanted to take the time to get to know the boy and help train him for the transition. When the trio found the group that surrounded the lad and all their desires to be heroes, he started talking about training all of them. Sir Night-Eye, he had been ready to start arguing with All Might as soon as he reached out, but then he heard what had happened. How his idol, his friend, had almost died and won for all with him. If it hadn't been for an 11-year-old with the most amazing and terrifying healing gift sacrificing himself and somehow being resurrected, All Might would have died. He wanted to argue with his old friend about his decision to pass one for all to the boy. That was until he used his quirk on the lad and saw him standing surrounded by dozens of other heroes as new symbols of peace. Grand Torino. Toshi had lost his mind. He was grateful that this boy had saved Toshi's life, but to pass one for all to this scrawny green bean was just madness. But he did like the kid and his little group. They all wanted to be heroes, and they were trying their best to train, pushing themselves all to make sure that the green bean would be safe. Then he saw it. The boy was not just going to rely on his friends to protect him. He wanted to be able to protect himself as well. He was training as well. The kid was also smart, much smarter than Toshi ever was. He loved Toshi, but his brains were not on the list of why Torino loved him or why Nana had chosen him. Recovery girl. Izuku Midoriya could not be left alone at any time. This rule was not negotiable. After the All Might, this hard rule was passed. She didn't even object to it when one of his little friends started accompanying him to his training. It was cute in its way. She had noticed that Toshi was hanging around more, taking a keen interest in this education and physical training. Recovery girl got to know Inko rather well as she showed up more than most, and with Inko being a nurse, she was a big help with some of the smaller injuries that would come into the infirmary. The students took a liking to Izuku as they would watch him grow and learn. Izuku's absolute highlight was being able to attend the sports festivals as her assistant. Nazu would even provide tickets for his friends to watch from the stands. Shio felt a sense of pride when 2 days before the boy's 12th birthday he passed his EMT certification. Izuku, having taken to heart what had happened with Mr. Yagi, he did his best to use practical medicine before relying on his quirk. But it was not all sunshine and roses. He could feel an invisible pull, and a lot of times that pull would take him to the hospital. He would go there sometimes with Recovery Girl as she was teaching him medicine, or to see his mom with his dad. Then they would just lose track of him. He never got caught. It was very strange, but he would feel the pull and it would drag him to different parts of the hospital. He would be in the children's unit a lot. And whenever he was there, he would swear he caught glimpses of Azrael, but he could never quite get a good view. He would chase after him at first, but I would always lead him to a room where he just couldn't walk away. The parents or whomever was attending the room would leave and he would slip in. They were always in so much pain, he couldn't just walk out, so he would do it. Sometimes the pain was so bad he would cry for 20 minutes afterward. It was the neonatal intensive care unit he would find himself in a lot. He would see children like Mizuki and see their pain racking their little bodies, and he couldn't stop himself. He went and healed child after child after child. Tears streaked his face from the pain. But there was another and another. In the end, his mother found him crying in a hallway. She didn't scold him, she didn't yell, she just held her baby boy close. On Ibara's birthday, she had asked him to come with her and a group from her church to visit a sister mission to the one they normally volunteered at to minister to those who had no one to come to them. Now Izuku couldn't minister to anyone, but he could sit and listen to the older people who either had no children to come and visit them or those that were simply alone in the world. He felt the pull. It led him down the hall to a medical area. When his feet stopped in front of a door, he could see the pain radiating out of the room. The mental anguish was calling out. Izuku slipped in and saw there on the bed of a young man who was severely burned. Izuku walked over and looked at him with his eyes glowing. He could see all the damage. The damage was intense. It was caused by the boy's quirk. The boy had an incredibly powerful fire quirk but no resistance to it. His body was a patchwork of burned skin and healed skin grafted over and held in place with staples like he was the victim of a sick science experiment. Tragic, isn't it? Azrael, who else? Is it you that pulls me to these people? You want me to heal them. I want to see what you will do. Now what will you do? Who is this? Toya Todoroki, the firstborn son of Endeavor. What the hell is Endeavor's son doing in a shelter's hospital wing? Fate, yes, let's call it fate. You are not going to explain it any more than that, are you? Nope. Now what are you going to do? I can heal him, but that is going to be painful. He will just get hurt again when he uses his quirk. I think that is messing with his head as well. He has an obsession. If I heal him, I can try and heal his mind, but he may just end up in a world of pain again. There is nothing I can do about the damage his quirk does to him. After snapping a picture of the young man's terrifying visage, Izuku reached into his bag and pulled out a leather bit he had become in the habit of carrying around. He placed it in his mouth and closed his eyes, and reached out. The white fire erupted from his hand, engulfing the young man. Izuku bit down with all his might and screamed. The pain was so intense he broke his jaw as he bit down. As the black and red fire erupted from his body, the pain dampened before fading. But he was left on the floor with ragged breaths escaping around the bit. He slowly sat up, his eyes drifting to the bed. Emerald green eyes meet turquoise. Who are you? Where am I? The young man shouted, as blue flame erupted from his hand. The boy grunted in pain but was ready to attack. The smell of flesh smoke began to fill the room. I just healed you. Please don't hurt yourself so soon. Izuku managed. Confusion danced across the young man's face as the fire flickered out. He looked at his hands, then his chest, and he glanced around the room frantically till he saw a mirror on the far wall. He leaped from the table with almost a desperate act, then ran to the mirror and just stared at his face. He turned, looking down at Izuku, his hands running over his face and neck. You did this. The healing part, yes. As to the way I found you. Izuku held his phone out with the picture of how he looked before the healing. All I want to know is two things. Who did that to you? And what is Toya Todoroki doing in the medical wing of a charity mission, and not in a real damn hospital? How do you know who I am? Would you believe me that the angel of death told me? Toya shook his head. Izuku sighed. Well then, the best way to describe it is that something led me to here and put that answer in my head. But we need to talk about something. Toya's eyes narrowed. And what might that be? Izuku tapped his head. There is something wrong up there, my friend. I was able to heal you, but it is not a permanent thing. You need to seek counseling. Also, you and your quirk are not compatible. Yeah, it burns the F out of me. All I wanted to do was be a hero so I could surpass All Might and make my old man happy. But he tried to stop me after years of pushing me to my breaking point. I thought it was because my baby brother Shoto was born, and he seemed to be a perfect mix of my parents. Half hot, half cold. I was so furious that all the training and all the pain was going to be for nothing that I just erupted. The last thing I saw was the blue fire going everywhere. Well, I can't comment on your father's state of mind or any of that stuff, but I can tell you that you have an unhealthy obsession in your head, and you need to do something about it. I can also tell that you have no fire resistance at all. That is why your quirk hurts you. Most fire quirk users have some sort of resistance to heat or fire. Even I have some, and my fire heals people. You heal people by burning them. Are you sure you are not my father's bastard or something? As sure as I can be. I look like my mom and dad ... So. Izuku shrugged. Look, Toya, I am not trying to tell you how to live your life, but you were going to head down a dark path if I hadn't come across you, and I don't want you to do so, especially after I healed you. If you are going to continue to use your fire, I would recommend doing so in a way that is the opposite of Endeavor. Toya raised an eyebrow. So unlearn everything and start over. Endeavor possesses an inherent heat and flame resistance, allowing him to utilize his fire as a tool for combat by enveloping himself in it and delivering powerful punches or unleashing it from any part of his body. However, as a regular person, you cannot do the same. You must either release the fire or apply it to a heat-resistant object, such as a club or sword. Wearing gloves that offer the necessary resistance can enable you to release fire in bursts. It's worth noting that your blue fire burns hotter than your father's, but prolonged exposure to it can result in burns. What the hell, kid? You heal people in quirk counseling. No, I just love quirks, and figuring out how they work is amazing to me. It's a hobby of mine. Izuku pulled out his wallet and handed all his money over to Toya. It should be enough to get you a ride home and maybe a meal, but that is up to you. I would tell you that you need to get the hell out of here because something is wrong with this place, and I am about to call the cops and some pro-heroes. Toya looked at the money in his hand, the gray burn on his hand, and his healed reflection. Izuku walked over and touched his damaged hand, and Toya watched in amazement as the white flame covered his hand in a cool and soothing sensation. Then he saw the same fire erupt in the greenette's hand as he hissed, "Do you have a name, kid?" "Izuku Midoriya." "And Toya?" "Yeah, I sincerely hope that I won't regret my actions today. As someone who aims to help and heal, I understand the weight of taking on another's pain. I am aware of the immense physical strain you've put on yourself in your pursuit of becoming a hero. I am optimistic that this second chance will lead to positive outcomes. But it's important that you explore alternative ways to utilize your abilities and consider seeking counseling. You heal someone by taking all their pain, and you did that for me. Why? Most people deserve a second chance, especially if they never had a good one to start with." Izuku smiled at Toya as he dialed a number on his phone. "Hey, recovery girl, I think I need the police and some pro-heroes at the mission shelter in Tokyo. There was some guy secreted in the back that was suffering from some major burns, and it looked like someone went all mad scientist on him. I am sending you the photo now." He looked into Toya's eyes. "No." He suddenly jumped up and ran off, and I didn't want another lecture again, so I decided not to pursue and call for help like I promised everyone. No, I had gotten separated from the group I am going to go to now. I am fine, I promise. Now please, I want to get out of here before something bad happens. Thank you. I will have the group wait out front for the police and pros to arrive." Toya just looked at the young boy in marvel. "Thank you, Izuku Midoriya. I will make sure that the pain you bore for me will not be in vain." He turned and ran off down the hall. Izuku ran off in the opposite direction to find Ibara. He was sure that either way he was going to get a lecture, especially after he told his friends the truth. Azrael sat on a rooftop opposite the mission as heroes and police arrived. He watched as Izuku was with Ibara and their group off to the side. With a smile, he saw the girl leaning into Izuku, causing them both to blush. He witnessed Toya boarding a bus in the direction of his home. So far things were shaping up nicely. As he was musing to himself, he felt a familiar presence manifest behind him. "You do know that we are not supposed to interfere like this." "Who said?" "We did. We all made a vow." "Interesting. And where was this vow when you allowed Raphael to fall?" "We all know that there was no way he could have beaten you in a fight. You allowed it." Silence. "It's been quite some time since I last caught up with him. As we're aware, he ought to have been taken in by now. I'm not technically violating any regulations. I'm merely guiding the lad in the hope that he'll comply with my wishes." "You didn't collect him." "That is within my purview. I can choose to send someone back, just as you choose to sometimes imbue people with strength in times of crisis, Gabriel. By doing this, you are drawing the attention of others. Why should I allow this to continue? Please remember with whom you are communicating. I am a powerful force known as death, and one day I will come for you and many others. However, you can also see the path that is unfolding before us. Wouldn't it be fascinating to witness the individual's strengths and capabilities firsthand? I am confident that he would appreciate your blessings. And you may have noticed that he is beginning to attract a following. Perhaps one of his followers has caught your attention. It's important to keep an eye on the situation, but it's worth noting that others may not be as invested as we are in seeing this unfold peacefully. Conflicts may likely arise not just for us, but also for the boy. I am aware, but doesn't he remind you of Raphael? He does. I see it in his eyes and aura. Did I what? Did you let him go? Our sibling, who was willing to sacrifice a lot for the woman he loved. He valued her more than his own goals. He confided in me that just being in her presence brought out stronger emotions in him than any act of kindness or healing he had ever done. It made me think how nice it would be to feel that kind of passion. When I went to pick him up, I initially wanted to send him back, but he pleaded with me to wait for his partner to arrive. He knew she was on her way, and he wanted to be sent on with her. I agreed to his request, and when she finally arrived, the joy on her face was unforgettable. I struggle to find the right word to describe the moment, but magical is the best I can come up with. Their embrace and kiss were so beautiful that I now use them as a benchmark for all other displays of affection. Those that come close to what I witnessed that day earn my admiration. Azrael, please be cautious of the games you choose to engage in. There are many of us who are watching you closely, including some who prefer to remain in the shadows. Some of us hold you in high regard, while others harbor fear and hatred towards you. Please proceed thoughtfully. Understood, Gabriel. Till next time. Once again, Azrael was once again alone on his rooftop watching the scene unfold. A smile danced upon his lips as Izuku was whispering in Ibara's ear. The girl was blushing furiously, and her breath had quickened. Unfortunately, or fortunately for her, Izuku hadn't noticed. Todoroki household. The fact that someone was knocking on Enji Todoroki's Aka Endeavor's door was annoying enough, but then he heard his daughter screaming. Enji burst from the dojo where he was training youngest Shoto and ran through the halls towards the front door. As he burst into the main area, he saw his daughter on her knees crying. When he looked at the figure at the door, Enji froze. "Hi, Dad," was all the person said. Never had the Todoroki children ever seen their father faint before. Hell, they rarely saw him sleep. but today they saw exactly that. And Todoroki Aka Endeavor saw his oldest son standing in the doorway and did exactly that. He fainted, collapsing right on his face. Enji woke up on the floor. As he pushed himself up to a resting position, he saw Toya there extending a water bottle. "Hey, old man, Toya," Enji spoke in little more than a whisper. It was his son, but there were no burns, no marks. His mind immediately jumped to this maybe some villain with a shapeshifting quirk. "When I was 7, I told you that I didn't care if my fire burned me to ash. I would never stop wanting to be a hero," Toya said. "You are probably wondering if I am a villain in disguise. But how? How is this possible? You were dead." Enji rose to his knees. "You pushed me hard because of your damn obsession, and I pushed to show you I was worthy. Then Shoto came along with the perfect blend of quirks, and I became even angrier. That is why I lashed out at him and the rest of you. I was going down a bad road and I never even saw it, till that day. My obsession. All Might. You are so obsessed with passing him that you drove me to feel that the only way I could be worthy was if could do just that. If I could do that, then maybe you would love me. You cast aside Fayumi and Natsuo because of their weak ice quirks and have now focused your obsession on Shoto. We are your children, and we mean nothing to you unless we can fulfill something you cannot. I am your father, Toya. A father's primary concern is the well-being and aspirations of his children, rather than what they can do for him. It's concerning that Shoto doesn't even utilize his fire ability, and that your actions have contributed to our mother's mental health struggles. Additionally, Fayumi seems to be prioritizing the happiness of others while neglecting her desires. It's worth asking if you're aware of her goals in life. Lastly, Natsuo's academic performance suffered because of seeking your attention. Your mother attacked Shoto. She almost ruined. Ruined what? His mental health, his childhood, his life, or did she almost ruin your perfect chance to have one of us pass All Might? You do understand that by the time Shoto graduates and becomes a pro, that All Might will have been a hero for almost 40 years. That he will more than likely retire before Shoto can take the title of number 1. That I will be someone else that he takes it from. The history books will never read how someone took the title of number 1 hero from All Might. They will read after the All Might era ended. Denji didn't say anything. Part of him wanted to yell, but what Toya was saying made sense. He didn't know what Fayumi wanted. She could have a boyfriend or a girlfriend. Natsuo hated him and wouldn't share anything with him even if he asked. He was damn sure that if he was dying of thirst in the desert, the boy wouldn't even give him a sip of water. Shoto was scared, because of Rei and because of him. Rei had wanted counseling after Toya died and Enji would not hear of it. Enji also knew that if word ever got out of his quirk marriage, then it would forever taint everything. There were moments when his and Rei's relationship could have blossomed into something real, but he treated her like he treated his children. Property. Things for him to do with as he saw fit. We, you, and I have a second chance. We can all have a second chance. The boy that healed me could heal Shoto's face. I still want to be a hero, and I think Shoto does too. But we need to be our heroes, not the heroes you think we should be. What will it be, old man? Enji looked at Shoto, who was standing behind Fayumi with his fist clenched, and Natsuo had his arms crossed and was looking away. Fayumi's eyes were wet with tears, pleading and begging him to say yes. Toya was there offering a change. He could see the two paths. 1. He continued the way he had. Lose Toya again. Fayumi would eventually leave. Natsuo was gone already, and Shoto probably already hated him. 2. Take Toya to Rei and let Rei heal. Get the whole family into therapy and try to be an actual damn family. Something he never had himself and still didn't have now. Toya was right. All Might had already established an era. Hell, he was the symbol of peace, and he had already started to slow down some. Very well then, we should go see your mother. Shoto looked sad and happy as he touched his face. Fayumi started crying. Natsuo looked conflicted before he looked at his father and said, "You get one goddamn chance." Toya smiled. "Thanks, old man. Now I need to get into therapy. I have been given this second chance and I owe it to them to try my damn best." "Who do you owe this to?" "Izuku Midoriya." -2 weeks later, the Midoriya household was alive as the kids were running around the backyard having a grand time. Hasashi and Matsuo were cooking at the grill and drinking a beer, while Mitsuki and Inko were just sitting and talking, enjoying glasses of wine. When the doorbell rang, Inko didn't think much about it, assuming it may be Ibara's or one of the other girls' parents. She walked through the house and nearly dropped her wine when there, standing in the doorway, was Endeavor. "Hello, you must be Mrs. Midoriya, I presume." "Yes, sir, Mr. Endeavor. How may I help you?" "I was wondering if I could have a chat with your son Izuku Midoriya." Inko immediately became somewhat suspicious. "Has he done something wrong?" "I could assure you that if he healed someone, he is a licensed EMT, and can do so." A young man with white hair and beautiful blue eyes placed his hand on his father's arm and stepped forward. "I am sorry that we are disturbing you, Mrs. Midoriya. My name is Toya Todoroki. You see, your son healed me and I am extremely grateful, but we wanted to ask if he could heal my brother as well." He motioned to his side, and she saw a heterochromia boy about Izuku's age standing there with a scar on his face. I understand the burden that your son takes on to heal people, and we wouldn't be here asking this lightly, but please at least let us present our case to him, and if he says no, we will walk away. Isn't that right, Dad? She saw the number 2 hero tense and then took a deep breath. Yes, we will walk away, Mrs. Midoriya. I will give you my word that no grudge will be held against your son. Inko invited them in while she went and retrieved Izuku when she called him from the back door, and he came trotting over with a smile. Would you mind explaining to me why Endeavor is in our living room? Izuku immediately sweat dropped. I may have healed his oldest son who was believed to be dead. Excuse me, he was at the mission I went to with Ibara. You know, when we called heroes and stuff. You failed to mention that you healed someone. How bad was it? Before I answer that, I feel I should mention in my defense that Azrael led me to him. Inko's stern gaze softened. We are going to talk about all that now. We shouldn't keep him waiting. Endeavor and his 2 sons were standing where she had left them when Izuku walked in. Put on his best smile before politely bowing. I am Izuku Midoriya. It is a pleasure to meet you, sir. At least the boy has manners. I would like to speak with your young man. First, I would like to thank you for what you did in bringing back Toya into our life. Second, I would like to ask if you would be willing to heal my son Shoto. He was injured in an accident by his mother. She was suffering terribly after Toya's death, and I did not help the situation. I humbly request that if you could heal him, it would not only aid in his recovery but that of my wife. As Endeavor said this, he bowed deeply to the boy, his head lowered. Sorry to interject, Mr. Endeavor, Inko said. Simply Endeavor is fine. He responded as he looked up. Please, you don't need to bow to me, sir. You are the number 2 hero in all of Japan, Izuku said. Inko placed a hand on Izuku's shoulder. Are you aware of how my son heals people? I am assuming through his quirk. That is correct. What I should have said, are you aware of how my son's quirk works? Not entirely, no. When he heals someone, he takes in all the pain that the injury has caused, so he feels it himself. He can then heal himself. Endeavor's eyes widened and he looked at the boy with a measure of awe. You took in all the pain from Toya's burns unto yourself to heal him. Inko raised her eyebrow. Yes, sir, Izuku said as his sweat dropped again. He was going to be in trouble again. Izuku looked over at the one called Shoto. He could see all the pain not only from his face but from other parts of his body. There was also some emotional pain, but nothing that seemed to border on psychosis. Izuku walked over and stood in front of Shoto. Do you want me to heal you? Shoto looked briefly at his father and Toya. Yes, if it will lessen my mother's guilt and help to make us a family, then I ask that you heal me. Izuku looked to his mother. It is your decision, Izuku. Will your life be in danger? No, not at all. I would be more than willing to offer you some financial compensation or anything else that I have in my power to provide, Endeavor said. If you could sign some autographs for me and my friends and maybe help out Kachin with some pointers on his quirk, that would be all I would ask, Izuku said with a smile. That is all you would ask? Yes, sir. I don't heal people for financial gain. I do it to ease their pain and for some give them a second chance. At the last comment, he looked to Toya before turning back to Shoto. Are you ready? Is it going to hurt? For you, no, but my quirk manifests as fire. But it won't burn or hurt you, he said hastily. With that, Izuku pulled up his white fire. Endeavor watched carefully as Izuku placed his hand over the damaged part of Shoto's face. It feels cool and soothing, Shoto said, leaning into Izuku's hand after flinching at first. He could feel his face and other parts of him that had been injured or burned from training fading and replaced with a cooling sensation. With his good eye, he watched as Izuku flinched from the pain before he stepped back, and white fire flared from his body. There you go, all done. Endeavor looked upon the unmarred face of his son and couldn't help but let a single tear fall before he composed himself. Izuku ran off and came back with 2 notebooks. Opening one, he handed it to the flame hero. Endeavor took it and was impressed by the drawings of him that were on the page. What caught his attention was the detailed breakdown of his quirk and even further possible applications. He frowned slightly when he read. Endeavor is a very good hero, with an extremely successful capture record and case closure percentage. But he is not very friendly or approachable and seems to lack the ability to smile. For these reasons alone, he will never be ranked higher than he is now. His stern demeanor and lack of interaction with the public will constantly hold him back. It is a pity because he truly is an exceptional hero. I am too stern, huh? Sorry, sir, but yes, you never smile and come across as too stern. So, I take it that All Might is your favorite. Izuku looked down. Yes, sir. Well, he is the strongest hero of the day. That is not why he is my favorite. It is because he always smiles and makes people feel safe. He takes time to speak at hospitals and schools and gives people some encouraging words. Sometimes that is what people need to keep on persevering. I don't think you have to run around smiling like him or anything, but if you could speak to people more softly, it would help you. With the public, that is. Well, let me meet these friends of yours so I can fulfill my end of our bargain. Shoto, would you like to come outside and play some? Is that okay, father? Yes, that is fine, Endeavor said with a slight head nod. You should come also, Toya, so I can introduce you guys to Mizuki. She can blow stuff up with her mind. Toya blinked a few times as he followed them toward the backyard. That's insane. I know, right? Izuku said with a smile. Once the boys had left, endeavored to hand over a rather thick envelope to Inko. He could see that she was about to protest. Madam, your son has a pure heart and wishes to use his quirk for good reasons. However, the world can be a challenging place. I would like to offer this gift to you on his behalf. Please keep it in an account for him to access in the future. Your son has given my family a second chance. And although this gesture is insufficient to express my gratitude, please allow me to offer it as a token of appreciation. Inko nodded. I will take it then. Your generosity is greatly appreciated. As the two of them stepped outside, holy shit, it's effing Endeavor. Katsuki yelled. Watch your damn mouth, you brat. Mitsuki shouted back. Inko shook her head. Welcome to our home. Endeavor did as promised after signing some autographs before taking Katsuki aside for some quirk counseling and even a little training. Shoto was mobbed by the group, but he found he did not hate it. The other kids were running and laughing. It took some time, but eventually, Shoto was running with them with a thin but growing smile on his face. Toya watched and smiled as he was dragged into their game of tag when Mizuki ran up and tagged him to be it. The only thing that saddened Shoto was he didn't have a cell phone to trade numbers with. He was happy when they all wrote their numbers down for him so he could call them from home. Hisashi and Inko walked them out and offered Shoto the invitation to come back anytime and play with the group. Once they were gone, they returned to the backyard. The kids dragged Izuku over to them. He may have muttered something about them being traitors. Okay, Izuku, out with it. Which part? The part where you have been seeing Azrael again, his mother said. Everyone was visibly tense. Before anyone freaks out and beats me up, I haven't done anything that killed me or anything. Though now that I think about it, healing Toya should have, or at the very least could have. But remember when you found me in the NICU, Mom? His friends looked at him questioningly. Okay, well, let me back up. It started with me feeling like a pull, something would call me. Then I found Ibara, and we notified the authorities. Ibara and Himiko were the first of his friends to wrap their arms around him as they struggled to get their emotions under control. Most of his friends and the adults were shedding some tears when Izuku was talking about the children, especially Masaru and Mitsuki, as they remembered the miracle that Izuku performed for them in Mizuki. The fact that Izuku had done that multiple times, pushing through the pain until his exhaustion had prevented him from doing more, elevated the boy even higher in their eyes and his friends. Azrael is doing something like he is testing me. I don't understand it completely. You said Toya should have killed you. How bad was he? Inko asked. Izuku pulled out his phone and showed him the picture. I think that by healing people it is making me tougher, like a possible aspect of my quirk. Like how Kachan's quirk seems to reinforce his shoulder and arm muscles to handle the pushback from his explosions. Or Kami can expel much larger breaths compared to what she takes in. Kachan nodded. The more you use it, the tougher you get, so you can heal more people. That makes sense. That makes me feel better in some way. But that doesn't explain the fact that the oldest son of Endeavor was in some shelter's hospital wing. Yeah, this is even more concerning. When I asked Mother about the medical wing, she doesn't talk about it and tells me not to worry, that it is being taken care of. I know that it is there for those who can't afford a normal hospital, but it is for minor things, not treating burn victims. Ibara added. You are so amazing, Zuzu, Himiko said, hugging him tight. I wouldn't say that, Himi. But if I can help, I want to. Well, let's all sit down and eat, Hisashi said. The group cheered and moved over to begin filling their plates. The conversation turned to happier topics as soon as their laughter filled the evening air. Adjusting was an understatement for the Todoroki household. Toya was back. Shoto didn't have a scar. Rei had returned home, and Enji was trying to be a father. Rei had fainted when Toya had walked into her room with a green-haired boy with freckles. When she awoke, she stared into deep green eyes, and his hand rested on her forehead. I assisted you. Your mind was troubled. I just provided some clarity. Your future choices, however, are yours to make, he had stated. She felt a newfound clarity in her mind, something she hadn't experienced in years. Looking ahead, she saw the image of Toya from her dreams. No more burns and a small smile, standing before her. His words quickly reminded her that this was not a dream but a reality. Rei clung to her child she thought had died before calming enough to hear the extraordinary story he told her. Rei looked to Toya and then back to the boy she had been told was Izuku Midoriya, who possessed a unique healing quirk. Rei's mind raced to all the problems that had been present, on how she had hurt Shoto, and she began to cry again. Toya's words of comforted he told of how Izuku had healed Shoto's scar, and that Shoto and the others were outside waiting to come in. Izuku nodded and opened the door, extending his hand and leading Shoto in. Her beautiful Shoto, whom she had hurt so badly, Rei wept. She flinched slightly when Shoto slowly wrapped his arms around her when he whispered his forgiveness though the dam broke. Rei held him tight, whispering apologies and asking for another chance. Rei was soon enveloped by something she had only dreamed about. A giant hug from all her children, the son she thought dead, the daughter who tried so hard to hold the family together, the son who had grown angry and distant, and the child whom she had scarred. As things settled down, Enji entered. Rei looked at the man that was her husband, not sure what he would do. She didn't expect Enji Todoroki, the number 2 hero in the country, to kneel before her and lower his head. Rei, I and the children would like you to come home. I know that I don't deserve it, and I know that I don't know how to do it, but I would like us to be a family. I have wronged you and would like to spend the rest of my days making that up to you and the children. For Rei, she thought of the time that she had loved him or loved the idea of the man he could be. Part of her wanted to yell and tell him to go to hell to grant her a divorce, custody of the children, and never to see him again. Before her, she could see that path of shutting Enji out of their lives, but she could also see the fantasy of a happy household and marriage. It was the quiet voice of the green-haired boy standing part of this. Everyone deserves a second chance, but you don't have to grant a third, he said, and he walked out of the room. Rei stood and walked over to Enji, slowly placing her hand on his shoulder. If we go slow, then Enji, I would also like to try that. There was family counseling, couples counseling, and individual therapy. Rei and Enji stayed in separate bedrooms going on actual dates, family movie nights, and even a trip to an amusement park. Rei got introduced to Shoto's friends, a group of kids that would run rampant through her backyard, filling it with laughter, drawing in her older children, reawakening Natsuo's happiness and Fayumi's genuine smile, not the fake one she wore. Rei fretted over Toya and Shoto's training but was put at ease as Enji was bringing in different psychics to teach Toya differently, and she smiled when Shoto brought his fire out for the first time. Shoto wanted to be a hero not because Enji was pushing him but because he wanted to be a hero to save people and to stand with his new friends, who all had the same dream. Toya tried to do it to show that he could use his second chance properly, to do things differently but to follow his dream of being a hero. Enji trained them, but he also listened when they talked. Not just forcing his way down their throat, he instilled discipline in them and even took a hand in the blonde boy's training. Rei was introduced to Inko, Mitsuki, and Seinaru. Having friends outside her household was new, and mothers of the children's friends were something else altogether. The joy of a girl's day, the fun of watching their children run and play, sleepovers, trips to the beach and festivals, and a kiss between her and Enji under the fireworks. Time flies when you are having fun. Fun for the group was training. They primarily trained with Mr. Yagi and sometimes with Endeavor, but that was more Katsuki's thing. Though neither would admit it, Endeavor and Katsuki got along rather well, much to their delight. The rest were more of Mr. Yagi's students. They would even have special training with Sir Night-Eye and an old hero named Gran Torino, who was All Might's teacher. It was intensive all the way around, but as time passed, the results were not going unnoticed. They all developed muscles. Even the parents had started exercising along with their children. It was a fitness renaissance. The more things change, the more they stay the same. Or have you ever wondered what happens when 7 teenagers experience puberty around the same time? It was not a thought that anyone wondered about or had really wanted to contemplate, but here they were. Girls becoming women, boys becoming men. Observing their journey of discovering new emotions and desires was akin to witnessing a visually impaired individual attempting to park a car amidst the chaos of a demolition derby. The boys were grappling to comprehend why the girls were no longer content with sitting beside them, while the girls expected the boys to decipher their unspoken cues. It's fascinating how time flies. Before we knew it, the kids were in their final year of middle school. They've all grown physically and are becoming more conscious of each other. Soon they were dancing around the issue and each other, Ryuko and Hitoshi, Kami and Katsuki. Watching them orbit each other coming closer was fascinating, pulled by an invisible force. The parents and mentors watched it happening, smiling to themselves. Ryuko was the first to act. She put the note in his locker, met him behind the gym, and confessed. Hitoshi immediately accepted, and they shyly held hands as they walked into the house, which caused the girls to whisk Ryuko away to Himiko's room to talk. Katsuki walked up and hugged his adopted brother, and Izuku did the same. Well, then, there is no way I am going to wait for a girl to step up, Katsuki said. When Kami emerged, Katsuki immediately asked her to go for a walk. Izuku smiled at his brother. He had never seen Kachin so nervous. Himiko held Ibara back when Kami left. Ibara, do you have feelings for Izuku? Himiko asked while she looked at the carpet. Ibara knew that she did, but she also knew that Himiko did as well. They had danced around this for a while. Ibara needed clarification. She didn't know what to do. Yes, Himi, I do, and I know you do too. I believe we both have been feeling this way for a while now, Himi replied, raising her head to meet Ibara's gaze. But what should we do? I don't think I could step aside and be content. Neither could I, however. If we asked him to choose, it would cause him great distress, especially if he feels the same way about us, Ibara explained. I am certain that he does. I have noticed him looking at us that way, especially during our beach trip. I value our friendship, Ibara, and I don't want to lose you over this, Himi confessed. You mean a lot to me, too, Himi. I, too, am unsure what to do, Ibara admitted. Katsuki is probably confessing to Kami as we speak. Maybe Izuku will follow his lead and choose for us. I don't think I can let that happen. I need him to know how I feel, even if he rejects me, Himiko said, wiping a stray tear. If he rejects me, it will hurt, especially because we live in the same house. But I don't want to go through life wondering what might have been. He and Katsuki saved me in the alley years ago, giving me a new life and dream to aim for. I owe it to myself to be honest with him. I understand your perspective, but I believe a divine force brought him into my life. Since we met, I couldn't help but feel a strong connection with him. Over time, that connection evolved into attraction and, eventually, love. Like you, I don't want to regret not taking any action. I vowed to God that if Izuku returned, I would never leave his side. I also promised Izuku that I would always stand by him and intend to keep those promises. So, what now, then? You love him, and I love him. Do we force him to choose? I do not know, Himi. I don't know. The two fell silent as they eventually sat beside each other on the bed. A knock at the door startled them both, and the last voice they wanted to hear at the moment called out. Are you two okay in there? Izuku called. Go away, they both shouted. Okay, kill a guy for caring. They heard him respond as he walked down the hall. Ibara and Himiko giggled before there was a second knock at the door before they could respond. Girls, it's Inko. Himi jumped up and ran over to open the door. The smiling face of the matriarch of the house greeted her. May I come in, please? Himiko nodded and stepped back. And Inko entered, closing the door behind her. She looked at the girls and offered them a soft smile. Is the others pairing up, forcing the two of you to confront your feeling about Izuku? Ibara's mouth dropped slightly, and Himi just nodded. How long have you known Midoriya? Does this make me a bad person? Himiko asked. No, Himi, it doesn't. I have known that you had feelings for him for years. I understood it and just watched it blossom into what it is now. That's why I never referred to you as brother and sister, even though you are my daughter. I saw the same thing in Ibara, and so has her mother. Mother noticed. Yes, after Izuku returned to us, your mother came to me with a marriage proposal for you and Izuku. Ibara blushed. What did you say? I mentioned to her that I would be open to the idea if Izuku wanted it, said Inko as Himiko's heart sank. However, this doesn't necessarily imply that I have consented. If Izuku chooses to marry Ibara, I would be delighted. The same goes if he decides to marry you or both of you. The girls looked up, shocked. In Japan, polygamy has been legally accepted for over a century due to certain quirks, and polyamory has been prevalent for even longer. Although the topic is often taboo, it exists. Ibara, the question is whether you can accept this practice, even if it contradicts your belief. Ibara was seen nibbling on her bottom lip, feeling troubled about the situation. She was aware that certain aspects of the Bible were disregarded, such as menstrual cycles, mixing cloth, and consuming pork or shellfish. However, the current situation is more complicated. At that moment, she couldn't answer and needed to discuss it with her parents and seek guidance through prayer. Ibara turned to Himiko and politely requested time to ponder and consult before consenting. Himiko told her she would give her till the weekend before the start of school, but that she would confess to Izuku regardless of Ibara's decision. The girls hugged each other before they exited the room. Soon, Katsuki and Kami returned, with Katsuki wearing Kami's lipstick. Too much laughter and teasing. They were followed by Hitoshi and Izuku, running for their lives from their brother. As the girls talked and teased, Mizuki walked over and tugged on Himiko's and Ibara's hands. The girls turned and looked at the little girl. Mizuki placed her hand on her hips and declared, "If you know marry Izuku, then I will," before turning and walking off, feeling very good about herself. Mitsuki smiled, taking her daughter into her arms before announcing that she approved. Shizaki household. Ibara carefully considered her feelings towards Izuku but received no divine guidance despite her prayers and contemplation. She felt conflicted because being around Izuku brought her comfort and stirred intense emotion. She even daydreamed about a future with him as a superhero couple, running their agency. Sharing Izuku with someone else did not bother her as much as she thought it would if it was Himiko. Ibara was aware of Himiko's love for Izuku and her determination to protect him. Similarly, Ibara trained hard to be by his side and defend him. She was sure Izuku and Himiko would be together while she watched from the sidelines if she did nothing and said nothing. She would honor her vow to be by his side, but she would be on the outside. That thought hurt her heart. She would no longer be allowed to rest her head on his shoulder, and it would be improper for her to dream of him. The thought was maddening to Ibara, of the warmth of Izuku being taken from her. But what if she acted first and Izuku shut Himiko out? It was a cruel thought that made Ibara feel guilty for even thinking it. Ibara knew the noble and selfless thing to do was to step aside, yet she couldn't bring herself to do it. Eventually, the deadline was fast approaching, and Ibara went to her parents. Ibara entered the study, her heart pounding, threatening to burst out and run away. Her parents were sitting on a couch, reading slowly. She walked over to stand before them. They sensed that something had been weighing heavily on Ibara and were somewhat confident it had something to do with Izuku Midoriya. The boy had played a significant role since his appearance in their daughters' lives. He had saved a boy attacked at one of their shelters, saved the Todoroki family, and healed the madness of Himiko Toga, not to mention healed dozens of children and others. He had exposed devious doings at another mission and stole the heart of their only daughter. He had given their daughter friends and a renewed sense of purpose. They were not blind to their daughter's growing attraction to the boy. They had attempted to make a marriage contract with the family. He was selfless, with a fantastic quirk that the very usage spoke to the character of the boy. Their daughter was in love, but here she was tormented over something that had consumed her as of late. She was distant and lost in thought, praying almost feverishly for something. "Mom, Dad, would you judge me if I pursued a relationship with Izuku and Himiko?" she asked, her statement lingering in the silence after she spoke. "What I mean is that Izuku would date the both of us, not that I would date Himiko. I have prayed, seeking an answer, and none has come. I cannot simply step back and let him go in that manner. Thinking that I could no longer be close to him hurts my heart, or not allowed to dream of him anymore torments my nights." She hung her head as the last words tumbled out. Her father, Shinso, looked at his daughter. It was a difficult position for him to be in. His immediate thought was that if Izuku couldn't see how wonderful his daughter was and commit to only her, then he wasn't worthy of Ibara. The matter of how their faith viewed such issues was not favorable. Even though early figures in the Bible had multiple wives, it was not endorsed in scripture. The references were of one man and one woman. However, things have evolved over the centuries to include same-sex couples. It varied from denomination to denomination, but the one they belonged to permitted it. At the core of their faith was love, love of their neighbor, and love of their fellow human being. Shinso had faith that if this were what his daughter wanted, it would work, that if this was done out of love, how could it be evil or wrong? Seineru was concerned about the situation when she noticed Himiko was looking at Izuku. As someone who prioritizes love above all else, much like her spouse, Seineru knew that Izuku would not want to cause harm to either girl. However, she also recognized that it would be difficult for either to agree to step back, even though most visitors to their facilities did not share their religious beliefs. This did not matter to Seineru or her husband, as their core mission was based on love and did not discriminate on any grounds. There is something significant about Izuku. The events that have occurred around and to him cannot be disregarded. Seineru strongly believes that a divine force is at play. If this unconventional relationship her daughter is contemplating is not meant to be, it will not come to fruition. Ultimately, it comes down to faith, and Seineru is a person of great faith. "Ibara raises your head, my darling," Shinso said, watching his daughter comply. "Love is the most precious gift that the Lord can bestow upon someone. And if your feeling for Izuku are telling you that this is the path to take, then walk this path you must. As long as you stay true to your heart, my daughter, nothing could make me pass judgment upon you. It is not my place to judge you. It is to guide and support you, to do my best for you so you can do your best. Ibara, we have always told you that the core of our faith is love. If this is what you want, and as long as he treats the both of you right and equally, then I will support all three of you," her mother said. Ibara stood and was in awe of her parents. Their voices had no malice or judgment. Nothing but love and support. Wordlessly, she climbed between them into their loving embrace. She stood there, not saying anything till she drifted off to sleep. Izuku. He awoke to the darkness of his room. Glancing at the clock, he was greeted with the red neon of 2 a.m. He wasn't alone. He knew something else was there. He couldn't move, yell, anything. "Glad to see you are awake, Izuku. May I call you Izuku? Do I have much say in the matter? Seeing how I cannot move or speak aloud, I am pretty sure that you can call me whatever you want, and there isn't anything I can do about it." "Then Izuku it is. You are an exciting being, you know that. Death would rarely take an interest in anything, but as I watch you, I can see why." "Who are you?" "Not necessary at the moment. I can't have you running to death quite yet." "Then what do you want?" "I would like to share a warning with you. Many years ago, an agreement was made that beings such as death would not interfere in the lives of mortals. This agreement created a truce that lasted for thousands of years. However, with death taking an interest in you, guiding you, and refusing to take you across, many of us question why we should continue to uphold this truce. Then it would be best if you talk to him about that. Why come to me? Because you should be made aware of your precarious position. Izuku, I do this because I care and have no desire to talk to death anytime soon. Hence this meeting. So, you are telling me that by death not taking my soul but returning me to life, and by him leading me to people and healing them, it is upsetting other people, essentially. Well, sorry about this. I don't care. I am healing people and giving some a second chance. In the case of the children, I have given them a first chance. I could die tomorrow, and I only regret that I am too chicken shit to tell Himiko and Ibara how I feel. Because it is effing selfish of me to tell two wonderful girls. Hey, I love you both, but I can't decide between you, so I don't know what to do. Most of the time, I would assume that statement was nothing but bravado, but I know it is true with you. I could kill you now. That would be your only regret and genuine sadness. You, Izuku, are one to be watched. Next, you talk to Death Till, ask him for some protection. He owes you that much. Others will be less nice when they come to visit. Believe this one thing. If you and Death have this relationship, someone will come to visit. Good night, Izuku. Sleep tight. Yeah, I don't think sleep is on my list tonight. Izuku promptly fell asleep. When he awoke, he promptly called out to Azrael only to receive no response. He sat in bed for a good hour before grabbing his phone. It was Saturday, the weekend before school was to start. He contemplated calling Katsuki, but he remembered that he and Kami had a date today, as did Ryuko and Hitoshi. He didn't want to ruin their day because he knew that telling them about his experience last night would do just that. If they came over tonight, he would talk to them. Instead, he slipped into his regular clothes and went to the living room. It was rather late, especially for him. It was just past 10. The house was empty. He found a note from his parents about them having gone out for the day. The only person home was Himiko, who was in her room. He noticed that she seemed to be avoiding him lately, and it bothered him. He wanted to say something, but he was being a coward in his own right, so who was he to say something? Instead, he turned on the television and began to write down everything he could remember from the dream last night and any theories of who his mystery visitor could have been. He didn't know how long he had been sitting there writing till the doorbell called him back, and he noticed it was just past noon. He was about to get up when Himi came out and ran to open the door. He called a good morning after her, to which she just nodded as an acknowledgement. Ibara walked in, pulled by Himi. She gave him a brief hello before the two girls disappeared into Himi's room. He wasn't sure what was happening. His mind began wondering that maybe one or both girls had developed crushes on someone and were talking about it. Perhaps it was Shoto. Izuku had to admit that after healing the boy's scar, he had grown up to be rather handsome. The dual-colored eyes and hair were eye-catching. It made sense to Izuku was rather plain-looking in his own opinion. Either way, he just put his head back and stared at the ceiling. He had done it to himself. He had been too damn scared to say anything. An opportunity had just passed him on. His attention was drawn from the ceiling by the sound of footsteps coming down the hall. Himiko and Ibara walked into the living room and commanded his attention. Izuku, we need to talk to you, Himiko said. And you have to promise not to talk or say anything till we finish, okay? Izuku suddenly became very nervous. I promise, he said, giving them his undivided attention. He noticed they were fidgeting with their hands, shifting their weight back and forth. Ibara was rubbing her cross. Do they not want to be heroes anymore? That would be sad, but I won't be angry or anything. Izuku, I am in love with you, not like a brother but like a partner. I want you to be my boyfriend, Himiko said as she stared deep into his eyes. Ibara closed her eyes before locking his gaze to her. Izuku, I am in love with you as well. Please go out with me. Izuku was shocked. Then he was terrified. No, I can't choose between them. This will destroy our friendship. He cannot do this and not hurt the hell out of the other. Maybe if he lies and says he doesn't feel that way for either of them, they will hate him and not each other. That might work. He was about to respond when Ibara held up her hand. We want you to date us both. I know it sounds weird, but we don't want you to choose between us, and I know that I just couldn't deal with being unable to be close to you. Same for me, Izuku. We talked about this, and we want you to date us both. That means you treat us equally and give each of us the same treatment. Izuku tried to process. He knew sounds came out of his mouth, but neither were they words or anything coherent. He tried again. You both want to date me simultaneously and are both okay with this? Yes, they said in unison. They walked over, each taking one of his hands. Tell us how you feel about us. Don't lie, please, Izuku, Ibara said. Don't overthink it, Izu, just tell us, Himi added. Izuku closed his eyes. If there is a deity of not effing this up, your blessing would be appreciated. I am in love with you both and have been for a while. I have been so scared to say something because I feel like total shit. I couldn't choose because I am so greedy that I want two wonderful women. You both give me strength and confidence. I feel so warm when you two are near me. I know it makes me a giant coward, but I don't want to choose. I want you both. Then you just have to love us both, Hemi said, kissing his cheek. Ibara also kissed his cheek. I expect you to take good care of both of us. Izuku didn't know what to say. He looked back and forth between the two of them and then just wrapped them into a tight embrace. I will do my best. The trio stood there holding each other for a while before separating. Izuku looked at his girlfriend. So how does this work? No idea, Himiko said with a shrug. But we can figure it out together. Yes, we should sit down and do that, Ibara said faintly. I would like to cuddle with my boyfriend. I do, too, Himiko said as the girls pushed Izuku back onto the couch before they took positions on either side of him like they had done many times. But this time, they both cuddled into him as they started to do precisely what they just said, figure this out. It can be challenging to establish ground rules for a polyamorous relationship, especially when teenagers are involved and it's their first relationship. However, by the end of the conversation, they felt comfortable with their established foundation. 1. Each relationship will progress at its own pace, whatever the couple felt was right for them. 2. Equal attention must be attempted to be given. 3. Open and honest communication between all parties involved. 4. No monopolizing of all Izuku's time to keep him from the other girl. 5. Remember the feelings of the third person. Every beginning must start somewhere, no matter how small. Izuku felt overjoyed as he sat on the couch with his girlfriends, snuggled up while watching a movie. He had lost track of the plot long ago and noticed that Himiko was fast asleep by the sound of her steady breathing. When he turned to look, he saw Ibara staring right back at him. I never once dreamed that my first relationship would be like this, she whispered. Neither did I, but I am glad we are trying it. I feel the same way, Ibara whispered, drawing closer to Izuku with a slightly hooded gaze. I want to kiss you now, she murmured, her breath warm against his skin. Izuku nodded in agreement, tilting his head to meet her lips. Their kiss was gentle and sweet, with Ibara's hands cradling his face. As they parted, Izuku's heart raced at the sight of her blushing cheeks. That was my first kiss, she whispered. Mine too, he added with a smile. Ibara stood as Izuku slowly disentangled himself from Himiko to lie her down on the couch. Would you like to help me make some lunch? I would love to. The young couple found themselves busy in the kitchen, a routine activity that now felt different due to the new nature of their relationship. As it was their first relationship, everything seemed to hold special meaning for them. When someone becomes the answer to a trivia question about your life, they have a unique place that no one else can replace. Regardless of the future, if asked, who was your first kiss, they will always have that special place for each other. Izuku prepared a delicious beef and onion bowl and woke Himiko, who initially looked upset about being left on the couch. However, she quickly forgave him once he presented her with a beef tartar bowl. The three of them enjoyed their meal together and took some time to get comfortable with each other's company. They soon found their rhythm and could engage in easy conversation without any underlying tension. Izuku appreciated this moment even more because he now understood why they had been distant lately. One thing we didn't cover is what will we do at school. Ibara blushed. I hadn't considered that. I will tell you both right now. If you want me to keep it quiet, I can guarantee it will fail. Besides, everyone who thought they were all going out might as well lean in a little more. The commotion will die down after a few days anyhow, Himiko said with a smile. Izuku was silent as he was thinking everything over. Ibara suddenly said, I agree with Himiko. I will not hide this relationship like it is something I am ashamed of. We are going to do this. We might as well get used to people not understanding. It will be the same in UA. Or when we become heroes. We should learn how to handle it now so we can learn from any mistakes we will make. Izuku smiled at Ibara. She had always been assertive regarding her faith or what she thought was right, but hearing the fire and conviction in her voice sparked the same in him, and he could see it did the same in Himiko. Dang girl. That is fire, Himiko said with a toothy smile. I agree. What about you, Izu? I agree. We must learn to deal with this one way or another. Himiko is also right. I am sure I would slip up and hold your hands even if we tried to keep it quiet. After lunch, the trio's conversation drifted to the start of their final year, and their preparations for the UA entrance exams that once seemed so distant were racing ever closer. Their confidence was high with all the training from Endeavor and Mr. Yagi. Izuku would have to buckle down as he would take the recommendation exams instead of the standard ones. Luckily, Shoto was going to go that route as well. Toya had taken the exams just last year and told everyone how complex the testing was. Izuku had got to see him during his first year but wouldn't see him this year as Recovery Girl had ended her mentorship, feeling that he now needed to focus on preparing for the exam. Izuku had enjoyed watching Toya make friends and grow. He had joined in with this trio that was just so interesting: Neji Hato, whose brain and mouth seemed to run at warp speed, and Mirio Tagata, whose default was smiled big and had a problem keeping his clothes on. Caught up in the wake was Tamaki Amajaki, who seemed like he wanted to run away but would be caught every time and dragged back. Izuku had latterly seen him try to escape at different times, and the other three pulled him back nonchalantly like they weren't keeping him prisoner. At times it was the best comedy routine Izuku had ever seen. When the four of them would come tearing into the medical office, Recovery Girl would leave and have Izuku deal with it. Sometimes he would do nothing for 10 minutes before he could even get someone to explain why they were there in the first place. Then sometimes, this poor girl Yu who seemed to have been appointed as the Neji Wrangler would also be there, and the chaos factor would increase. Izuku had started giving them a stamp card that promised a free candy bar on the 10th heel, and they didn't even notice. What it was for Izuku was watching Toya embrace his second chance and run like a man being chased by sharks, seeing Himiko achieve and shine. Not only to become his girlfriend, but to be a person not going through life with her head held high surrounded by friends. He had abused his power some and followed up with as many of the kids he had healed. Seeing their kindergarten photos just warmed him in a way he never thought possible. He would still slip off to those wards when he was lured there or to other places Azrael would lead. It was random when he would appear, but whenever he did, Izuku knew what was expected, and he was never caught doing it. Nothing terrible had happened because of it. That was until the encounter last night, something he still hadn't told his friend or his girlfriends. Izuku knew the longer he waited, the more trouble he would be. Movies had taught him that much. So as his girlfriends were sitting smiling, he decided in his infinite genius to walk by and sit in the recliner. So something kind of assaulted me last night in my sleep, he said. To punctuate this, he took a sip of his tea. He nailed it, he thought, but being a teenage boy and not only a genius but, in fact, a super genius, he didn't notice the dumbfounded look on the girl's face or hear the record scratch. What? They both yelled. Holy shit, Izu, what happened? And why are you only saying something now? Himiko said with an edge to her voice. Izuku Midoriya, you explain this right now. Ibara yelled. Izuku super genius Midoriya's mind did not register the edge in Himiko's voice or the fact that any sane man would instantly have realized the danger he was in when Ibara used his whole name. Nope, not this super genius. Ibara didn't reprimand Himiko for saying holy shit. That hardly seems fair, and stubbed my toe last month and got a lecture for saying damn it. Aren't you going to say something to Himiko about her language? Izuku Midoriya, you explain now, or else, she said as her vines rose and wrapped around him, holding him in the air directly before them. Don't kill him yet, Ibara. I want to turn, Himiko said in a very flat tone. In Izuku's credit, an ancient meme of a kid sitting on a bus by himself, I'm in danger, flashed through his head. Of course, Himiko, we did agree to share, didn't we? Ibara said sweetly. Izuku decided to try and defend himself at this point, to which Ibara placed her hand over his mouth. Sweetie, if the next words out of your mouth do not explain what you just said, I am going to go down the street and get Mizuki and tell her you did something dangerous again. Thoughts of explosions and running for his life flashed through his mind, but no one came to help him. They all just turned away like nothing was happening, even his mother. He shivered. Nodding his head, Ibara removed her hand. So, one hurried explanation later, as fear had weaved through his body. Ibara and Himiko listened, and when he concluded, they set him down and untied him. Now again, in detail, Himiko said as she showed him her phone was ready to call Auntie Mitsuki if they were unsatisfied. Izuku explained everything in detail, his logic of not saying anything to anyone and how he planned to do so later but didn't want to ruin people's day or dates. He may have also explained that he was feeling so distant from them, avoiding them, that he was unsure how to approach them. A momentary flash of brilliance stopped him from blaming them. Self-preservation is a hell of a thing. Have you tried to contact Azrael? Ibara said. Yes, I did that as soon as I woke up. Izuku, Himiko said, demanding his attention. You need to understand something first. No matter what happens in this life, this relationship, or the galaxy, I will always be there for you, I promise. Just say 3 words, and I promise to put aside anything that is going on between us. I need help. Beautifully put, Himiko, Ibara said. Sorry, I was so confused and afraid I had done something. I know it was stupid. I will try not to let it happen again. His girlfriend wrapped him in a tight embrace. The trio held each other for a minute before stepping back. We need to tell the others. I am going to message them that they need to come by tonight after their dates, Ibara said as she pulled out her phone. Shortly after, Hasashi and Inko arrived back home. Inko had a bit of a mishap, almost causing a flood in the house upon learning that her son had 2 lovely girlfriends and his father had given him a talk about protecting them. The group had a pleasant dinner, discussing light topics until the rest of the crew showed up, and Ko immediately sensed that something was amiss. Everyone became tense when Izuku stood up and recounted the previous night's events in detail. They were relieved that Izuku was unharmed but on edge at the implication that others might come after him. After the parents excused themselves to make some calls, the friends sat silently until Izuku announced that Himiko, Ibara, and he were now a trio. Kachin smiled and hugged his brother. Glad you guys were able to figure it out. The conversation erupted into congratulations, asking for a retelling of how it happened and the like. The tension that was there previously dissipated as talks of dates and romantic gestures from Hitoshi and Katsuki were spilled, causing the boys in question to blush some and instead to focus on offering advice to Izuku about future dates. The conversation did not continue too long as the hour of the departure was quickly approaching. Ryuko said her goodbyes to the group and added a quick kiss to her boyfriend's cheek. Ibara hugged Izuku and kissed his cheek. When she went to step back, Izuku pulled her back and kissed her forehead. then lightly kissed her lips. Ibara blushed, as did Izuku. See you Monday, he said. Ibara, yes, I will call you after church tomorrow, she replied, quickly ducking out the door to join Ryako, Kami, and Katsuki, who were walking them to the station. The remaining trio laughed when the door closed, as they heard Kami excitedly at the kiss. Hitoshi excused himself to his room while Himiko and Izuku went to sit outside. They sat on the back porch side by side. Himiko shyly placed her hand on his, and taking the hint, they intertwined their fingers. She pulled him over with a tug to rest his head on her lap. Izuku blushed but closed his eyes in gentle contentment as Himiko began running her fingers through his hair. I sometimes have nightmares, Himiko said quietly. Izuku opened his eyes, looking at her. What about? You and that Katsuki never found me in that alley. Our parents never took me in, she said, stroking his head and looking up at the moon. I don't know what I would have become without that moment if someone hadn't shown me understanding and compassion. What would have happened to me? Would I have become a monster? You may have been lost, but you would still be Himiko. I am glad we met when we did, but even if I met you in 5 years, I would still heal you no matter what. Even if I had done terrible things, even if they were the worst things imaginable, I would still heal you and give you a second chance, even if I had to fight All Might, Endeavor, Kachin, or anyone. Mizuki, I said fight, not commit suicide, he said with a beaming smile that earned a laugh from Himiko and a flick to his forehead. He sat up, turning to look at Himiko rubbing his forehead. Himiko smiled, but then a blush crossed her face. Izuku, can I ask something? Of course. Can I have some more of your blood? Any time do you want me to get a needle? Her blush deepened. No, I want to try something I have dreamed about. You can say no if you want. What is it? Can I bite you? Izuku shrugged. I don't see why not. I can heal anything that happens. He extended his wrist, but Himiko shook her head and, to his surprise, startled his lap facing him. Himiko slowly leaned in and kissed him. He gently returned her tender kiss. She broke from his lips and began to kiss his cheek. Gently, she turned his head, kissing his ear and trailing down his neck. It was so slow and sensual that Izuku could feel his body heating up and reacting. Nervously, he repeated her name. Confident she could feel his reactions, she quietly responded, It's okay. I like knowing you find me attractive. I will bite you now. He felt her kissing his neck, her fangs lightly grazing the skin. It felt terrific. He felt a little pressure and a tiny prick of pain. He could feel her drinking slowly, sensually. It felt perfect. It was borderline euphoric. He moaned quietly into her ear as one hand wrapped around her slender waist and pulled her tighter, and the other went to her hair, holding her there. Himiko had one hand on Izuku's back and the other in his hair. When she felt his grip tighten, hers did as well. She had dreamed about this position. She never imagined the feelings it would cause in her. She could feel Izuku poking her. She was happy to know that he found her attractive in that way. As they were in the tangled embrace, it was when her hips moved in a very suggestive manner that shocked them both to reality. It caused them to break apart, making their best impression of a tomato as they stared at each other. They were both in an almost euphoric haze. Himiko regained her composure, looking down into those deep emerald pools. I will always be there for you, Izuku, no matter whom or what comes, she said. To her surprise, he kissed her. She wanted to protest as she was sure his blood was on her lips. It was tender and full of emotion. Same, Himiko. Himiko slowly disentangled from Izuku's embrace and lap, retaking her seat beside him. That was intense. Izuku's white fire flamed on his neck for a second. It was. He took a deep shuddering breath. Sorry about, he added, blushing up a storm. Himiko rested her head on his shoulder. I didn't mind. I think I would have been offended if you didn't react. You were the one that moved their hips, he whispered. Shut up, she said, blushing. They just stayed like that for a while, her head on his shoulder, holding hands, looking up at the stars and wondering what the future would bring them. The future. The thing about the future is that it is not cast in stone. Nor is it something that someone can accurately predict. The prime example would be that Himiko was very much correct. People reacted in various ways to discover the polyamorous relationship. But after the first week, it died down. The news of the other new couples was met with more of an as-expected response from their classmate. While there were some heckles for the trio, they quickly learned to block it. He also expected Azrael to show up or at least answer his mental call, but that was different. Izuku was expecting this year to go one way. And to a certain extent, what he was not expecting was to be sitting in a private office at a satellite office for All Might staring at Mr. Yagi as he morphed into All Might right in front of him. Izuku was very proud that he did not scream and completely fanboy out. Instead, he politely excused himself to the private restroom attached to the office and did in there. All Might did not have the heart to tell the boy he heard everything, hiding it behind his trademark smile. Izuku retook his seat. Young Midoriya, I will ask that you listen to me completely and truly think about what I will tell you. Can you do that for me? Izuku nodded. Once upon a time, two brothers were born, Shigaraki and Yoichi, in the early quirks. Shigaraki was born with a very powerful quirk, possibly the most potent and dangerous of all time. He could take quirks from others. Not only could he take them, but he could also carry these stolen quirks and give them to others. With this terrifying ability, he quickly became a mighty and feared man. The Yoichi was thought to be born quirkless. When Chaos was king, it was even more dangerous for those without a quirk. Shigaraki, in his way, loved his younger brother, but the younger brother could not stand it while his elder reigned chaos and destruction, amassing a vast criminal empire. So, Yoichi rebelled, something Shigaraki could not tolerate. He took Yoichi and locked him away, but not before forcing a quirk upon his brother, a stockpiling quirk, an abnormality that would continue to grow, accumulating more and more power. This would be Shigaraki's most significant mistake. Unbeknownst to him, Yoichi had a dormant quirk that hid inside him. Yoichi's quirk would merge quirks, allowing him to pass on this quirk to anyone he chose. One brother could steal quirks and bestow them. The other could join them and pass them on. A very potent combo if they ever see eye to eye. Now with a new quirk being added to him, the two quirks merged, and he called it One for All, a seeming play on Shigaraki, who had taken to calling himself All for One. Yoichi could escape his brother. He joined with people trying to stop All for One's tyrannical hold. Knowing All for One would never stop, Yoichi passed his quirk on to another. Sadly, this person failed, but not before they also passed it on. This has happened many times over the years, 8 to be exact, and now I want you to be the 9th. Izuku was in shock, to say the least. That is why you avoided ever saying what your quirk was. You always dodged the question or made a joke to change the subject. Exactly. I came across All for One a few years ago, and I had thought I had ended his threat once and for all. That was when I was gravely injured. After you saved my life and told me about an apparent assassination attempt, I knew he had survived somehow. I have been working with an elite group of heroes to track him down and end the threat. We believe this will happen soon, but I do not want to have the same regret you sensed. I want to pass on my quirk before the battle to ensure its survival in case we fail. I know that placing this burden upon you is a terrible thing to ask, but I have observed you over the years and know that you are a more than worthy successor. I believe that you will be able to do such amazing things. That is part of why I started to train you. Then I met your friends and saw such amazing potential in all of you that I had to train all of you regardless of your decision today. Wouldn't one of the others be better? Like Katsuki or Shoto or Ibara. They are all great kids and will be amazing future heroes. I believe they will grow to all be great pillars of society. But the thing that binds all of them is you. They all want to be heroes for various reasons, but they all want to be heroes to support you. You have inspired them to be heroes not for money or fame but for an ideal for a better society. Also, with the energy stored inside One for All, your healing abilities will reach new levels. I know what you have done at children's wards. I have seen you weep in the halls for those you couldn't reach. You were never seeking money or praise for what you did. You gave all you could and still strive to give more. That is what a hero does. They constantly strive to go beyond. Also, adding my quirk to your own will give you greater strength to defend yourself. I know you worry about your friends having to protect you. I would have to tell them there is no way I could hide suddenly bulking up and running around smashing things. Besides, after what happened and before I gave my word to not hide anything from them, I choose to keep this secret to a tiny group. By doing so, I condemned myself to a lonely life. I did so to keep people safe from the threat of All of One, a threat I hope to remove from the board. But should I fail, it would only be right for them to know what is coming. It will be your quirk and your decision. I would support you in every way I can. Besides, if I tried to make you abandon your friends and family, I am afraid that little Mizuki would track us down. Izuku shuddered. Don't even joke about that, he finished with a shaky smile. I will not sit here and tell you I am not scared or excited because that would be a lie. I don't know if I can ever surpass you All Might, but I promise to make you proud. I accept. Your friends, I will tell them after, then they can make their own choices. I know my path, regardless of their thoughts, I will walk it. So how does this work? Do I kneel, and you recite a sacred oath or something? All Might smiled. You need to ingest some of my DNA. So this is where I could either pluck a strand of hair for you to eat, or we can do a simple blood injection. Wait, I just got 2 girlfriends and barely had my first case. Also, one of them drinks my blood. Does this mean? No, young Midoriya, it has to be willed to another person, there must be intent, and your love life can continue, he said with a laugh. So, hair or blood? Blood, please. I am going to call in Recovery Girl to monitor you. I know your healing quirk is powerful, but there is a chance that something could go wrong, and the fact that I am not sure how much more One for All has gotten since I inherited it. While I was able to use it at its full potential right away, for safety's sake, we should see about starting slow and making sure you don't injure yourself too badly. Wait, if I have to take One for All, how will you fight All for One? The power will remain with me for a time before finally fading away. My mentor could use it at full power for a few years before she was killed. After One for All is handled, I plan to announce that I will be stepping back from heroics to teach the next generation of heroes. Retirement. No, a step back. I want will still be here to help ease the transition to a new era of heroes. But truthfully, almost dying put several things into perspective. I would like to have a normal life, maybe find someone to settle down with and have a few children of my own. Being around you and your family showed me how much I missed out on. Besides, once you and your friends graduate from UA, I know everything will be in good hands. I have been doing this for over 40 years in a profession where most don't last 50. There is a medical kit in the hallway. Why don't you get it while I call Recovery Girl? Izuku stood and walked to the hall as he heard All Might pick up the phone. His mind was racing at everything. He naturally worried that his friends would abandon him, deciding this was the breaking point. This worry could be measured in nanoseconds. Kachin would always be with him. He shuddered to think of a world where they weren't brothers. Himiko and Ibara, no question. Hitoshi, Rieko, Kami, and Shoto would be right there. His mind drifted to a sleepover at Endeavor's house where they all sat up talking about the future and having one giant agency where they would fly around the world saving people. This was another step toward that possible future. When he returned to the office, Izuku spotted All Might standing by the window, gazing at the city below. The image left a lasting impression on him as All Might, the symbol of peace, stood with his hands behind his back, not wearing his usual smile but a look of focus and contentment. All Might knew that his life had been one of incredible highs, mistakes that lingered in his mind that he could not return and fix. He had almost made the greatest mistake of dying without passing on the sacred torch passed to him. But instead, he was saved by the person he should have been looking for this entire time. He knew that if things went poorly on the raid, he would not have much time to train Izuku with One for All, but he had trained the boy for years, imparting all he could. He knew in his heart that either way, Izuku would do great. Should he die this time, he knew that he could pass knowing that the future was in such capable hands. This future generation would define an era, and the future, he could feel it in his bones. It warmed him like the sun. He took his seat and rolled up his sleeve, extending his arm to watch his successor expertly draw blood like a seasoned pro. He then watched Izuku go to give himself the injection. Izuku stopped and locked eyes with All Might. I promise that I will make you proud. He slides the needle in, pressing the plunger at the same time. Now what? It will take some time to process through your body, but not long. We should go to my training area so you can test it out when Recovery Girl arrives. All Might stood and guided Izuku to the private elevator to the basement. You said you might want to start a family one day. You don't have to answer, but is there one that got away? Izuku asked. Not so much got away, but one that I let slip through my fingers is more accurate. Her name is Kathy. You should call her. I will. First, I must make sure you and One for All are working. Then I must deal with All for One. She is a rather busy person herself, you know. Is she another pro? Yes, but not here in Japan. She is American. I spent much of my early career there. That is where we met. The elevator's door opened, and All Might led him into a reinforced room. Don't worry, this room is designed to handle me. When I am going all out, it will be fine. You should stretch out and get warmed up. That should help get One for All circulated throughout your body. Izuku began his warm-up like usual from all the training he had done. About 10 minutes later, he could feel something enter his heart. He immediately stopped and activated his diagnosis quirk, looking down at his chest. All Might took notice and moved closer. I think it's happening, was all Izuku said. He felt the sudden urge to try and purge himself. It wasn't because he felt in danger, it was more that something felt foreign. He tried to steady his heart, but it fluctuated quickly. He grabbed at his chest. All Might grabbed the paddles he managed before falling unconscious. Izuku. A storm raged above him as his eyes opened. The violence of the storm was accompanied by violent crashes of lightning in all colors, signaling it was not natural. As the rest of his senses came back into focus, he stood on a rocky cliff overlooking a raging sea as the waves crashed violently. He saw a tornado of white and black fire descending from the sky, pushing the storm away. As it touched the water, the storm seemed to fight back. Winds and lightning strikes assaulted the torrent of fire, but the fire grew, trying to drag the storm into itself and consume it. The sea struck back, a great cloud of steam began to build, a fire grew. It would not be quenched. It would not be put out or consumed. It would rage. The storm's intensity was unlike anything Izuku had ever seen or imagined. It was then that Izuku realized that the winds were sweeping him away, but here he stood. Remarkable, isn't it? A voice rang behind him. Izuku jumped and turned, seeing a thin man with white hair and green eyes. Who are you? Where am I? The man smiled. Yoichi. That was all he said. As in the first wielder of One for All. The man nodded. That means I am inside a One for All. How is that possible? Over time, One for All has grown and changed, almost being alive, some would say. But one thing that has done from the very beginning is that held on to what I call vestiges of the previous bearers. Does All Might know this? No, we were never able to talk to him like this, or any of the others, to be honest. Only after they had passed down One for All would a vestige of them remain and manifest here. He pointed to the lightning raging against the firestorm. That's them. Is that storm my quirk? Yes, whenever someone inherits One for All, their quirk is empowered but simultaneously merges with One for All. So, wait, are you saying all the previous wielders' quirks are here? Does that mean I will be able to use them? And if so, why did All Might never get to? It could be that he was quirkless when he inherited it, or that One for All has evolved due to how long Toshi had held onto the quirk. Normally, the assimilation of the quirk is a quiet affair without much issue, but your quirk is fighting back. The new quirk fuses with stockpile and boom-empowered quirk. I have never seen this happen before. Could it have something to do with my lineage? According to Azrael, I am descended from his brother Raphael. Yoichi looked at the raging battle for a second. Oh, I see now. That is interesting. It could very well have something to do with that. There are more things in heaven and earth, Horatio, than are dreamt of in your philosophy. Indeed, they are trying to consume each other. We need to stop it. I think this is killing me. A sudden jolt of light flooded the area. I am not dead yet because I haven't seen Azrael, but I will not hang my hat on that. Any advice? Despite the nature of One for All, it is still a quirk. You must control it. It may have evolved or awakened, but at its core, it's a quirk like my quirk, though they rage, and in the case of my quirk, it drives me to heal people, but in the end, I control it. And if this is all in One for All, and One for All is now inside me, that means I control the place. Izuku muttered as his mind raced. Yoichi smiled. Maximum effort, Izuku said, and stepped off the cliff, but he didn't fall. Instead, he walked in the air. Yoichi noticed that the purple lightning had stopped raging. Instead, it began to dance around the boy. As Izuku got closer, he first reached for his fire, pulling it in tight as he did so. He noticed the lightning slowed though the storm raged. Fire and water. I wonder if this is what Shoto has to deal with. The raging sea was not abating. Izuku tried to calm it, but I would not heed his will. Great anger rose in the boy. Instead, he poured his will into his fire. A significant surge of energy burst forth, and the fire's tight spiral increased in speed and intensity, puncturing through the water's surface. Izuku focused the rotation like a drill, pushing it deep into the water. Ghostly wings appeared behind Izuku. As focused, Yoichi could see the image of an unimaginably handsome man placing his hand on Izuku's shoulder. He then saw Nana manifest in her full costume, cape billowing in the wind, appears next to the man and places her hand on his other shoulder. The two ghostly beings looked at each other and nodded. Everything exploded in a myriad burst of light and color. When Izuku could focus, the storm was gone, the sea no longer raged, and there was no fire tornado. Instead, he stood over a lake of green fire. As the waves moved, he could see tips of black and white. He turned and saw Nana there behind him. Good job, kid. Tell Toshi I am proud of him. She then shoved gently, throwing him off balance, and he fell back. As he touched the fire, he jolted awake. The feeling of waking from unconsciousness became a painful, familiar experience for Izuku, and dancing to the edge of death. Izuku hated even to think about it, but as long as Azrael wasn't waiting, he felt it would be okay. It was a terrible habit for him to develop. Maybe it would benefit him in near-death experiences later in life, but being so young, he felt that this was not the lesson he should be learning. In truth, every time he danced to that edge, he was ready to risk everything to achieve his goal. Mizuki to All Might, to cancer victims, to Toya. Even now, when he had inherited One for All. Now truthfully, he was not in this inheritance thinking that death was on the table. Pain, yes, intense pain, possible, but when your quirk is the heal by absorbing others' pain, pain is the game's name. Also, he hadn't encountered something beyond amputation that he couldn't heal, unless you still had the missing limb. Then he was golden. It was chaotic life he had lived, and the things he had experienced out of context were the stuff of horror movies. As he thought about it, even in the context of his life, it was a horror show. He had found that his fear of death was more about what it would do to those around him than what it meant for him. But that was because all his near-death experiences were for things he was willing to lay his life down for. He understood that was the rationale of a child. But regardless of whether it was a horror show or not, he was a child. He was a child with a fantastic family, a quirk he loved, and 2 phenomenal girlfriends. Now he had inherited a second quirk that was as amazing as the first and would empower the first, not to mention other quirks that he would be manifesting. Was he cheating? It felt like he was. It felt like he was greedy, just hoarding all these fantastic things to himself. On the verge of a self-introspective downward spiral, he was snapped back to reality with the words, "Clear." Izuku had no desire to be shocked again, so he activated his white fire around his body to heal any damage done and signal to All Might and whomever else might be there that he was alert enough to heal. He opened his eyes to see All Might jump back, the paddles falling from his hands. "I am awake," he said, sitting up slightly. He also noticed that his fire was burning brighter than before and that the customary coolness was there, as was a soothing feeling. "Izuku, are you okay? What happened, my boy?" One for All and Spirit Fire didn't want to get along and were trying to eat each other. Also, Nana says she is proud of you. And I meet Yoichi. The nonchalant way that Izuku relayed all this struck All Might like an overpowered punch. He just relayed 3 stunning and concerning pieces of information as if he was describing his morning routine. Before All Might could react, Recovery Girl opened the door to the training room and walked. The 2 boys froze as her gaze ran cold, seeing them both on the ground, Izuku's shirt open, a defibrillator on the basis having been used. Now, Chio, in my defense, I was not expecting him to go into cardiac arrest, All Might said with his hands up defensively. What he said was all Izuku could manage. Any hopes of them being sparred cane wax in a long lecture went out the window as the old heroine laid into the 2 of them deep and at great length. Once the lesson was over, she conducted a thorough exam of Izuku. Then she let Izuku explain what was happening. He watched the older woman's eyes widen at the tale. Between this and Azrael, you are going to be the death of me, young man. Have you considered what you are going to tell the others? I will tell them everything. I promised that there would be no secrets. I can't lie to Kachin, Himi, Ibara, Hitoshi, or my parents. I may hold off on Ryuko and Kami, but I would ask that you wait till the raid then. It will allow a clearer picture of the future. It would be best to stress the importance of keeping one for all a secret. So many knowing so quickly is risky, in my opinion. But I trust you, young Izuku. And now that one for all is your quirk, it is up to you how you choose to manage it. But remember, in the end, it is your quirk. No one has the right to tell you how or whom you can or cannot tell. Not even me, All Might said. Now, if you are ready, let's see what you can do. I am not sure how to activate it. All Might cast a nervous glance at Recovery Girl. Well, I would tell you to clench your butt cheeks and yell smash from the depths of your soul. I don't think that would be a good idea. From what Nana told me, I was odd in that I could master one for all immediately. I think the best would be to tap into that raging sea, but do so slowly and carefully, like dipping your toe in a hot tub. Recovery Girl sighed. Just don't concentrate it all in one spot, dearie. It could still have devastating consequences. Spread it out. With his eyes closed, Izuku imagined the lake of fire once again. But this time, he saw himself standing on the shore, watching the waves gently kiss the white sand. The waves grew stronger as he approached, beckoning him with a deep calling from within. It was like the feeling he got when he had to heal someone, only stronger. As he extended his hand, he conveyed a sense of patience, assuring them that he would be there soon, but they needed to give him time. The waves seemed to calm as his toes dug into the warmth of the sand. As the first bit of the fiery lake touched and kissed his toe, he could feel it, the tug, the embrace, the fire coursing through him. It was brief as the wave retreated, but it was so welcoming. Another step and more water, more of the fire, another and another. Soon, the water was around his ankles slowly. It would rise and ebb, but the warmth was beckoning, calling him in deeper. He waded in farther, to his knees. The heat was intense, not burning but right on edge. Any further, it would almost be intolerable. Scoping the fire into his hand, he stared into it before gently bringing it to his lips. As he looked around, his view expanded from the city to the nation and eventually the entire globe. The lights of the cosmos mesmerized him, calling out to him with the promise of eternity. Suddenly, he was pulled back to reality, standing in the basement of All Might's tower. He could sense the well-being of those around him and felt a strong urge to extend his abilities beyond the confines of the building. The flames dancing around him added to the surreal experience of observing himself from a third-person perspective. His body shuddered, and he took a long, deep breath. He felt the warmth escape him and saw All Might smile while Recovery Girl looked at her legs in wonder. The pain in her legs seemed to alleviate, but he couldn't comprehend what he was truly seeing. An unearthly figure was before him, reaching out with ethereal black flames wrapped around his first mentor. He did the same and felt his body move like a character in a video game. With their right hand, they extended a black fire that danced slowly, curving away from All Might towards Recovery Girl. The pain was palpable, and they could sense and feel every bit of it. However, they also had the power to choose what to fix and what to leave as it was. It wasn't an all-or-nothing situation but a selective restoration process. They knew they could regenerate her and restore things lost to time, not just those caused by injury. Their voice filled the room as they asked permission to proceed. The woman nodded as the fire wrapped around her. When it pulled away and back to its host, it was the ravage of time he felt invade his body. When the white fire flared, he didn't see it burn, but instead, it went somewhere else, the center of the storm that raged over the lake of fire. That made it rage and fight. It was all the pain he had taken in and stored. He held it all inside of himself. It was raging to be released, to be inflicted. The more he had, the stronger the storm would rage. A whisper, soft and feminine, yet holding power and confidence, spoke. If you hold too much, it will rage out of your control until it is expelled, until the rage burns enough to satisfy itself. The unintentional release will always be worse than the intentional one. Careful ninth, great and powerful your gift is, like many others before it, capable of truly great things or abject horror. Manage it well. He could feel that whatever had been there was gone, and he was back in the room. The fire around him danced a green. He could feel it running through his veins. It was begging to be used, to be allowed to be free. Izuku turned towards the target, a practiced dummy. Rearing back, he threw his fist forward. Nearly perfect form from all the training, Endeavor, All Might, Gran Torino, Sir Night Eye, and Kachin. He felt his fist impact and the raging inferno begging for some release. He obliged. All Might stood in shock as he saw his successor bathed in fire turn and strike. At the point of impact, he saw the fire flare as the dummy exploded to pieces. He felt the need to crow and cheer. He had been given a second chance and had chosen right. This boy was going to rewrite the books, and he knew that, unlike him, he wouldn't be alone. He was suddenly filled with a vision of Izuku and his friends standing surrounded by others and an unimaginable line of people behind them. He was fading off into the distance. He then saw Nana appear from the crowd. She was smiling. He could hear it. "You did great, kid." Recovery Girl smiled when she saw no hint of the healing flame before walking over to examine Izuku to make sure for herself. "How was it, dearie?" she asked, looking over his hand. Izuku noticed no limp in her walk. She hadn't leaned on the cane at all. He smiled at her. "I could feel the fire in my veins spreading all over me. Maybe 20% is what I can tolerate. I wanted more. I wanted to be used. I found out that all the pain I absorb while healing gets internalized as a raging storm, and it can spill out of my control if I don't release it." "Was that what happened to the target dummy?" she asked. "It was. I have to manage it. I was warned that if I don't release it willingly, it would be released one way or the other." The retired pro-heroine smiled warmly at him. It reminded him somewhat of his mother. He could see her caring and love for him. "And when you healed me, I can be more selective. It isn't all or nothing. I can take it slowly or all at once and heal it. But I can also regenerate, I think. It was more the ravages of time on your body than a specific injury. And I found I could fix that as well, Obaken." The last word falling out tentatively. He saw her smile. "Now be careful, Mago. Don't push yourself too hard or too fast. This old woman can only handle so much." She gently patted his cheek as he went back to testing his abilities, destroying 3 more dummies till he felt the storm was satisfied. The rest was a potent hit, but the dummies survived. He continued training for a few more hours of the steady guidance of All Might and the gentle gaze of Obaken, till he felt the wear and tear of the day beginning to catch up. He immediately let it known, and All Might called the training and took the boy home after he showered. 1 month later, upon entering the warehouse with a fierce determination to engage in battle, All Might was met with a deafening silence and an eerie emptiness. Dust accumulation suggested that the place had been deserted for quite some time. In a frantic search for any evidence or hint of the villain's whereabouts, All Might scoured the area with intense focus. However, all that was found was a makeshift throne and a handwritten note with a brief apology stating, "Sorry I missed you." All Might sighed, disappointed as his efforts to help Izuku find peace for the night didn't pan out as expected. Sir Night Eye launched an investigation into their sources to identify the culprits responsible for the misinformation. But it appeared that there wasn't just one source. The damage inflicted on All for One's empire was more severe than anticipated, and the sources responsible for the false information had vanished without a trace. Identical messages were found everywhere, leading the heroes to realize they had been deceived. Elsewhere, a laugh escaped All for One as he utilized a useful quirk called remote viewing to observe the heroes raiding an abandoned safe house. The machines around him were functioning efficiently and ensuring his survival, while the skilled doctor searched tirelessly for the perfect quirk to restore him to his former greatness. There have been reports of a highly effective healing quirk in the world that is said to have almost miraculous healing abilities. It is believed that this quirk was utilized by All Might, who was in critical condition after his last battle. It appears that the hired assassin could not eliminate his nemesis as expected. Surprisingly, his enemy seems to have recovered and improved significantly. All Might has regained his physical strength and becomes more agile, leading to speculations that he may have obtained a miraculous quirk. Some time ago, the doctor had shared with him details about a young boy with an extraordinary ability that could be highly advantageous. Unfortunately, the doctor's cover was blown when someone discovered Toya Todoroki, and he was compelled to go into hiding. All for One did not doubt that the miraculous healing quirk that thwarted his plans was not a coincidence. Although he couldn't pinpoint who was behind his setbacks, he felt an unfamiliar yet pleasant sensation. The kids he needed for his schemes were no longer within his grasp, as they had recovered and were living everyday lives. Toya Todoroki was once a part of his plan and was back home and enrolled in UA to become a hero, despite experiencing fewer setbacks. He would return the next day whenever he encountered one as if nothing had happened. There had been some reports of Recovery Girl mentoring someone or even sponsoring them for the recommended exam, but he had been unable to pull any information on the boy. Technopaths he once had in his pocket were suddenly silent on the subject. This, of course, to the sudden recovery of loved ones. Once again, there was the healing quirk and some invisible puppet master pulling the strings. "Doctor, We must accelerate the high-end project. Someone is moving against us. It is only a matter of time before they decide to do so directly. Tell me about this healing quirk you encountered years ago. What was the boy's name? Izuku Midoriya, Master. Tell me about his quirk again. You see, Master. Midoriya household. Izuku sat on his bed, his heart racing after receiving the news of the failed raid. He had only expected to hear about All Might's demise, but the situation worsened. All for One was still alive, and he was taunting the heroes. Izuku called for a family meeting to inform everyone about what had been brought to their doorstep. Don't worry too much, he will have come to your doorstep. Hello Azrael, it's good to hear from you finally. I've been attempting to get in touch with you but I'm still waiting to receive a response. Izuku, I am not a dog you can call upon at your whim. Instead, we have a mutually beneficial arrangement where you work for me. My love for my brother is the foundation of our relationship, not you. While you may remind me of him, it's important to remember that you are not him. I know I am not him, but some response would be excellent when things come to me because of what you did. Izuku, I understand your frustration, but please know that events occur due to various factors and not just because of my actions. While I have been focusing on assisting you, I also have other responsibilities. To ease your worries, I will provide a level of protection for you and your home that should suffice for now. Let's shift our attention to discussing All for One. Yes, you said he would have come to my doorstep regardless. I'm sorry that the only way to avoid this situation would have been to let you perish when we first met. The reason is that your healing ability is what our enemy is after. Like All Might, he sustained injuries during their fight, and despite attempting to recover, he is now a mere shadow of his former self. However, even with this handicap, he still poses a significant threat to you and other heroes. He is a quirk thief. He means to take my quirk and use it to fix himself so he can do whatever evil Sid he has in mind. Will it be even worse if he finds out I have One for All? Yes, but the catch is that now he can't take it from you. One for All cannot be stolen or forcibly removed due to the nature of the quirk. Now that your quirk has merged with One for All, it cannot be stolen either. He will force you to use it to give him what he wants. My friend and family. He is going to use them against me. I should. Humanity is always so predictable. If you dare say you should go and distance yourself from them to keep them safe, I will inflict such misery upon you that death will seem like a kiss from one of your girlfriends. Do you ever wonder why I've tried to surround you with many allies? It might be helpful to speak with the previous wielders and learn from their experiences of going solo or sticking to small groups. Remember, you will eventually face All for One in a fateful battle. Why would you ever venture into something without backup when you could have it? Is it to protect your friends? Have you considered how they would react if you told them you were taking on the ultimate villain of the quirk era all by yourself? Shouldn't individuals have a say in the world's future and futures if the fight revolves around it? I want to keep them safe. To ensure safety, it's crucial to be informed rather than kept ignorant. You should be aware that your enemy won't come alone but with an army of his own. Don't expect a private fight between you atop a mountain to save the world. He wants the world to know of his invincibility. Even the most influential leaders can only rule with lieutenants since there's too much to manage. Similarly, no hero can save everyone everywhere at once. Therefore, it's essential to use your intellect. Your group has received training from 3 top active heroes, and 1 semi-retired. Rigorous education and training at UA is on the horizon. What should I do? You fight, you let the others know of the fight coming their way. Let them decide what to do. If they want to lie in their beds and wait for me to go to them, then let them. Let them if they wish to enter the field and dive into my arms. Live on your knees or die on your feet. Why do you get to choose for them? Freedom of choice. You never made me do anything. You put opportunities before me, and my nature took over. They should be able to choose for themselves. You're right, Azrael. I am sorry. Izuku, it is essential that you always remember one thing. People may not always get a choice in how or when they die, but they should always be given a choice in how they choose to live. Izuku pulled out his phone and called All Might. All Might, yes, young Midoriya. Izuku, I heard from Azrael. He told me All for One would be coming after me one way or another. He knows about my healing quirk. He also said that Spirit Fire and One for All have merged, so he can't forcefully take it from me. All Might, that is comforting in some fashion. Know that I will not stop hunting him, Izuku. When the time comes, you won't be alone. Izuku, I know. I am going to tell my family and friends. Before you say anything, Azrael said something. He won't be coming at me alone. He will have his army at his back. They deserve to know what's coming regardless of what they choose to do. They have the right to choose how they live. Part of his power is being in the dark. All Might, you want to bring him into the light, the panic it can cause. Izuku, I'm not referring to a news report or anything. What I mean is that if individuals are aware of the presence of a monster under their bed, they can take precautions to prevent it from quickly grabbing their feet. All Might, you want to raise your army. Izuku, not an army. I want them to know what's on the line when the fight breaks out. I know you and the others will try to stop him before he comes for me, but I want to be prepared if you fail. Sorry if that sounds harsh. All Might, no, it doesn't. It would be best to always prepare for victory but not ignore the possibility of failure. Failure, no matter what, is always an option on the table or in the shadows. Izuku, I assure you that I will exercise discretion and only trust those I feel are trustworthy. However, it might be wise to involve more members of the hero community in the investigation, as there could be valuable information out there. All for One is already aware of your pursuit, and perhaps someone else has witnessed or heard something that may seem insignificant but could be significant when considered as part of the bigger picture. All Might, you may be right. Let me talk to the others. The responsibility of One for All is yours, Izuku. As much as I wish to spare you and those around you from the horror or fear of All for One, I know that may not be possible. You may have to take up that burden, and those around you will feel that weight. Weight is better distributed across more than one point. You have my support. Izuku, thank you, All Might. I will talk to you later. All Might, be safe. Izuku hung up the phone before firing off a few more texts, changing the meeting to Kami, Ryuko, Toya, and Shoto, stressing the importance of everything. He was pleasantly surprised when they all responded that they would be there shortly. It wasn't long before his father knocked on his door, telling him everyone was there. Hisashi could see the world's weight upon his son. Stepping on him, he closed the door and hugged his son tightly. No matter what, son, I will be by your side. If the world turns on you, I will be by your side. If it is too heavy to hold up, I will help alleviate some weight. Your mother and I both. I love you so much. I am proud of the man you are becoming and the hero I know you will be. Izuku held his father tight. They said nothing further until they felt good enough to separate and walk out together. Stepping into the living room, he looked at the assembled group, noticing worry on much of their faces, except the Todorokis. Toya was doing his best to look bored, while Shoto seemed almost excited that something was about to happen. Izuku took a deep breath. What I am about to tell you all is game-changing. Let me finish before you ask me questions. And try not to yell too much. Let me tell you a story about two brothers. Inko, an ancient evil supervillain out there, would come after her son at first to force him to heal him. Now, it was because he had inherited One for All from All Might. Inko had never thought much about her quirk, seeing something minor, useful for household chores and simple tasks, but something she could use sparingly. But that moment, as her son spoke, thoughts of how she may strengthen her quirk began to dance in her mind. She could attract a cup from across the room. Can I pull someone's heart from their chest? All for One had fed up in ways he had never imagined. Izuku Midoriya was awake now, and she was pissed. Her boy would live a long, happy life filled with love, providing her with numerous grandchildren to spoil. Part of her wept for her boy, born with an incredible but burdensome quirk, a heart that didn't allow him to look the other way. He had endured more pain than anyone could have in 100 lifetimes. Yet he still had pushed forward, creating this nexus in her living room. She was bringing all of them together, enriching all their lives. Now another burden was upon him. Of course, he took it upon his shoulders. She would have been surprised if he hadn't. Yet due to that nexus, she knew the others would help him carry it. They would take some of it for themselves. She knew in her heart that what was before her was the future the world had only dreamed about. Rei and Mitsuki also need to know something is coming for their babies. Hisashi, he just nodded. He had a pit in his stomach as he listened to the whole tale. He wondered when his son's shoulders had gotten so broad to hold so much upon them. Hitoshi Midoriya. Well, at least he isn't a zombie. But now there is a demon king. He looked over to Ryuko, who was in shock. As he looked at her, he saw an image of her lifeless body being superimposed over her. His heart raced and broke at the same time. Part of him wanted to rage at his brother, but he knew it wasn't his fault. The monster would have come regardless of One for All, but now at least they had a heads up. Was he going to run? He knew he wouldn't, just as much as Ryuko wouldn't. He was going to be a great hero just like all the rest. Now he knew he had the opportunity to go down as part of the team that took down the Demon King. Time to fight for the future, and he would fight to his last breath. He knew now that it wasn't just luck that Izuku had been there that night to save him, it was fate. His fate was to be there and end the Demon King and his whole stinking army. He reached out and squeezed Ryuko's hand. She returned it as the look of shock faded from her eyes, and a fire began to burn. Riko, once upon a time, she was just a lonely girl whom people would make fun of for how she would talk and her love of all things spooky. Then Kami came into her life, a fireball of energy, and she didn't seem to care what anyone said. She took Riko's hand one day and told her they were eating lunch together, and that was it. They saw a shy, unsure girl with messy blonde buns walk into class one day, and they knew what they had to do. This led to Izuku, Katsuki, and, most notably for her, Hitoshi. Now she was listening to an even more fantastic story than the one that had happened years ago when Izuku rose from the dead. Looking at her boyfriend, she was unsure of how she felt for him but over herself. Was her quirk good enough to fight against this ancient evil? Was she good enough? It was a call to action that would shape the rest of her life. The only chance to avoid it was to drop heroics and flee to the far side of the world and hope she lived a good life and died while her homeland possibly was destroyed, or while her friends fought and died while she cowered. She was afraid. It took a moment for her to realize that she was not scared of dying but afraid of failing. Failure meant destroying everything she knew, as if she had run away. No, she would not run away. She would not cower in some corner. She would fight. She would win. Kami, all she wanted in life was to be surrounded by good friends and have a good boyfriend. Grow up, become a respectable hero, have a family, and enjoy all life's fruits and joys. She had friends and a pretty awesome boyfriend. And now this old, creepy, evil mother fur wanted to raise a ruckus. F that. She could see her future. It was laid out. As long as they worked together and stood together, she would get all she wanted, and no evil F was about to take that from her. They would get stronger and kick his effing ass straight to hell. She would cut off his balls and shove them down his effing throat. No one comes into her life and takes away her or her friends' dreams. No one is going to destroy the world that holds so much promise. Effing no one. Katsuki Bakugo. Izuku was trouble, somewhere deep inside. He knew his brother was trouble, but that trouble had saved his little sister at a tremendous cost to himself. He had saved many other children and probably the Todoroki family. As soon as that day, he almost lost Izuku only to have him brought back. Katsuki knew that Sit would go down in the future, saving Himiko, saving Hitoshi, Toya, and Shoto. Someone was gathering people around his brother to help protect and support him. Now one for all. Now all for one. It was hard to sit and realize that his brother was being chosen for such a responsibility. He was being elevated, and a lesser person would be jealous, but Katsuki wasn't. He knew that Izuku would need someone to lean on and help make the hard choices, that he would need someone to walk in and F some sit up. Katsuki was confident that he could do that. They would go down in history as the mother furs that saved everything or the ones that failed and let it burn. Katsuki was not about to let this Sit burn. He would fight with and beside his brother, ensuring Izuku was challenged, but always from a place of love. All for one, maybe be the boogeyman, but he never F-ed with a Bakugo before. Wait until Mizuki gets older and learns about this. This ancient evil is never going to have a chance. Toya, if Izuku hadn't saved me, would I have been part of that army? Would my hate have consumed me that I would do such things to satiate my desire for revenge? Instead, I have my family back. I am enrolled in the hero course, have some great friends there, and a group of kids I want to see become great heroes. It is like I am a big brother to all of them. It should be my job to protect them. I should be the one chasing the monsters away. I can, but if not, I will ensure that they don't know what will hit them when the demons come. Myro, Nejire, and Tamaki will help. I know they will. Izuku saved not only my life but my family's as well. I owe him. I will die by his side before I let the bastard come and take this away from me. Let him bring an army. Let's see if he can command an army of ash. Shodo, Izuku Midoriya. The story was fantastic and had all the elements of making something genuinely magnificent. Once upon a time, Shoto wanted to be a hero to save people. That dream was almost wholly ripped away until Izuku Midoriya. Now he was being offered a chance to save the whole country, to stand with others, not alone but with friends and comrades, to declare that they would not go gentle into that good night. It stirred his blood in a way that nothing had before. It awakened something deep inside of him, purpose. Shoto Todoroki had found and embraced his purpose, not to be the next great hero, not the best, but to be one that protected those he cared for and the everlasting promise of tomorrow. Himi, if she didn't love him, she would kill him. She knew Big Sit was going to come, but she figured it would be Azrael's fault. But this was going to come for her Izu simply because of his quirk. This thing would take away her Izu, family, and friends. Not while Himiko drew breath. Her thoughts darkened. She would have to do things he may not like to keep him safe. She would have to do something he may never forgive her for. It hurt her heart, but she realized she could endure that as long as he was safe, as long as they were safe. War's not always clean, and she was damn sure that this all for one was not about to follow any rules of engagement. She loved Izuku enough to endure it. She would do what had to be done. Every general needs that person to cross the line they cannot. Some get dirty so others can remain clean. She would do what had to be done to create a place where they were safe, and the Izuku would be happy, even if there weren't a place for her there in the end. She would be the monster, do the evil things so he could stay clean. She would do what had to be done. Ibara. It was clarity, the reason the Lord had guided her here and had brought her to Izuku's side, first in friendship, now in romance. The devil's agent was coming, and she was going to fight. She would support her Izuku and their friends. She was to help ensure they didn't sully themselves too much in pursuing victory. A voice of reason. Katsuki would challenge Izuku to make sure his brother was thinking clearly. Shoto would be the protector, Hitoshi the cynic, and Ryako a fierce, loyal warrior, Kami the passion, Toya the protective older brother. Her gaze fell on Himiko, and she knew the path she was preparing to walk. Himiko prepared to walk in the darkness. Ibara would not let her go too far alone. Izuku loved them both and would need them both. She knew he would not just stand by and let Himiko live in darkness, nor would she. The Lord had brought her here to stand against the rising darkness, and she was not about to let someone she cared about go into that darkness, regardless of the reason. She would ensure that no matter how far Himi thought she was lost in the darkness, there would always be a light to guide her home. Nowhere. Azrael passed the unseen threshold in the strange visage of Nowhere, passing others as he made his way to the location of whom he sought. With his next step, he felt the shift in reality, the bend in space as he crossed over. Greetings, brother. I was interested in why you called out to me after so long. I have called you here to tell you that I am displeased with your actions and with your meddling. I am just cleaning up your mess, little brother. My mess. Why, of course. You think that you could just bring the light of quirks and leave. It was what was chosen for them. You can spin that tale all you want to the others. You forget who I am and whom I share time with. Now, Lightbringer, what do you want? Nowhere. Surely you are joking, Lightbringer. I assure you I am not, and don't call me Shirley. Ha ha, Azrael said sarcastically. Not only did you decide to bring your light and the F off, you are coming here now to make this demand of me. Yes, that is exactly what I am doing. And you will do what I ask and give me what I want. Or else. I don't like being threatened. Even you are not immune to death. But you and I know that while that may be true, I am not yours to collect. Only she can collect me, and when she does, I will shudder in anticipation of her embrace. You have manipulated all this for your benefit. You will now do so for me. She was not part of my plan. Then make her part of your plan because I want it. If you don't, I will. You and I know what will happen if I do it myself. I know all too well. Very well, then. I will see it done because I don't want you going and doing it yourself. I don't want to try and clean up after you again. Thank you so much. Join me for a drink before you leave. And Azrael, don't make me wait long. Yes, I know what a shining beacon of patience you are. Since I have you here, would you mind giving someone a little nudge for me? How so? Nothing much. They are overly arrogant and egotistical, much like you at times. I just want them to act on those feelings. Lessons need to be taught on both sides. I can do that. Everyone has a plan until they get punched in the mouth. After Izuku had revealed to his family the truth of One for All and the monster that lurked in the darkness that would one day come once it knew of the passing of One for All, plans were made. Coupled with the knowledge provided by Azrael that the monster was going to come after Izuku regardless, plans had to be made for how to deal with the monster when it came knocking at the door. The heroes decided that one of them, primarily Gran Torino, would always be near the children even when they were in school to alert the hero network. The mothers, on the other hand, once Inko had shared with the others that a great danger could target their children, had decided to meet in secret and train how to use their quirks more efficiently to protect the kid. They just so happened to always have business nearby, and All Might was easily convinced to add their phones to the alert circle should the kids trigger their panic buttons. The kids were drilled in escape tactics and safe house locations. The importance of making sure they escaped. They were not to fight back unless it was necessary. A great boxer from the pre-Quirk days once said, everyone has a plan till they get punched in the mouth. They knew that one day he would come, and the monster would show his face. They didn't plan for that day to come in the middle of lunch. When the wall exploded, it took everyone by surprise. It was a blitz attack. Plans had been implemented for most other things, but this was not part of the plan. For some reason, they felt that the school would be a safe zone to minimize One for All's exposure. Through the hole in the wall, creatures flooded through. Their bodies were grotesque, mismatched. Staples and scars hold their bodies together. They looked pieced together. Monsters created by combining various body parts that should not move, but move they did. Some crawled, scampered, or moved jerkingly, betraying their unnaturalness. From those with mouths, sounds escaped, clicks or hollow calls. The blind seemed able to move, and the ones with many eyes searched. Only one feature unified them, their brains pulsing and oozing for all to see. The skin of unnatural shades, boils and sores, pus-filled maws with jagged fangs. Panic buttons were hit, but they knew that help would not be around the corner. Students began to flee. Those that weren't already injured, the exit bottlenecking the terrified students. A few teachers were inside the cafeteria on duty. One poor soul fainted dead away. Their history teacher, Ms. Kyo, stood at a table yelling for students to seek refuge as her quirk suddenly flared out in front of a monster descending on a fallen group of students, blinding the terror. Ibara, grab anyone on the ground or about to be trampled, Izuku shouted. His fire roared to life. What are you going to do? She shouted. They are after me so that I will get their attention. Caution. We need to lead them outside so you can light them up. I got your back, bro. Follow me, he called out, moving towards a wall that bordered the courtyard. Himiko reached into her bag, grabbed a few blood vials, and followed behind Izuku. Tommy leaped forward, exhaling her quirk, trapping a few of the beasts in an illusion. As she bent to pull a girl to her feet, one of the blind came leaping. She pushed the girl out of the way and braced for impact. A table flew out of nowhere and swung like a baseball bat, knocking the creature away. Get away from her, you beach! Ryuko screamed as another table rose and flew across the room at another one. I don't know if these things talk, but I can at least help get people to their feet. Hitoshi ran forward, grabbing those disoriented, and after getting them to respond, he called them to move in the right direction. Hey Koma boy. Hitoshi turned as one of the baseball team members tossed him a bat. Thanks, Amiathea. He saw other team members doing the same. Some quirks started going off around the cafeteria as students felt they could be trying to save others. Hitoshi spun and raced to defend Kami and Riko as an explosion rocked the room, and a large hole was in the wall. Izuku reared back, a black fireball forming in his hand. It was a new technique, but he had to get their attention. Hurling it into a group of the beasts, it exploded. He could see a couple fall near the center, but others shrugged it off. Then, much like in a horror movie, they all seemed to focus on him. They let off a horrible high-pitched scream and went flying towards their target. Izuku dashed outside. As the first of the pursuers neared, the whole Katsuki spun from around the corner, both his palms forward. Eat it, you effers. He yelled, letting his quirk go. It was deafening as the attackers went flying back. Riko kept throwing everything she could get her hands on. A few monsters peeled off to attack her, and Kami trapped a few while Hitoshi did all he could. The bat impacted solidly on one more ape-like creature, but it seemed to have no effect. It swung its mighty arm, hitting the boy in the side and sending him flying. Riko screamed in horror as he flew past her. Using her quirk, she yanked him back to her as she ran and dived to avoid one of the monsters. She wrapped him in her arms and braced. When the creature came crashing down on her, it suddenly impacted a yellow barrier that moved with the impact like a trampoline and spang, sending the things flying away. Riko turned and saw a girl with bright blue hair standing there, her hand extended. Come on, Riko, get up. I can't do that much more. Riko smiled at the girl from her class. Thank you, Rika. She pulled Hitoshi to his feet as he grimaced, holding his ribs. From behind Kami, she heard a shout, Duxami. She immediately dropped as one of the soccer players came flipping over, her brilliant white arms trailing from his back, fired forward, hitting two creatures, and sent them flying out of the building. Holy shit, Kuruo, she exclaimed, as she saw the fist snatching monsters and flinging them away, and grabbing a few remaining students in the way and tossing them behind him. Kami watched their trajectory as the star catcher for the baseball team hands were suddenly coated in pink energy that resembled his catcher's mitt, safely cradling the student. It was then that the PE coach burst forward with a mighty roar. An overlay of powerful bull shimmered over him as he crashed into more, driving the remaining few out the hole they had come in. The lunch lady, Mrs. Yoko, and an 80-year-old woman emerged, and from her palm, ice sprang forth, plugging the hole. She stumbled, but Kami caught her. The older woman was shivering violently. Hold on, Mrs. Yoko, Kami said, thanking All Might for all that physical exercise. Kami lifted the woman and ran to get her out of danger. You get an extra dessert tomorrow, Mrs. Yoko said, causing Kami to smile. Might Tower. All Might's phone lit up as the panic alarms he had designed for the kids lit up. He immediately sent out an emergency call on the Hero Network. As he went to race off, a purple-skinned muscled beast with wings came crashing through his office window, spearing him out the other side. Its beaked mouth let out a sonic roar that shattered all the windows of the upper floors. Outside, Katsuki leaped back, panting, You know, Izuku, I blame you. Fair point. Enough chitter-chatter, youngsters. Look alive, Torino ordered as he dropped beside them. I already sent an emergency call on the Hero Network. We need to draw them away from the school. That was the plan, old man, Katsuki barked back. They watched as dozens of these monstrosities poured out, all three of them taking a battle stance with Torino in the lead. Himiko downed a vial of blood and felt herself shift into a familiar form. The group was stunned when Izuku suddenly popped out from behind a tree. Hey, you ugly son of a beaches, I am over here. The creatures immediately split as half bolted after Himiko. Oh sit, she muttered as she turned and ran as fast as she could. I got that crazy blonde girlfriend of yours. Keep pulling them away towards the athletic field, Torino said. His rocket sprang to life, and he kicked the lead beast in the knee, sending it crashing down and tripping some of its cohorts as he pushed off the ground toward Himiko. Ibara burst out of the hole behind their attackers, her vines snaking out, grabbing some pursuers, and slamming them together. Katsuki leaped at the one closest to him with an explosive right hook as Izuku delivered a crushing uppercut to another. Katsuki greeted another one with a rising knee, but he was then tackled out of the air by another beast, its beaked maw diving deep into his shoulder. He let out a scream as he placed his other hand against the monster, blasting it with everything he could. The thing took a chunk of his flesh with it. Izuku, distracted by his friend's scream, was grabbed roughly by his arm and yanked into the air, seeing the Frankensteinish monster roar as his arm broke. Izuku bit back the scream and instead twisted in the beast's grasp, tearing his broken arm from its socket as he completed his spin kick against the thing's neck. With a sickening crack, the something went flying. Izuku fell to the ground, his leg broken. White fire erupted around him as Ibara caught another that was diving towards him, tossing aside. Her attention was distracted. She couldn't dodge the attack of another of the beasts as it drove its fist into her stomach, forcing the girl to her knees. Its mouth opened freakishly as it engulfed the girl's head when suddenly vines ripped out and caught the thing by its neck. Ibara looked up and saw her mother standing by the edge of the building, a look of rage on her face. "No one touches my daughter," she roared as the vines around the thing's neck began to spin like a buzzsaw. Ibara watched as the thing's head was cut from its body. Izuku rolled out of the way from an attack. As he got his legs under him, he pushed off the ground, leaving, kicking up a sizable piece of dirt. As he tackled Katsuki out of the way, one of the flying beasts fired a breath attack. Izuku's fire immediately spread to his injured brother. The flyer turned to make another pass, but then Izuku saw the eyes of the monster suddenly be wrenched out of its head by green energy. Quickly he located his mother, who was near Ibara's. When one of the beasts ran at them, he saw Mitsuki come around the corner with what looked like a shotgun and fire point blank at the monster's face. The thing fell back, a solid projectile lodged in its brain. Both boys watched as Mitsuki causally loaded another shot and fired at another monster. Himiko dodged left and right, avoiding the powerful attacks coming at her. One landed too close, exploding the ground next to her, causing her to lose her footing. As another grabbed her, Torino rocketed in, kicking the thing in the face and sending it away. Himiko got to her feet. "Torino, get me to the other side of this building," she shouted, backflipping out of the way of another attack as one of her feet caught a monster under the jaw. Torino was unsure why the girl wanted to get to the other side of the building, but he knew he needed to get her out of her. He scooped her up and rocketed off. He grabbed the edge of the building and pushed off, rocketing him high into the air. He saw a pool on the other side. "Throw me into the pool," she shouted. "Are you crazy?" "Probably, but I will drop this form, and I don't want to be naked running around the school," she shouted. Torino pushed higher, spinning. He threw her towards the pool as a beast tackled him. As soon as she felt the hero's touch leave her, she started shedding her disguise of Izuku, a trail of gray sludge falling off her as she crashed into the pool. Hitting the bottom of the pool, she pushed to the surface as her head saw two of the monsters leaping off the building toward the collection. She tried to move towards the nearest edge when suddenly the water level reduced drastically as a dragon of water emerged from the pool, crashing into the falling monsters and crushing them against the side of the building. "Hey, give me your hand. OMG. Why are you naked?" a voice called out. Himiko looked toward the sound of the voice and saw a girl with blue-black hair and brilliant blue eyes blushing furiously with her hand extended to pull Himiko out of the pool. "Nice save," Himiko said. "Why are you naked?" "Drawback of my quirk," Himiko said as she was pulled out. "Thanks again," she shouted, racing towards the locker room. "What's your name?" "Suijin." "Get the F out here, Suijin," Himiko shouted. "Put some clothes on, you freak," the girl shouted as she raced in the opposite direction. The thing that should not be. Torino managed to break free of the monster. Bloodied, he rocketed back to the real Izuki, seeing the two boys with Ibara at their back fighting off the horde of monsters attacking them. The two boys were working like a well-oiled machine, with the girl and her vines working overtime blocking attacks and grabbing monsters to toss them away. He smiled as he dashed in, knocking another away and landing near Izuku. "I need some healing, lad," he called out. Izuku, not turning his back, just extended his fire and healed the hero. The trio of mothers were working towards them as some local heroes arrived on the scene. A blur appeared next to them. "Eri out children, when he touched you to Safety, watch out Therese another own, Ohendenother." They watched as the heroes' fists flew in a blur. Once the group was together, they mounted a counterattack with the local heroes. As the last of the beasts fell to the ground, not moving, a feeling of relief started to wash over them when a shadow appeared over them. A man was floating above them in a chair wrapped in strange white energy with strange machines attached to him. He was bald, and his eyes were covered by skin, with a peculiar metallic mask over his face. He was wearing a black suit with a crisp white shirt. "All for one," Torino hissed. "Kids, get the hell out of here. Call All Might. Call everyone." "Izuku Midoriya," the man spoke, his voice dripping with menace and dread. "A very impressive showing. But unless you want your friends and family to meet a tragic end, you will give me what I desire. You will get nothing but a jail cell all for one," Torino yelled, rocketing forth vengeance on his mind. The local pros followed suit only for jagged black spikes to appear and impale them, pinning them to the ground. Izuku heard the screams as the same happened to those around him, leaving himself untouched. "Wait, stop," he cried as more spikes raced out, stopping inches from their throats. "What do you want?" "Why, your wonderful healing quirk, my boy." "Okay, just don't kill them." "Izuku, you can't," Katsuki screamed, pushing against the spikes. More were shot out, causing more damage to everyone around. "Izuku," his mother pleaded, despite the pain. Ibara said. "Please don't hurt them," Izuku said. The fire around him died out. The man floated down as Izuku walked towards him. "Who are you?" "You may call me All for one." "What happened to you?" "All Might. Now enough games, come here." Izuku approached the man. "Promise me that you will let them go." I promise I will set them free. Will and intent. A sinister smile formed on the man's lips as he reached to touch Izuku's head. Then nothing happened. Confusion formed on All for One's face. Izuku's hands suddenly shot out and grabbed the sides of the man's head. White fire exploded out behind him in a torrent, destroying the spikes and healing his allies, as black fire exploded from his palms, engulfing All for One's head. You cannot take anything from me, you bastard, but I have something for you. All the pain from my family and all the pain you inflicted on All Might, all for you and all right now. Ibara marveled as she saw green wings made of fire erupt from Izuku's back. The fire exploding everywhere was a raging inferno whirling around them. All for One screamed in pain. Such pain. He impaled the boy with hundreds of spikes, desperate to kill him to stop the pain. He saw the spikes penetrate Izuku, only to shatter and the wounds to instantly close, and the pain to be fed into All for One. He felt bones break, the pain of dozens of surgeries. Every blow or wound he had inflicted upon his rival he felt being returned to him. Dozens of quirks erupted from All for One in a desperate attempt to escape. He tried to rise out of the boy's grip for the earth to explode around him as vines pulled him down, and the tubes keeping him alive began to be ripped free one by one. He was dying, they were killing him. Through the haze, through the pain, he saw an ethereal being perched on the edge of the cafeteria, smiling at him and reveling in All for One's pain. In desperation, he activated a quirk he hadn't fully mastered. A black viscous sludge erupted from the numerous wounds on his body, his regeneration unable to heal them as they were dealing with other injuries. It engulfed him and some of the monsters as they all collapsed in on themselves and disappeared, the chair falling to the ground. The fire stopped. Izuku stood there, his clothes tattered, and his fire-green wings slowly folded in and faded away. That was intense, he said as his eyes rolled back in his head. Katsuki caught his brother before he could fall. Stupid Deku, he whispered. Ibara and Inko rushed to his side, as did Himiko, who came tearing around the corner wearing a school swimsuit. Torino was stunned, as were the other heroes. Students that had watched on from the windows had just seen some of their fight against monsters, and they had won. They had bore witness to the start of something. The cliff by the sea. Izuku's eyes opened, and he wasn't at the school or staring at the dull ceiling tiles of a hospital. He cautiously looked around and saw Yoichi waiting for him to wake up. Please tell me I didn't almost die again, he said, getting to his feet. Far from it, young man, you should wake up soon, he replied. Izuku looked out over the sea and saw no raging or boiling seas. No storm, instead, it all looked calm. The sun was shining, not a yellow but a golden hue, tinting everything in a strange shade. Everything looks peaceful. Is this where you tell me I must face some great evil next week? Yoichi laughed. No, you are here, so we can tell you how proud of you we are. We, on cue, 6 lightning bolts, blue, red, orange, purple, green, and pink, crashed around Yoichi, causing Izuku to flinch. He could see silhouettes of people in energy that crackled in front of him. Most of their features were too tricky to make out, but he could see 2 rather well, and one was less distorted. From the green, a man stepped out, his features becoming clear. A lean man with short, white hair parted in the middle and thin, green eyes. He had 2 scar-like cracks stretching from the left side of his forehead to his chin. Greeting Ninth, I am the 4th or Hikage Shinomori if you please, the man said, his voice carrying a noble bearing that surprised Izuku some. Hello, Izuku replied. Why can I see some of you and not the rest? The others are still either deciding or haven't woken up enough to show themselves to you fully. Deciding on what? Me, yes, but worry not after your actions today. They are all rushing to talk to you as well. So, is this a social call? Yes and no. I did want to talk to the first person to go into battle against All for One and not only win but do so relatively unharmed. I am unconscious, Izuku pointed out. Yes, but as Yoichi pointed out, that is only temporary. You used so much power that your body needed to reset. Trust me, your victory is awe-inspiring, as was your deception. It was brilliant to understand that he couldn't take your quirk now because it had merged with One for All. A trick that won't work twice, assuming that All for One survived. My brother is worse than a cockroach. I would assume he survived. Not only for your safety but for those around you. You dealt an even more crippling blow than can be imagined. I assure you that it will take him some time to move against you again, but he will come again, Yoichi said. Nevertheless, Izuku, I did not come here just to congratulate you on your stunning victory but to offer you access to my quirk. My quirk merging with One for All results in a change. I would say so. Now our time is short, and 7 is getting impatient. My quirk is called Danger Sense. It will trigger when someone has malicious intentions toward you. At first, it will be like an early warning system but with training. It will enable you to dodge attacks you didn't see coming or even have your body move before your mind can process. Like precognition or combat precog. That is an interesting way of looking at it, Hikage said. I don't know if I could say no but accept. How will I train it? Learn to recognize the sensation and react, if possible, and we can pull you back here. I can help train you while you sleep. That doesn't sound like fun, but we have no choice. I understand. Ninth, but we do what we must, do we not? That we do. Now I better let Seven have her turn, or she will burst, he said, stepping back, his form fading into the green energy, but Izuku found he could still see him inside it. The purple energy practically leaped forward. It was Nana. Hey, Runt, she said with a beaming smile. Do I get your quirk, too? He responded, matching her smile. In time, we don't want to overload you. I just wanted to say how proud I am of you for sending that douchebag packing. But like Yoichi said, you bought yourself some time. Please don't waste it. Keep your friends, family, and those lovely ladies close and keep pushing forward. Nana sprang forward and hugged Izuku. It was warm and familiar to it that he couldn't place. Instinctively, he returned the hug. Now, wake up before they freak out anymore, she said with a smile, pushing him back. The real world. Izuku awoke, still being held by Kacchan. Bro, I didn't know you cared, but what if Kami and the girls see? Katsuki sputtered and dropped Izuku. Dick, how long was I out? Izuku said, as he looked up into his girlfriend and Inko's eyes. Only about 30 seconds, Inko said as she helped him. Are you okay? Do we need to seek help, or do you need to heal? I am fine. I just expended too much power at once and had to reset, he said, as soon as the words left his mouth. He was bulldozed by Ibara and Himiko. He stumbled back, but Kacchan made sure he didn't fall. Hemi, why are you in a bathing suit? I changed into you, remember, she said, holding as she inspected his right side for wounds. Ibara was checking the left. All clear on this side. Ibara responded with an all clear as well. Slowly the principal and some faculty emerged from the school, Kami, Ryuko, and Hitoshi following them. Izuku waited until they got near and hugged the three before his fires spread, taking their pain and injuries before healing them. As he looked around, he saw heroes handcuffing the monsters that were still present. It wasn't long before more heroes started arriving due to the emergency call. Torino thankfully stepped forward and started directing traffic. Mom, why were you and the others here acting like some sort of hit squad? Izuku asked. No one FS with my kids, Inko said with a smile. Ditto, Seinaru added. Izuku's eyes started glowing. Many kids are hurt, but no one is critical. Do you mind if I help? I am a licensed paramedic. No honey, but be careful, Ibara, go with him. Hemi dear, maybe go change into your gym clothes. Hemi blushed, kissing Izuku's cheek before rushing off. Need some help? Kacchan asked. I would love some, but would you mind keeping an eye on the mom squad in case it gets weird again? I got you, he said as Kami came and wrapped her arms around him. Izuku and Ibara moved off to the school, and a faculty member stopped him until he showed him his ID. Most of the students were in decent shape. There were some broken bones that Izuku stepped in and healed, doing his best to make sure no one saw him grimace from the pain. Playing it off as concentration, though Ibara knew better. She would squeeze his hand in between or whisper reassurance. This was why she loved him. He could have just stood back as none of the injuries were life-threatening, but he was healing the worst wounds and offering his best help. Once more medical professionals arrived, and Izuku did his job of giving reports. She pulled him away so he could rest some. While he emerged uninjured from the battle, the evidence of the fight was evident from his tattered clothes. As they were walking away, Himiko caught up, handing him his gym clothes. Izuku thanked her with a kiss on the cheek, ducking into a bathroom to change. Is he okay? Himiko asked Ibara. Physically, yes, but he will need us later. What happened was intense, and we both know that while he can heal the wounds, he experiences the pain. She motioned to her clothes that had holes in them from the spikes. He also healed us. All Might, one of the abilities that All Might had always wished he had was flight. Today was no exception. Having to fight an aerial battle when you can't fly is one of the most challenging experiences. Having emerged victorious partly due to the timely arrival of Ryukyu the dragon hero, he thanked the young hero as some of the beasts collapsed on themselves till only one remained. After ensuring it was secure, he apologized to Ryukyu before he leaped off. His mind raced as he moved towards the school until he heard an all clear over the radio. He called Torino, who briefly filled him in. When Toshi heard the words all for one and Izuku beat him, the hero thought he had gone insane. Instead of rushing off, Torino told him the children were acceptable and for him to hang back. There was enough of a media circus without the number one. Instead returned to help Ryukyu with the questions and paperwork from the battle. His successor had not only battled all for one but had won and had emerged uninjured. He felt pride. He knew he had correctly chosen, but now this was confirmation that they had done so. When he landed in UA, he received a phone call from his friend Detective Tsukachi. Hello, Naomasa ... Ah yes, I have employed the three of them as sidekicks ... It is part of a women empowerment program I am heading up ... And no, that is not a gun ... It is a support item that triggers her quirk to allow the deployment of non-lethal projectiles ... Yes, I have the forms for you in the morning. The return to school the following week was bizarre, to say the least. The group, while not shunned, had been left alone. But that was no longer the case. The baseball team was talking with Hitoshi. Some girl named Suijin was being all friendly with Himiko. Ryuko and Riko were hanging out, and Kami stopped having to pay for lunch. But the way that Ibara, Katsuki, and then Izuku were being treated was with an almost reverence. So many had seen their fight with the monsters. And then with a mysterious man in the chair, they saw that man immobilize and defeat the pro-heroes who had responded in seconds. They then saw Izuku step forward and display the fire he had put forth, healing his allies and then hurting the man in the chair. At first, some student bodies screamed in terror, watching the fire engulf the heroes, his friends, and his family. But when there are no screams and no smell of burning flesh, they could see that those bathed in the white fire were healing, and the only one screaming was the man in the chair. But he wasn't being burnt. Then, after the battle, they saw Izuku go to those with broken arms, and the white fire would heal them. When asked, they all said the same thing, that it felt calm and soothing, no heat, no pain. It wasn't until after the paramedics and the other first responders arrived that Izuku left with his girlfriends to change and wait to be questioned like everyone else. There are no legal problems as many students reacted to the invasion and used their quirks to defend themselves and save others. News cameras were everywhere during the aftermath, with many students being interviewed in the news channels. Quiet to all of this was Izuku and his group. No interviews, no media appearances. In fact, they were strangely silent on the whole matter. When the group returned to school, they acted like nothing had happened. They took the new interactions in stride and carried on. It took a few weeks for things to truly get back to normal as far as media coverage and such. But inside the school, it had become a rallying point as many students had stepped up. Some were even talking about UA. Not all were talking about the hero course, but now the thought of going to the top school in the country was not so ludicrous to some. After all, studying harder isn't so daunting when you have survived an attack on your school by an army of monsters. This is where the group found themselves. It had long been known that they were all aiming for UA. Now others were coming to them asking for help, tips to study and improve their chances. An after-school club was created so all the students who wanted help could get it. It helped that the students in the year gave the service. Izuku Katsuki was 1 and 2 or vice versa most of the time, but they had fallen one semester to Ibara, and then it had become a game of which one would take the top spot in which subject. Hitoshi and Himiko often placed in the top 10, along with Kami and Ryuko. It was turning into a factory for UA. Hopefuls, unwanted attention. It was the sound after the attack. The kids were all at home resting, studying, or being teenagers, stuffing their faces and hanging out. The knock at the door was unexpected, and they immediately stiffened. Inko walked to the door, but not before checking the recently installed camera to see who was there. When she saw 3 people in black suits, it didn't give her a very reassuring feeling. Immediately, she sent the photo to All Might, Rei, and Mitsuki, who went shopping for the family dinner later. She opened the door cautiously as her husband came up behind her. The 2 taller ones were instead nondescript. The man was bald, of average height and build, and the woman had the same black hair pulled in a tight ponytail. They wore sunglasses and didn't move. The one in the lead drew their attention for more reasons than one. The woman in front was a little shorter than Inko, and they were wearing heels. She had blonde hair with striking aqua-colored eyes, and she was young. To Inko's eyes, she was maybe no older than 12 or 13. "Hello, Mr. and Mrs. Midoriya. I'm so sorry to bother you on a Saturday, but my name is Hino Hiro, and I am the Undersecretary for the Hero Commission of Japan. I am sure you can ascertain why we are here." "The incident at the school," Inko responded. "Yes, that is correct. Not to be rude, but you seem rather young to be the Undersecretary for the Hero Commission. May I please have some identification for you and your associates?" Hisashi said, stepping forward. He touched Inko's shoulder and had her move behind him. "Of course, Mr. Midoriya," she responded with a lovely smile while her eyes glinted in annoyance. As her subordinates showed their identification, she handed hers over to allow him to look closer. "As far as my appearance goes, my quirk slows down my aging. A grand thing to have when I am in the prime of my beauty, but a terrible burden to endure at age 4. Ms. Hiro said. Hisashi examined the identification. Everything seemed proper, but he couldn't tell if it was a fake. "How can I help you, Undersecretary Hiro?" "We at the Hero Commission are investigating the incident that occurred on Thursday. This investigation is separate from the police as this involves heroes responding to a call. Also, this case involves underage persons and quirk usage. We were looking to interview with you sons and daughter. Shouldn't this be done in a formal setting instead of at our residence?" "Yes, we can go that route if you so choose. I was hoping to keep things informal not to cause any more stress on the children." Inko, who was looking at her phone, stepped up. "While I appreciate your thoughtfulness, Ms. Undersecretary, according to Article 43-599-21-8 subsection 3.5a87 of the Hero Commission Guideline, no interviews shall be conducted with any person or persons unregistered with Hero Commission of Japan shall be interviewed during an official investigation without legal counsel present, and a registered hero as an advocate present. The official notice must be supplied with 2 full weeks prior notice to allow the interviewees to prepare and arrange appropriate counsel. Unless the interviewees waive their right to legal counsel, hero advocacy, and prior notice. Inko took a breath and looked the woman in the eye. We do not waive our right to counsel or advocacy or notice. If you plan on interviewing any of our children's associates, I have forwarded them the same information and assure you that I will tell you the same thing. Well then, Ms. Midoriya, I thank you for your time, and you will receive notification by this evening, Ms. Hiro said as she donned her sunglasses. And the trio exited to the street where their vehicle was waiting. The real trouble began when the first footage was leaked. Then more and more. The creatures were plastered across every television station all over the country and some outside the country. The students' faces were blurred out, but all out on display. The quirk usage, the horror of the scenario, everything when the footage of the fight outside leaked. All hell about broke loose. Katsuki, Ibara, and Izuku all fighting back to back. Blurry footage of the mom squad. Torino is rocketing off, looking like he abandoned the kids when he went to save Himiko. Izuku and his fire lit up the televisions as the first live reactions had people screaming. Seeing his fire engulf friends and heroes, the ramifications started setting in when they noticed it healed them. The impaling of the spikes on the heroes and his healing them and driving off all for one while being repeatedly stabbed but walking away unharmed started to send things into overdrive. This one-person healing force, why weren't they receiving special training and on staff at major hospitals? While some in the media pointed out that this was just a kid, not knowing all the facts of his quirk and calling him to be forced to serve at hospitals or disaster scenes was incorrect. He had a choice on how he wanted to use his quirk, and the child had a choice of what career they wanted to pursue. Those on the other side used the needs of the many arguments that the number of lives this child could save vastly outweighed anything else. When Parliament members began to speak out on either side, things started to get dicey. By the end of the first week, names started being leaked. Students who fought in the cafeteria were first. Once those dominoes began to fall, it was only a matter of time before Katsuki and Ibara's names were discovered, leading them to the one everyone was clamoring for, Izuku Midoriya. The reporters camped outside the house that first morning was a near-mob scene, to say the least. His parents weren't able to go to work, he, Himiko, and Hitoshi couldn't go to school. The Hero Commission stated that the investigation was ongoing and that Izuku Midoriya had been scheduled to be interviewed. They would release a statement afterward. The kids had to be loaded into the car with their faces concealed to be driven to school. The school had to employ more security to keep the reporters off campus. Amazingly, the student body that had been saved, especially those who had joined the study group, showed their support, with some of the boys even wearing green-haired wigs to mess with the reporters. Something had to be done. And it was decided that a press conference before the Hero Commission meeting was the best way to prevent the commission from spinning the narrative. All Might and Endeavor wanted to be there to show their support, but it was worried that it would cause even more trouble if the top 2 heroes were shown to be involved. Ultimately, it was set up to be held at the UA, with Nezu and Recovery Girl as his support. His parents and friends would be there, but Izuku argued that he needed to be the one to talk. UA, press room. With the flash of hundreds of light bulbs after an introduction by Nezu, Izuku Midoriya walked across the stage, his nerves erect but doing his best to look calm. He placed them on the sides of the podium, locating the projection screen with his speech on it. To appease his trembling hands, he gripped them tight. Before he began, he waited for the press to calm down. Nezu had advised, "Ladies and gentlemen of the press and citizens of Japan, I am Izuku Midoriya, the young man from the videos shown with those in the media have dubbed Healing Fire. I call my quirk Spirit Fire. I felt it was necessary to come here today to address all of you so that I can set the record straight on some things and hopefully end this debate on my future. I am holding this press conference here and at UA, because this is where I plan on attending this new school year. I have served as an intern under the guidance and care of the youthful heroine Recovery Girl since my quirk was brought to her attention as she saw the potential, like many of you, for all the good that my quirk can do for myself and the world. I plan to train at UA and enter the world of heroics like my mentor, not only as a support hero but as an active hero protecting the good people of Japan. I hear some members of parliament and the media calling for me to be deployed to disaster areas or stationed in hospitals to heal everyone who comes in. While I know my future will bring me to disaster areas, I am not yet ready for that task. As many of you know, rescue heroes have one of the highest mortality rates as they are regularly ambushed and killed while attempting to save those trapped. Some immediately say I should be kept back as the injured are brought to me. That is where I feel that I must explain something about my quirk. To heal someone, I must absorb the pain of that wound unto myself before I can heal them and myself. After the attack on my school and that video that surfaced, I had to absorb the pain from every person impaled simultaneously to heal them. If someone has their legs crushed in a building, I have to experience that same sensation to heal them. It can kill me. I have to survive it to heal it. I have trained and studied to pass and receive my paramedic license, using that knowledge to help treat others, to help me know when to use my quirk and when to use plain old medicine. I come before you today to tell you that one day, I will be out there fighting and taking upon myself your pain and injuries. But that day is not today. I have much left to learn, and I need to know how to properly use my quirk to defend myself and others, to come home to the people who love me and care for me. I will now answer a few questions. The commotion of reporters clamoring to ask their questions was overwhelming. Thankfully, Nezu stepped up to the podium and ordered everyone to calm down. He then started to point to the mob to have them ask their questions. First up was a stern-looking man with a balding head and glasses. "Hello, Mr. Midoriya, Zillan Quinn from Japan National News. You say you must experience the pain of the injury you are attempting to heal. Does that mean you suffer the injury as well?" "No, Mr. Quinn, just the pain. And it is the entirety of the pain and in an instant. For example, say you fell and broke your leg 8 months ago. I never healed right, and you have been in constant high pain for that 8 months. Should I heal you? I experienced the initial pain of the leg break and all 8 months related to that injury. As you can imagine, it can be excruciating." Another reporter stood up. "Nico Mora, Tokyo News, after you healed this broken leg, you must heal yourself. But if you aren't experiencing the actual injury, what exactly are you healing?" "Healing myself may not have been the proper term. What I do is burn it out of myself," he said, holding up one hand. It was covered in his white fire. "This is what many of you saw. It is what takes the pain and heals someone." He held the other hand, and black fire flared. "This is what I use to burn what I have absorbed away." A woman with pale lilac hair and pale blue skin was next. Chitos Kazuki, Shuseisha Publishing. "Mr. Midoriya, what is the benefit of you enrolling in UA, and not a strictly medical university? Because my dream or desire, if you will, is not just to be a doctor. I desire to be a hero that can help everyone in the nation and not just those that come through the doors of a hospital I am stationed. And it is my choice of how I use my quirk. We do not live in a society where people are forced into a job based on their quirks," he said. Last question. Suzuki Hakiro, National News. "What of the man that attacked the school? Do you know why you were targeted and what will stop him from targeting you again?" "I was targeted for the same reason I am standing before you today. Instead of doing something with my friends, my quirk. He wanted my quirk to heal him, and truth be told, if I had stumbled upon him, I may have tried to help him the best I could. My quirk calls me to heal people, sometimes regardless of worry for my personal health. There is nothing to stop him, like there is nothing I can do should lawmakers pass a law forcing things upon me. All I can do is prepare for a life where he should target me again so that I can better protect myself and those I care for. And I am enrolled at UA. I am sure that not only will I have the backing of my classmates but of the entire faculty as well," he said. "Thank you all for coming here today." He stepped to the side and bowed before he exited the stage. Izuku stepped off the stage and into the waiting arms of his parents, who wrapped him up in a giant hug. The family just embraced for a moment before midnight tapped them on the shoulders to lead them away. The family was led to an underground parking garage, where they climbed into their car and out a secret campus exit. Once home, Izuku was greeted by his waiting girlfriends and his brother. "Good job, baby," Himiko said. "You did very well," Ibara added. "I still think you should have told them all to F off. It's your life," Bakugo said, making Izuku laugh. The family hunkered down for the evening as the news coverage was responding to the press conference, and the school itself had stated support of Izuku, highlighting the fact that since the incident, many more of their students had been inspired to aim for UA, and not only for heroics but business and general studies. The Hero Commission. When Izuku and his parents showed up for the interview, the Hero Commission was not prepared for Endeavor and All Might to show up as their hero advocates or for lawyers from both their agencies to show up as legal counsel. Needless to say, the interview did not go the Hero Commission way. Date night. Himiko and Izuku left the house, backpacks ready. Hand in hand, with smiles and a faint blush on their cheeks. Tonight was their first official date. The threat of all for one, the training, and then the media problems that followed had made this desire unobtainable. But tonight was the night. They made their way to the train station as they were heading for Mustafa Regional Park. They stepped off the train, trading small talk as they headed towards the park. Once there, Izuku paid for their tickets to movies Under the Stars. It was going to be a double feature. They found a nice spot and pulled out the blanket before settling in her and leaning against him. Ryuko had told them about this spot, and the idea of just enjoying some old movies and each other was too much for them to pass up. Himi had packed dinner with some help from Inko. They had some drinks and were ready to be a young couple on a date. When the first film started to roll, Himi giggled as the crowd cheered, the lights dimming. The hollow projection sphere lit up, and into the dark, the supernatural romance began to play, much to Himiko's delight. It was one of her favorite movies. It was all about a vampire and a girl who fall in love as he pulls her into his world of endless nights. Izuku had first rolled his eyes when she had told him, but when he watched it, it turned out the film was beautiful. It was all about the beauty of night and saying goodbye. Himiko would always cry at the climax when the vampire fought his way to the girl to save her during the park but turned to ash in the process. Even Izuku would tear up some with the sheer intensity the two leads conveyed their emotions without words or musical score. The scene was completely silent and utterly beautiful. The difference this time was that as the movie faded to black, Himiko could turn and kiss her boyfriend and whisper mussy stuff that she would deny ever saying if asked. There may have been proclamations of love and willingness to sacrifice themselves, but most of all, it was about finding comfort that the other was by their side. The second film was the latest romantic film from Kenji Mike, A Visit with Death. This film was about a woman talking about death before moving to the great beyond, with flashbacks to scenes in her life and things she thought were necessary. Izuku leaned in and whispered how Azrael was nothing like that, earning a giggle from Himiko. It was not lost on them that he could tell her what talking to death was like. In the end, they laid back as all the lights in the park were extinguished, allowing the attendees to lay back and look at the stars. Himi and Izuku did her, lying her head on his chest, whispering dreams and words of love, the cool breeze washing over them like a gentle blanket. It was honestly the best part of the night. Even though other people were around, it didn't matter. They were just in their world till the lights came up. And they packed their bags. They exited the park smiling and holding hands, making their way to the train station. They weren't far from the station when suddenly a child came barreling out of the alley, almost knocking Himiko down. The little girl, maybe 5, had dirty pale gray hair and red eyes. She was dressed in a tattered and filthy nightgown, her arms and legs heavily bandaged. Her eyes were filled with panic. She radiated terror as she looked down the alley. "Please help me," she whispered desperately. Izuku's eyes began to glow, and he almost fainted as he read the girl. His anger began to spike to a level he hadn't known possible. "There you are, Eri," a voice from the alley called. Emerging from the alley was a man in black pants and a black shirt, white tie, shoes, gloves, green bomber jacket with purple fur trim, and strange, stylized plague doctor mask. His thin eyes, with small gold irises, seemed to glow in the moonlight. Izuku quickly looked around and spotted Azrael leaning up against the street light. "It will take me 45 seconds to walk from here to where you are. When I get there, someone is coming with me." Azrael's voice rang through Izuku's head. "Thank you so much for finding my daughter. She sometimes gets confused." Himiko picked up Eri, and the little girl clung to her desperately, begging for help. Himiko looked at Izuku and saw an absolute rage on his face she had never seen before. White fire erupted around Eri as Izuku narrowed his eyes. 1, 2, -3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Kai Chisaki, aka Overhaul, is a young man with a narrow build, short auburn hair, small eyebrows, and small gold irises with relatively long lower eyelashes. When Eri escaped from her sitters, she had expected her capture to be easy. But unlike other times, she had been craftier, maybe more desperate. That or her sitters had become so lax that they would have to be removed from their post. Well, that was going to go without saying. But now, these two children had become involved. He wore a black dress shirt with matching dress pants, a pale gray tie around his neck, and a belt with a long, thin buckle around his waist. In addition, he had 3 beaded lobe piercings in his left ear. Over his shirt, he donned a dark olive green bomber jacket with a thick purple fur collar. On his feet, he wore white lace-up sneakers with tan soles and no socks. Kai's most noticeable accessories were the white surgical gloves on his hands and the magenta plague mask he wore over his mouth, which was tipped and embroidered with gold. His eyes widened when the white flame erupted, causing him to jump back. He had expected heat, but there was none. He saw the old wounds on Eri's heel and knew he had just stumbled upon something amazing. This fire healed not just present wounds but past ones as well. He could do that, but he was reconstructing someone. Was this power similar to Eri's rewind? Was he rewinding their body to do this? He knew he would take them both, Eri and this green-haired troublemaker. The blonde, well, she was unnecessary. Overhaul went to move, but suddenly, the boy was in front of him. The boy's eyes glowed with an inner fire. They burned with rage, with an anger that would have frozen him if he had been able to react. But he couldn't. It took his brain a moment to recognize that he had been hit. The punch to the gut lifted him off his feet. The rising spin kick launched him into the air. -12, 13, 14, 15. Overhaul was coming down. He saw the boy ready to strike again, and his senses catching up. Overhaul exploded as Izuku went to hit. Izuku was even more stunned when he reformed perfectly unharmed. The hesitation nearly cost him his life when Overhaul went on strike. If not for One for All, he would have died. He could lean back out of the strike but couldn't dodge the spikes that exploded, running him through. Overhaul sneered, feeling that the fight was his. -20, 21, 22, 23. Izuku spat out blood. He had hoped to avoid the feeling of being impaled again after the battle at the school. He brought his fist down, shattering the spikes. The white flames erupted, healing him as he sidestepped an attack by Overhaul. When he saw Overhaul go for the ground again, he dashed forward with a leaping knee. It crashed into Overhaul's face, his nose, jaw, and orbital socket collapsing as he flew back, crashing into the side of the building. Again, Overhaul exploded and reformed, fresh as anew. He glared at his opponent, who, aside from holes in his clothes, was wrapped in flames and looked just as fresh. Himiko had run as soon as she saw the look in Izuku's eyes. The little girl in her arms clung to her desperately as they ran. Himiko grabbed her phone. She paused for a second and instead dialed All Might. An alert would have brought heroes descending on them. The look on Izuku's face, she knew that having heroes falling on them would not be good. She wanted to turn back, but she knew that something had happened to the little girl, something so terrible that Izuku would kill that man. Young Himiko. All Might's voice rang out from the phone. All Might. A child came out of an alley. She was being chased. Izuku ... He will kill him. All Might, Izuku is going to kill him, she blurted out, her heart pounding. Where are you? Himiko quickly relayed the information. I am coming, keep moving. A safe house is a block to the east of your location. Get there and engage the security. Himiko held the girl tight as she ran. She whispered reassurances to the girl as they ran. Please, someone, help, please. -30, 31, 32, 33, 34. You can't win, Overhaul spat out. One touch and you are done, then the blonde Inari will be mine again. This world is diseased, and she is the cure. Nothing will stop me from ridding this world of the disease known as quirks. I don't care what the reason may be. I know what you did to her, and you will never touch her again. Izuku's voice was cold. The firestorm running through his body was raging, ready to explode. Only the promise of sweet release kept it in control. This is where you end. Your ashes will scatter on the winds as empty and meaningless as your words. Enough, you end now. Overhaul roared as they charged at Izuku. -40, 41, 42. Azrael was beside them, a few feet away. His approach had been steady since the start. There is no rush movement, just a regular walk. The pace of death was never to be slowed. It was never rushed. It didn't run. It came for all just the same. Overhaul and Izuku collided. Overhaul feinted to the left and slipped past Izuku's right-handed swing. He smiled as his hand came inches from his target. Victory and the future were within his grasp. -44. All he felt was fingertips lightly touching his throat. Kai Chizaki. Kai was a person who had a strong fear of germs, avoided social interactions, and had a deep-rooted desire to restore the world to the way it was before the quirk phenomenon. He believed that quirks came from rats and that they caused people to develop heroism or villainy syndromes. Kai considers these abilities a plague on humanity and looks down upon anyone who uses them for good or bad. He sees these actions as sicknesses. Kai was determined to eradicate all quirks, not only because of his phobias but also because it would enable the Yakuza to regain the power they once held over society. His sense of morality was lacking, and he possessed a huge ego, believing that he was the only person in the world who understood the true nature of quirks. The paradoxical nature of Kai's reliance on his quirk that he named after himself, giving a simple but grand name, not after a disease or a sickness that he believed them to be. Kai's disregard for human life is evident in how he treats people as mere tools to achieve his goals. He would not hesitate to experiment on or sacrifice them for his benefit. This brutal perspective extended to everyone around him. They were all beneath them, all diseased. He would be the one to cure everyone. He frequently mistreats and humiliates Eri, his boss's granddaughter and the linchpin of his plans, using threats and guilt to assert his dominance over her. No one was safe from his ruthless methods and willingness to go to any lengths to achieve his goal. No one is safe from Kai's ruthless methods, and he will go to any lengths to achieve his objectives. He had been ready to sacrifice everyone and anything for his goal. Nothing mattered but ridding the world of this disease. The touch was gentle, a caress. As his mind registered, he had to be touched. He was preparing to activate his quirk to remove the latest obstacle, this boy. Then the pain. Pain was the only word to describe it, but it was lacking. Suffering, agony, misery ... and oh torturous. Over and over, the pain flooded his body, inflamed his mind with self-loathing and wishing for it all to end. The pain would be gone for a fraction of a second. Then, he would feel himself put together for the pain to be renewed. Over and over, it happened with no end in sight. Izuku. The images of Overhaul's life played through his mind, showing him the type of person he had fought, the type of person he had killed. The firestorm that had been built up and raging as soon as he had healed her, and the knowledge of what had been done to her been screaming to be unleashed. He let it go as soon as he felt his fingers make contact. The raging inferno begged for release. The black fire longed to be free. Izuku obliged. There was no hesitation. When he healed the girl, Eri, he knew what had been done. What Overhaul had put that girl through. His mind was diseased in a way similar to Himi's when they found her. He could absorb it, but he couldn't have cured him. There was no madness to lift, no fog of confusion to relieve. This man who could have been great, changed the world and been a hero to rival All Might was so broken that he couldn't be fixed. He had crossed the line in a blatant disregard for anyone that wasn't him. He would kill anyone or anything that didn't conform to his ideal. And with the proliferation of quirks, that was the entire planet. It was tragic. His power would have been such a boon to society and his mind, but there was no saving him. His future was now only ash. Himi. She burst through the door of the safe house, slamming it behind her. The little girl finally unburied her head from Himi's shoulder. "It's okay," Himi whispered. "It will be okay." "But Overhaul," she whimpered. "Izuku will stop him," Himi told her. "Izuku will make it all better, like how he healed you." "He will never stop," the little girl cried. "Please don't let him get me. Please don't make me go back," she begged. "You will never touch again, I swear," Himi said, pulling the girl close. "I promise. Everything will be okay." One should not make promises that they cannot keep. Himiko. Himiko spun around at the sound of the voice, expecting the little girl to cry out, but she wasn't moving. The man speaking was sitting in a chair in the corner. He leaned forward with an enticing grin. "I am pleased to meet you. I hope you guess my name." "What?" Himiko looked at the girl and then at the man. She drew a small blade and put herself between the man and the little girl. The man rose to his feet. He was slender as he walked forward. He almost seemed to float and glide towards her as he came into the light. She realized it wasn't a man but a woman. "Who are you, and what are you doing here?" Himiko asked, doing her best to maintain her composure. The woman was beautiful, stunning even. She had an unearthly allure. It surprised Himiko, but this quality called to Himiko. It pulled on a primitive instinct. It was a strange, frightening experience but somehow also arousing. "Don't worry too much about it. Now the problem is that the Overhaul problem has been dealt with, but the fallout. Now, that is going to be something." "What are you talking about?" Himiko lowered the knife some. "Izuku just killed a man in the middle of the street. There will be consequences for that. The commission will pounce on him like a cat on a mouse." Noble as it was, there is no proof of Overhaul's crime. The school was one thing, but stealing a child and murdering the person who claimed to be their guardian. "What are you doing here? What do you want?" Himiko said, her fear trembling at the back of her voice. Fear of what would happen to Izuku, of what would happen after this night. Would she even see him again? "You called for help. I am here to provide that help. Nothing is for free. You are not doing this out of the goodness of your heart," Himiko said, keeping her eye on the being. "Normally, there would be more of a process, but this suits my best interests. But there will be a cost. I will call upon you for a favor in the future." "Why should I believe you? How do I know that you are telling the truth?" Himiko stepped forward, her grip tightening on the knife. "Why should I believe any of this? Why shouldn't I just stab you right here and now? You have such spunk, I like it. But look into my eyes, Himiko. If you do not take this deal, your Izuku will be taken when the sun peaks over the ocean. I will be able to adjust and adapt, but what about you? And yours? You knew there would be a time when you had to save him from himself, to cross the lines that he couldn't. Now, Himiko, do we have a deal?" "I want the little girl to be safe with us," Himiko countered. She knew what she was doing was dangerous. She knew this person wasn't lying. Something in her soul told her that, but it was also screaming that this was a trap and wrong. All Himiko could do was say yes. She hated and feared it, but she knew what to do. "Excellent. Have a wonderful evening." Izuku and Azriel. Izuku stood there in the street. It was then that he noticed that others had gathered. Some had their phones out. He watched as they looked at their phones simultaneously, pressed some things, and walked away. He turned his attention to the ash rising from an unnatural breeze, twisting and floating in front of his eyes. It had once been a man, a person, a diseased and evil man, but a man nonetheless. Now that person was ash in the wind. He looked to the side and saw Azrael standing there, staring at the ash, his hand moving. The ashes swayed and moved with his every gesture, bending to his whim. "In the end, it doesn't matter," Izuku said. "This isn't the end. It is merely the end of the physical. Why would I be needed if this was the end? I don't know how to feel," Izuku said quietly as he extended his hand towards the ashes. They withdrew from his hand, still dancing but not touching him. "I wanted him dead. I knew what he did. I knew what he put that girl through, and I wanted him dead. I wanted him dead before I even considered that he could be saved. I have no words of comfort for you. I want to blame you. I want to shift blame, but I know what my actions were." Izuku withdrew his hands from the ashes. "You gave me a chance to live. What I healed from her should have killed me instantly. What I said was the truth. I was coming to collect you for what you did. I just allowed you to give me him instead. I wanted him more anyway. Couldn't you have just taken him whenever you wanted? It doesn't work that way. It used to, but that was long ago. Rules and all. It is strange to hear you talk about rules with what you are," Izuku said. He pointed to the people just walking by, ignoring everything that had happened. "You're doing No, that was someone else. As you are aware, our interactions have attracted the attention of others. I will look into it if someone wants to curry favor with me. What happens now? He looked as the ashes rose into the air and began to disperse into the night. You must answer your friends, mentor, and family in live with what happened today. You dance along this edge with me. I will not allow you to exchange your life for another's every time you decide to act rashly. You can heal slowly, not all at once. Act like it, or those ashes will be yours. I understand, Izuku said quietly. His phone ringing suddenly gave him a jolt. Looking at the caller ID, he saw it was All Might. When he looked, Azrael was gone. Hello, All Might. Izuku. After a brief explanation to All Might with a promise of more, he was told to head to the safe house. He immediately called Himi to tell her he was on his way to her and to expect him. When he opened the door, he saw her visibly relax as she pulled him into her arms. The little girl was hiding behind a chair as he came in. Overhaul. He heard her scared voice eke out. He will never hurt you or anyone else again, he said reassuringly. He saw the questioning look in Himi's eyes. He expected to see disgust or repulsion, but he saw none. He saw her relief, love, sympathy, and understanding. The little girl peeked her head out more. You promise? I promise, Eri, he said, doing his best to smile. No one is ever going to hurt you again. But my quirk, it is a curse, Eri said, wiping her eyes. He said so. It makes people disappear, and anyone who tries to help me gets hurt. He hurts them. Izuku's eyes glowed. He could see the mental trauma. He told you a lie, Eri. He was a bad man who will never return. Remember how I healed you? The little girl nodded. Can I heal you some more? I promise it won't hurt. He could see the fear in the little girl's eyes. You won't take me apart? She asked. Himiko looked confused but didn't say anything. Izuku knelt and waited for the girl to come to him. Slowly, she walked over. She flinched slightly when Izuku placed his hand gently on her head. He slowly activated his red fire and let it wrap around her. It feels weird. Does it hurt? He asked, his voice gentle. He smiled when the little girl whispered no. As he felt it seep into his mind, he fought back a tear. He did his best not to rush the process or scare the girl. It was difficult as he began to feel the terror, the self-loathing, and all the other emotions seep into his mind. When he removed the hand, she looked at him, her eyes full of wonder. I feel better, she whispered. Izuku could feel the relief in her voice. There had been moments where he questioned if he had done the right thing, but the trauma he took from her mind reassured him that he had not killed a man but a monster. Regardless of how he tried to rationalize it, though, a single thought kept running across the back of his mind. He had killed someone. A knock at the door startled them. Eri jumped and ran to Himiko's arms. Izuku checked the camera and saw All Might. It's okay, Eri, it's our mentor. Eri looked at Himi for reassurance. Izuku opened the door, and the hero stepped in. Though not in muscle form, he had regained so much of his bulk since Izuku had healed him those years ago that the difference between the two was not nearly as startling. Young Midoriya, the hero said, stepping inside. He noticed Himiko holding a child dressed in rags with white hair and red eyes. All Might could immediately tell the girl was malnourished. She looked relatively healthy besides that, but he was almost sure it had something to do with Izuku and his healing. The child. Her name is Eri. She was being held captive by Kai Chisaki, the man I fought ... the man I killed. The last part he said quietly. I am afraid I need a better explanation, All Might said. She came barreling into us as we were heading home, Himiko said. She was begging for help. When she came out, she was hurt, and when I read her injuries, I healed her. I reacted and healed her. Then Azrael showed up. Izuku said, it is not an excuse, All Might. I should have acted better. How bad was it? He placed a hand on his protege. He could see the struggle behind the boy's eyes. He had taken a life and was struggling. Izuku pulled All Might to the side. He started slowly, and then it turned into a ramble. He told Toshi everything. What he could tell Eri had been to physically and mentally. Everything Azrael had shown him. By the end, Izuku was fighting back tears as he told him about the final blow that landed. The ashes that hung before his face before dispersing to the sky. I know he was evil, vile, and diseased. I know that. Izuku struggled to regain his composure. You took a life, Izuku, Toshi said softly. It should never be taken lightly. I am sorry, my boy. What happens now? Izuku asked. I will fill a report, and there will be an investigation, he said. We will weather whatever storm comes. But we must get Eri some clothes and check out at a hospital. We need to see if she has any living relatives. If not, Himiko said, still holding the little girl protectively. My mom will help, Izuku said. I know she will. Past decisions. Azrael sat on the rooftop's edge, staring out over the city. He closed his eyes, and when he opened them, he was standing on a rain-slicked road. He walked over to the busted guardrail and gently floated down to the crashed vehicle. The man driving had passed and had already gently passed to the beyond. The woman was fighting. He knew why she fought. He could hear the weakening cry of the infant in the back seat. She saw him and began to struggle more as he came closer. Her soul, like so many others, held on so tight, tethered to the broken body. Please, she begged. He looked at her, his head tilted slightly. You ask for your child when they will be with you soon. He knelt, looking into the car. Spare them, they have not lived. I want them to have a chance to know this world before they are taken from it. Her soul wept for the child. They may not go where you go, should I allow that? He wiped a tear from the soul. I do not know your anguish, but I have taken many who have shared their pain, wept as you have, and pleaded as you do. Have you ever answered their call for mercy? She pleaded. I am not mercy, I am death, he said simply as the child's cries softened. Though some may find sweet relief in my arrival, I do not come to grant mercy. To be part of the world, but not of the world, she reached towards the child. Haven't you ever longed to shape this world into something more than before? To do more than watch and collect? I have seen what happens to those who stray from their path. Azrael looked to the sky. I have witnessed what happens, and for those that do, it is not I who comes. What comes? The woman's spectral hand reached and touched the child. It stirred some under her hand. Oblivion. Beautiful oblivion, he whispered. Much like I, she is inevitable. So you will one day stray. You will one day move and do in a way that must be dealt with. Why can't that day start today? She pleaded. Why can't you start today? Azrael looked at the child and then looked to tomorrow, watching the path unfold, watching the changes as the twists and turns the branches. It would not be so simple. This one act would require more and more if you wish for me to have your child live. You ask that I undertake this so your child may live. The road will not be without great pain and suffering. Yes, but is that not life? Will there not be joy? And if oblivion will come for you by doing so, why stop there? Why not do more? She looked at her child. More children, more changes. Make this something you will be proud to leave behind when your oblivion comes. Pass on, sweet woman, your Toshi will live, Azrael said. Thank you, oh thank you, she cried as she ascended. You may thank me now, but from your seat, you may have wished I let him follow you. Azrael tore the door open and removed the child from the car. The child cried for a few more moments before quieting down. Its mother came over, tears passing through the child. She was trying to talk, but her words were spectral like her tears. Azrael reached and took her hand. Always try to smile, my precious Toshi. No matter what happens in this world or what the world says, try to smile. The infant did just that and smiled for its mother, who then passed into the beyond. Your path will no longer be your own, at least not entirely. Free will is, as some say, a double-edged sword, or, as my sister calls it, a mother effer. The baby gave him a laugh. She is fond of the crass parts of this world's vocabulary, but I will tell you more about her again. Present decisions. Toshi, the lack of public reaction, or any reaction, was enough to make even the #1 hero in the country worry. There are no calls or reports of the battle between Izuku and the villain Overhaul. He had known that his former sidekick and renewed friend Night Eye had been investigating the gangster regarding various illegal activity, including but not limited to drug trafficking, a hazardous drug that had gotten the name Trigger. He was going to Night Eye's agency to talk to him, waiting for the explosion of chaos that never came. House Midoriya. In Ko and Hisashi, an explosion occurred when Izuku and Himiko came home with Eri. Hitoshi sat quietly in the corner, watching and observing. The little girl was terrified of everyone. When Inko and Hisashi began to argue, she seemed on the verge of passing out. Mom, Dad, he yelled. What? They responded. Calm down and look at her, he commanded, his quirk activated. He knew he would get in trouble for using his quirk on them, but he felt it would be worth the punishment. The parents had no choice but to do so. Hisashi spoke first. Izuku, come here, please. Izuku walked over, the little girl going from hiding behind him to burying herself in Himiko's arms. What happened? Izuku steadied his breath and gave them the short version of what happened. He began to falter when he got to the fight. Hisashi put his hand on his son's shoulder. She needs a place to stay, Inko, was all he said, a complete turn from what he was arguing about. Come on, son. He pulled his son into a hug and led him down the hall. Eri began to panic. Is he going to hurt him? Don't let him hurt him. Not because of me. The desperation in her voice broke all their hearts. I promise, baby, he is not going to hurt him. Izuku's dad loves him very much, and he can tell Izuku needs to talk. Himiko said quickly, he isn't going to hurt him. Eri eyes were wet as she looked up at Himiko. No, I swear. Now let me introduce you to Mama and Ko and Hitoshi. They are super nice. Then you and I are going to take a bath and get clean. What do you want to eat? Himiko said as she gently wiped Eri's eyes. Anything as long as it doesn't have the green stuff on it that doesn't taste good. Eri panicked again. But if that is what you give me, I promise to eat it all. Please don't send me away. Himiko wanted to resurrect Overhaul so she could kill him. Izuku had helped her mind. If the girl was this much of a wreck, how bad would she have been otherwise? Eri, just breathe, baby, just breathe with me. Eri began to take deep breaths while their eyes remained locked. Eri calmed down again. Himiko, honey, why don't you take her to bathe? I will get you some clothes we can put her in now. Inko said as gently as possible. Hitoshi and I will get dinner ready. Once the two girls left to bathe, Inko pulled Hitoshi into a hug. I am not made. Thank you for helping us see what we needed to focus on. Hitoshi smiled and snuggled into the hug. His life had been, for lack of a better word, chaotic. He had lived with the stigma of his quirk being called villainous, of being mistrusted and cast out by those who were supposed to support him the most. But that all changed that night in the shelter. This home was chaotic, loud, and slightly insane. Izuku was at the heart of it. He loved his brother, though he was scared for him. He was also scared, especially for Inko and Asashi. He knew this couldn't be easy because the stress was so oppressive. He worried about them. He loved them dearly, even when they dragged him out of his room and made him participate. In truth, that was his favorite time, but he would never admit that. He knew that Izuku's circumstances were so bizarre that only a fool would have said otherwise. Factor in Azrael was just downright ludicrous. He knew he wanted to support his brother. While he may not be a frontline fighter like most, he would stand by him. He believed in Izuku and the mission they had undertaken, but also he wanted to make sure that they came home to their parents. He saw the look on their faces when they thought no one was watching. Not only them but the Bakugos, Rei Todoroki, and even Endeavor. He had heard what happened to a family when a child didn't come home. Izuku saving Toya was all he needed to see. It may be seen as stupid, and he knew it was a near impossible task, but as long as the breath was in his lungs, he would do everything he could to ensure they came home to their parents. He had found those who would support him, and he was not about to let them suffer more than anguish if he could stop it. Shodo. He sat in the corner of the dojo, panting. It was a tricky balancing act, not overheating or freezing himself out, but it worked out just fine. Today, he had been pushing his fireside. He didn't know why, but he was restless, and when he was restless, he went hard on fire. He closed his eyes, steadied his breathing, and slowly let the coolness of his icy side wash over him. He went and checked his phone. He saw a few mixed texts from his friend and some from his siblings, Toya, and he had worked hard over the years to build a foundation for their future. His disappearance, the scar that had been healed. It was almost a metaphor. The thing that had once marred his face was a physical mark of the family's breakup. Toya's death, his mother's breakdown, and his father's withdrawn state. Fayumi was the one who relaxed the most once everything fell into this new state. She had been struggling to hold the family together and make it a family. When Toya returned, his scar was healed, Mom came home, and Father committed to change. The change wasn't overnight, neither was forgiveness. You can be ready to do so, but it does not sweep the pain away instantly. Toya was enrolled in the UA and would be in his third year when he enlisted. Fayumi was getting ready to enroll in college and was going to live in the dorms. If he did well, Natsuo would go into a work-study program that Ketsubutsu would allow him to move from their general studies to their hero course. He had chosen Ketsubutsu over UA, simply because he wanted to go there. While he may be looking to get into the family business, he wanted to do it his way. It was Natsuo, after all, but it was okay. That was what he had learned. His father had beaten them, and the only way to reach their goal was his way. That any other way was incorrect, and to question that was essentially blasphemy. But now, there was a different way. It could be done differently. Enter his group, friends, training partners, and future teammates. That was his happy spot, being with them in the controlled chaos. Over the years, he had come to realize he loved them. All of them for their eccentricities and just how different they all were, but united around the single concept of being heroes and, of course, seeing if they could keep Izuku out of trouble, but that task was nigh impossible. He was comfortable at home and with them. It was an amazing feeling. It took him a little bit to identify it, but with the therapist's help, it was simple: family. He wanted to protect his family, and he was going to protect his family, but tonight he was hungry. As he walked into the kitchen, he froze and ducked back, pulling out his phone. His mother was in his father's arms, dancing to a song playing in the kitchen. It was old, like ancient. Shodo knew it was from a record. His mother was fascinated by them. He watched for a moment till they started kissing. He had seen this before, but his father lifted his mother by her rump this time. That made him freeze. And when she wrapped her hands in his hair, that made him flee. Strangely enough, he didn't see them 15 minutes later when he returned to the kitchen. He hadn't seen them all night. He did see them in the morning, his father leaning on the counter, smiling while Rei made pancakes and was gliding around the kitchen. Toya, the eldest Todoroki, lay in his dorm room staring up at the ceiling while his best friend was droning about the virtues of something, or rather, it would probably be on the test, but Toya couldn't concentrate. Then Nejire came to lean over him, her sizable chest at eye level. "Toya, are you even listening?" "Nej," he nearly screamed as he blushed and rolled to the side to sit up. "I was listening." "No, you weren't," she said with a pout. "If I have to quiet while Myro drones on, then you have to pay attention. This will be on the test. If I am awake," Tamaki added. "Look, if you don't want to be part of the Big Four, we can be the Big Three," Mirio said, taunting Toya. Fine, Toya sighed, defeated. "But this weekend, I get to pick where we go for lunch." His three friends' sweat dropped as they learned spice was in their future. Hisashi, sitting and listening to the story, took patience. He wanted to yell at his son, hug him into oblivion, ground him forever, pat him on the back. Sometimes, being a parent was complicated. Hisashi had spent a lot of time in the background of the insanity that had befallen his family. He had watched as it grew and grew, but tonight, when Izuku and Himiko came home with a little girl, he had begun to unravel. They had taken in Himiko Hitoshi, and now they were cusp of taking in another child. His son had become the successor to All Might, adding offense to what was possibly the most potent healing quirk to date. Endeavor, Sir Night-Eye, Gran Torino, Recovery Girl, Nezu. It was this absurd level of people coming in and out of his house. Not to mention the other children, Mitsuki, Matsuo, Rei, and his favorite Mizuki. That little girl was simply the best in all that he felt lost. He wasn't a lawyer like Matsuo to sort out all the legal problems like a hero. He didn't get to train with the ladies as they became mom squad. They were there when the children were attacked. They had been able to step in and lend assistance. Hisashi was at work. His son was being taught and mentored by some of the most capable people on the planet, if not qualified. The argument could be made for influence in the nation. He had to admit he had become a little bitter. It was in Ko that the children sought approval from the other mentors and figures in their lives. Not him. It was a bitter pill to swallow, but he did. It was rotting. It was going to erupt at any moment, and it had started to tonight. It had reared its head before in private, but this time, he was about to cause some damage that probably couldn't be walked back, and then Hitoshi stepped in. When Hisashi saw that little girl, he faltered. When he saw the look on his son's face, he nearly broke. Hearing the words that Izuku had told Inko and him, he knew there was more that Izuku was holding back. In that room, he saw not the successor of All Might, not the rallying point of change, not the pawn of Azrael, the protege of Recovery Girl. He saw his son, and his son needed his father. Hisashi has been so lost and caught up in trying to see where he fit in, not seeing the role he needed to play, that of the children's father. He went to work, put the roof over their heads, and put food in their bellies. Thankfully, on that last part, All Might helped due to his insane training regimen. He and Matsuo were not there to try and run in and save the children all the time. They were there to be steady hands, guiding hands. At this moment, it all drifted away. No matter who came into their lives, All Might, Azrael, or the Tooth Fairy, he was their father. Izuku, Himiko, and Hitoshi, he was there to be that voice of calm, that steady presence, that rock in their lives. When Izuku finished and was broken, Hitachi took him in his arms and squeezed him ever so tight. "I am proud of you, Izuku," he whispered. He felt the boy stiffen and want to protest. "The road that you are going down is going to be hard. It is going to be difficult, and though you can wish you had another way, maybe you did. But that is something that will come with learning and more experience. But that man would have killed you, killed Himiko, killed whomever he needed to continue on his sick dream. You stopped him. Sometimes, you will be called upon to make hard decisions." He could feel Izuku calming down. "You will have those around you who must make that hard decision. You now know what that is like. Never forget, son, I may not be running around like all the others, but I am always here for you." "Thanks, Dad." Izuku held him for a moment before stepping back and drying his eyes. Izuku pulled out his phone and sent a simple text message to Ibera. "I need you, hurry." She had been bathed before. It was a simple, if not sometimes harsh, experience, with someone yelling at her to go faster. When Himiko sat behind her and gently washed her hair this time, she was thankful that water hid her shock and tears. The gentle nature of the girl behind her, washing her hair and helping her to wash her body, the dirt and grime just disappearing. Eri looked at her arms where the scars were, where he would always leave them, only to see them all gone. Izuku had fixed them, though she thought she could still see them. When the cleaning was done, she wasn't plunged into ice-cold water. Instead, she got to sit with Himiko. Himiko was asking her questions. At first, she was afraid to answer, afraid of answering wrong, but it only took her answering once. That was all it was needed. Her fear was muted, and her mind didn't scream at how she was a monster or how she was evil, vile, or sick. It was quiet. Here, she felt safe, something she dreamed about and wished for, but something she had all but forgotten. "Can I stay with you?" Her little voice rang out. "I can be good, I promise." "Of course you can, sweetie," Himiko whispered, hugging Eri. "I know that everything is going to be just fine." Something in Eri wanted to say no, but it was overshadowed by the feeling that Himiko was right, that as long as she had Himiko and Izuku, then everything would be fine. Ibera. She arrived after dinner. Himiko had Eri in her room when Ibera came. She was directed to the back porch, where she saw Izuku sitting in the swing, looking up at the night sky. "Talk to me, my love," she said, wrapping her arms around him from behind. "I killed a man today," he said as his hand came up to hold her. "Why?" Ibera whispered. "He was vile. A monster. His quirk could disassemble and reassemble matter." He felt Ibera stiffen. He could have been a rival to All Might, if not even better, due to the versatility of his quirk. He could choose to what state things would be returned, and he used it to torture a little girl, but exploding her and putting her back together, again, and again. "My lord, why?" Ibera's mind was aghast at the very thought. He felt quirks were a disease and that she was the cure. Izuku let go of her arm and stood up, the swing between them. When he saw her, I saw what he did. When I healed her, I knew it. Was there another way? Ibara looked at him, then the barrier he had put between them. I don't think so. He wouldn't have let me or Himiko walk away. His gaze finally meets hers. I understand if. Do not finish that statement, Izuku Midoriya. The fierceness of her voice stopped him cold. I can see how these weighs on you, and if it didn't, then that would be a whole other conversation. I know that someday, we will all have to choose. I pray that I am wrong, but I am not that naive. Izuku, I love you. God put us together for a reason. He brought you into my life for a reason, and I will not walk away from you. I called for you when you were dead. I will call for you even if you can't hear me. I will make you hear me, and you will come to me. We have not had enough time. We will never have enough time. He felt lifted and entangled by her vines as she brought him around to face him. She pulled his face towards her and kissed him. Do you feel regret? Yes, he whispered. Do you wish for another way? She kissed him again. Yes, he closed his eyes as a black whip leaked past her vines, and he pulled her into a kiss. Stay with me tonight. We can do the above the cover below the cover. I will. Now, where is the girl? With Himiko. I would like to meet her. Ibara released him. As he did her, they took each other's hands and returned to the house. Do not take this wrong, but how are you not in jail now? To add to an even more bizarre night, it was like no one noticed, Izuku said. Azrael was there, and I asked him if he had something to do with it, but he said that someone else had interfered. And this doesn't bother you? She replied, surprised. It does, but I can only handle what I can now. The big picture is off the radar right now. I am glad you called me. Ibara squeezed his hand. I am, too. He returned her squeeze. Let me introduce you to Eri. Introducing another child into the Midoriya home for wayward children was surprisingly much less complicated than anyone could have anticipated. Eri was attached to the hip of Himiko. The only other person she would go to was Izuku. It took a bit to introduce her to the others. It would have been a slow and arduous process, except for one thing. Mizuki Bakugo. Mizuki walked in, saw Eri, stomped over to her, and grabbed her hand. We are going to go play. It wasn't a question, it wasn't a request, and left no room for argument. But what if the bad person comes for me? Eri tried to protest. Then I will blow them up. Mizuki turned around and looked at Eri. Is the bad man still out there? No, they have been taken care of, Izuku said. They all saw the look of disappointment cross Mizuki's face. How are you going to blow them up? Eri asked. With my mind, Mizuki responded. Izu said it was fine, however. Now, let's go play. Eri couldn't think of a response, and the thought of going against this little girl was not in her best interest. My name is Eri. I'm Mizuki, but you can call me Mizu. Everyone seemed surprised that the only person allowed to call her Mizu was Izuku, and that was under the belief that she called him Izu. I don't know how to play, Eri mumbled. Then I will teach you, Mizuki said. And the two girls entered the backyard. Shouldn't we stop them? Hitoshi said. I am not going out there, Katsuki said with a smirk. You are welcome to try. Hitoshi's sweat dropped. No, thank you, I choose life. Very noble of you, my dear, Ryako said, patting his shoulder and earning some giggles from the rest. They did make their way outside, but they were sitting on the back deck going over some notes and studying for a test in school, leaving the mothers inside. Where are Fayumi and Natsuo? Kami asked as Shoto was staring at the bowl of fruit. Natsuo will meet Toya at UA. For training, Fayumi has a date, he said, plucking out a strawberry. OMG, she has a date with who? And did your dad freak out? Kami said, suddenly more interested in the answer than anything. Honestly, I have no idea, Shoto said. Kami instantly deflated, though she wasn't surprised Shoto didn't seem interested in romance. Meanwhile, so the boy killed someone, Enji said, looking across the table at All Might. Sir Night-Eye and Gran Torino joined them. Yes, All Might said gravely. From what I understand about the battle, it was a kill or be killed moment. Overhaul, he can kill with a touch, Night-Eye added. His quirk could have been beyond amazing for the world. I mean, top hero, legendary if he wasn't so disturbed. Enji raised an eyebrow as he looked over the file before him. The report on Eri and her quirk was also somewhat surprising. And there has been no report of the incident. No one has come looking for the girl. Nothing, which is almost disturbing. All Might said. There were people around to witness the battle. The video was almost certainly taken, but after the fight, they seemingly deleted the videos and went about their night. There are no records of any emergency calls. Everything is spotless. This is most disturbing indeed. Enji looked out the window. Could it be Azrael's work? Izuku questioned him, and he said it was the work of another, possibly attempting to curry favor with him. Night-Eye said as he rose to pour another cup of tea. I still question if this Azrael is real, Enji said, returning his gaze to All Might. I thought you had suffered a mental break when you told me about that, but as you also revealed the truth about your quirk, I couldn't find a reason to doubt it. And even if it is a delusion of his quirk, it seems to drive him to save others. It led him to Toya after all. What are we going to do then? Torino said with a little bit of grumpiness in his tone. Nothing has changed. We have to track down All for one and end this, All Might replied. Agreed. Not only for the sake of the world but for the children as well, Enji added. The children. I don't have words, Katsuki said, hugging Izuku tight. I am sorry that you had to go through that. The silence from Ryuko, Shoto, and Kami was nearly deafening. They looked at their friend, and seeing the toll of him making such a hard choice was difficult. They listened as he shared what had been done to Eri, what had been revealed to him when he had killed Overhaul, and the torment that I had brought him. Izuku looked at Mizuki and Eri playing in the backyard, a simple game of kicking the ball back and forth. It was heartbreaking watching the uncertainty playing out on Eri's face. I don't think I will ever stop asking if there was another way, but he was so evil, Ryuko said. She got up and joined Katsuki in the hug. That man was pure evil. Maybe with years of training and other heroes to support and help you, there may have been another way, but that was not the case, my friend. I think nothing less of you. I am saddened that I cannot share this burden. Ditto, Kami said, joining in the hug. Shoto didn't say anything as he joined in. Once they separated, they soon made their way out to join in the game. Inko and Hisashi. I don't know what we are going to do, Inko said, her arm around her husband's waist. He is being dragged into so many things that how do we keep up? We can't, her husband replied. We can't keep up with him, but we can be there when he stumbles or needs to let go for a moment. We can't all be part of the mom action squad. No one messes with my babies while I'm around, Inko smirked. Are you really okay with all this, honey? I felt hurt that it seemed I was being pushed into the background. That decisions and things were happening without my consent, he sighed. It was an ego thing, but then I saw it in his face. And when I talked to him, I realized that my job is to do all I can to support him in all of them. Despite everything, they are still kids. He needs me to be his father. I need you too, Inko said, facing him. I love you so much, Hisashi. She was surprised when he leaned down and kissed her, that he did so, but it wasn't a simple peck but a much more passionate kiss. Inko pulled back, her breathing a bit heavy. He smiled at her devilishly. She didn't protest when he scooped her up bridal style and carried her to the bedroom. Later, where is Mama Inko? Hitoshi asked. Taking a nap. Hisashi called from the kitchen. Pizza tonight for dinner. Find out what everyone wants. Okay, Dad, he replied, walking back outside. The return to normal. Over the next few days, Himeko and her shadow often surrounded Inko. Once it became clear that Inko was safe, Eri could be with the woman without panicking. It was an important step, as Himeko had to return to school the next day. She had missed a couple of days to stay with Eri and get her adjusted, but she couldn't afford to miss more classes than necessary. It was a stressful day for Eri, but it helped that Himeko and Izuku would call during breaks to tell her hi and how they missed her. Eri, this new place was much better than her old place, and Overhaul's being gone allowed her to sleep better. But the bad dreams didn't just disappear like magic. The cool fire from Izu helped her quiet them a bit. She liked sharing a bed with Himi. How Himi held her tight during the night made it feel safe. Getting used to the others was made more accessible by finding out they all wanted to be heroes together. Real heroes that save people and help others like Himi and Izu helped her. She had wondered about school, but the thought scared her. However, she liked it when Mizu would come over and tell her about her day at school, about playing, learning, and all the different things that happened there every day. She had walked over to Inko and tugged on the hem of the woman's apron. Inko never really scared her. She was a bit wary of her, but coming from her circumstances, it was understandable. But seeing how much Himi and Izu loved her and the smiles they gave each other was enough to get Eri to trust her. After Himi had to return to school, it was just the two of them for most of the day. But today, Eri wanted to know something. What is it, sweetie? Inko said sweetly. Can I go to school one day? Eri said hesitantly. Of course, you can, Inko said, squatting before Eri. Do you want to go to school? I think so, Eri fidgeted with her skirt. I like hearing about Mizu's day. And when I asked Himi and Izu if I could go to school with them, they said that I have to be older to go to their school, but I could go to school with Mizu. That is correct, Inko said, lightly taking Eri's hand. School is very important. You meet new people and learn important things. I can teach you some things here at home if you want. Home, Eri whispered. She liked that word. Like practice school. Exactly. Inko's bright smile tugged at something inside Eri. If we practice hard when the new school year starts, maybe you can go to school with Mizu. I would like that. Eri tightened her grip on Inko's hand. Does that mean I can stay here? Stay. Eri struggled. I want this to be my home. Is that okay? She shut her eyes, scared at what Inko would say. Eri, this is already your home. Eri's eyes opened quickly. You are not going anywhere till you are all grown up. We will never kick you out or make you go away. This is your home, Eri, forever and forever. Tears pooled at the corners of Eri's eyes as she whispered, forever. But what if Eri does bad? Forever, Inko said, wiping the stray tear from Eri's face. No matter what, Eri broke down and started crying, clinging to Inko like she was on a life raft and lost at sea. It took quite a while for Eri to calm down. And soon after that, Eri fell asleep in Inko's arms. No nightmares and no worries entered her mind. Instead, she dreamed of home. Yue, the recommended exam is stacked this year, Nimari Kayama, Aka Midnight, said as she looked over the files on the candidates, and Izuku is part of that crop. Do not remind me, groaned the underground hero Eraserhead or Shota Aizawa, casting an evil glare at Vlad. You are still a D for that one Seki. Sekijiro-kan. Aka Vlad King laughed. Well, if you feel that strongly, I will take him off your hands. Really? Aizawa said, his voice so full of life and hope, more than anyone could remember. No, that headache is all yours. Kan kept laughing, seeing the hope drain from Aizawa's face. Oh yeah, stick it to him, Present Mike said, unable to contain his amusement. That is mean, Hizashi. Nimari snickered. Funny but mean. I hate all of you, Aizawa declared. The door opened with Nezu, Chio, Power Loader, and Snipe walking into the room. What are we going to do with all these recommendations? Aizawa said, looking at Nezu. That is what we are here to discuss. Nezu smiled as he sat. We have quite the crop of students this year. Aside from some questions about their ranking on the academic side, I can see almost offering them automatic entry. The teachers all looked at him surprised. Almost, Nezu said, holding up one finger. Almost. We have considered expanding the hero course some before, and I believe we should revisit that. Opinions. 20 headaches are more than enough, Aizawa said quickly. But what if we expand the recommended slots to 3? I would normally object to that, but with this crop, Kan said, motioning to the files. Are you going to make Izuku take the exam? Even if he didn't answer a question, right with that healing quirk? The press conference. He would refuse, Chio said with a smile. If we insisted, he would probably go to another school, and when the press asked, he would say exactly why. Oh, a boy with conviction, I like it, Nimari said playfully. I may not be one of the heads of the hero course, Snipe said, drawing everyone's attention. But it seems that if you are going to expand the recommended students, then that takes away from those that don't have that advantage, which seems a little unfair to other folk. Then we expand the hero course to 22, Kan said after a pause. Plus, 1 recommended and 1 standard. I say we keep it as is, Nimari replied. We have never expanded or changed before. And if the recommendations don't make the cut and refuse to retest, then we should let them walk. It is a bit mean, but as we all know, life can be a bit cruel. I expected you to vote to increase the class size, Hizashi said, leaning forward. I have looked over the list of recommendations and the list of our normal applicants. I can say without a doubt that this class will be one to remember. Nimari leaned back and smiled. I can't wait to see what happens. Shoto Todoroki. Shoto couldn't help but smile as he and Izuku stood before their friends and family, wishing them well as they were prepared to head out for the exam. Watching his mother and father standing there holding hands while photos were being taken was more than anything he could have dreamed about all those years ago. His home had been so cold and empty until Toya came home. The day that Izuku brought his brother home was the day that the entire course of his life changed. His father had changed, his mother had come home, and the entire house had just woken up and come alive. Now, he couldn't dream of it being so cold again. Then there were his friends, all future heroes, all training and working every day to be better and push to that goal of not being the future #1 hero but of being heroes that people could rely on. He would be a hero the nation would look up to. Recommendation. Momo Yaoyorozu stepped out of her limo. She looked up at the enormous gates of the UA and felt small. She felt like she wasn't worthy. Self-doubt, nerves, everything was building up inside her as she stood looking at the gate. Hey, are you all right? A voice said, startling out of her head. She turned and saw a boy with green hair and a concerned look. Standing behind him was another boy with heterochromatic hair and eyes. It seems big, he said, stepping forward. Like the Horn Gate. The Gate of Dreams, Momo responded. Exactly the Gates of Dreams, he said, smiling. She liked his smile. It was warm and reassuring. In Greek mythology, dreams pass through 2 gates, the Ivory Gate for prophetic dreams and the Aeneid Gate for deceptive dreams that elude mortals. He looked up at the gates of UA. Through there are our dreams, the ones that drove us to this point and the ones we don't even know about yet. Some would say that dreams are foolish, Momo responded, unconsciously stepping forward. That a dream is just something for children to hold on to instead of looking at reality. A dream is just reality that we haven't brought forth yet, the green-haired boy said, taking another step. A dream is something you can't just wait for it to happen, but you have to step forward and grab it, the other boy said. What is your dream? The green-haired boy said, returning to her. I want to be a hero, Momo responded, looking again at the gates. The gates of dreams, where beyond them was her dream of being a hero, her dream of being a beacon for others, to save others with a smile. She wanted to make people feel safe when things were dark, just like a hero did for her. Then let go be heroes, the green-haired boy said. Momo nodded, smiling, her fears fleeing her as they started walking. Thank you, she said. I don't even know your names. Shoto Todoroki, the heterochromatic. Izuku Midoriya. I am Momo Yaoyorozu. Thank you for being so kind. She felt her smile growing as they got closer to the gates, closer to their dreams. I hope that after this, maybe we could, she fidgeted with her hands, exchange numbers. I would like to keep in touch. I would very much like that as well, Izuku said with a smile. As would I, Shoto added. I have learned that one can never have enough friends. Shoto smirked, looking towards Izuku. They make life interesting. I know you from the press conference, Momo said, looking at Izuku, who blushed. And are you the son of Endeavor? She told Shoto. You are the eldest child and heiress to the Yaoyorozu Corporation, Shoto said. I am, Momo said, glancing down for a moment. But I want to be a hero, not just sit in a boardroom. Her voice sounded slightly sad. When I saw those gates, I wondered if I was strong enough to do this. Even if Endeavor has trained you, Shoto said after a pause. You wonder the same thing. You look at things your friends have done and gone through and wonder if you are good enough. But in the end, all you can do is push forward. Momo seemed surprised. There are things you want to accomplish, and the only ones that can do that are you. No one will hand you your dreams, Momo said, her voice filling with determination. You have to go forward, take them in your own hands, and bring them into reality. She smiled at them both. Thank you. A rival appears. No sooner had Shoto separated from Momo and Izuku than he was walking towards his interview area when a moving wall appeared in front of him. Shoto paused and looked at this man at first, thinking he must be a teacher of a third year by his height and build. He was well over 6 feet tall with buzzed brown hair and black eyes. Shoto went left, and the wall matched his movement. Shoto went right, same thing. Can I help you? You are Shoto Todoroki, are you not? The wall said. I am. Who are you? Forgive me, I am an Sayurashi, like yourself. I am here to take the recommended exam, but I just had to meet you first, he said rather loudly. Shoto thought, wondering if he was somehow related to Katsuki. Is there a reason you have sought me out? I do have the interview portion to get to. I apologize. I wanted to ask if you could tell me why Endeavor has changed. The boy said. I met him once before, and the experience left me wanting. His eyes were cold and distant. I was worried I would see the same expression in your eyes, but that is not the case. Shoto's eyes narrowed slightly, but then he thought about it. He had witnessed this very change. He had even seen it mentioned on television. Of course, there was constant training when Katsuki accused his father of going soft, sparking an intense session. Shoto was surprised when Katsuki turned down his father's recommendation. Katsuki told Endeavor he wanted to make his way. He needed to prove to himself that he belonged. We had a rough patch in our lives, but we have found our way through it, Shoto said. You will understand that I will not go into further details on a family matter. I apologize, Inasa said, bowing stiffly at a 90-degree angle. I hope that it is a permanent change, and I look forward to both us passing this exam. And just like that, the strange boy walked away. Shoto shook his head as he headed for his interview. -6 hours later, Izuku stood there looking at his downed opponent. She had long green hair, large eyes, and a toothy grin. Setsuna Takage. Izuku looked at her and smiled. She was his final obstacle. It was simple. He had to defeat her in combat to advance. It was a short but intense battle. He was caught off guard when her body broke apart, and a whirlwind of parts descended upon him, attacking him from every direction. But he could heal. Once the black flames erupted, the heat drove her back. Black Whip allowed him to grab her head, which allowed him to end the fight. He knelt over her and healed her slowly, letting her pull her limbs back together. She sat up and hung her head, the sensation of defeat washing over her. If I couldn't heal myself, that would have ended badly for me, he said, trying to console her. Guess it was bad luck on my part to get you as my opponent. She held out her hand so he could help her. Don't get cocky there. I am going to take the practical, and next time, I am going to knock you silly. I look forward to it. He smiled as they exited different parts of the arena. Izuku stepped into a waiting room, just as Inasa did. Soon, Shoto joined them, and a few minutes later, Momo stepped in, bruised but smiling. She was grateful for Izuku's healing, marveling at how cool the white flames felt. Once the 4 of them had been gathered, a door opened, and Nezu walked in along with Vlad King and Eraserhead. In case you were not aware, I am the principal of UA, Nezu chirped, and I would like to congratulate the 4 of you on passing the recommended exams and officially offer you a spot in our hero course. The 4 all agreed with relief that they didn't have to fight again. It had been a rather long day. Shoto Todoroki and Sayurashi, Vlad King stepped forward. I would like to welcome you both to the 1B hero course. I expect great things from you both, inside and outside my class. I welcome any challenge you lay before me, sensei, Inasa said, bowing. Shoto was a little sad that he wasn't in class with Izuku, but he knew that was possible and that the UA may be separating them because of how close they already were. I look forward to learning under you, sensei, Shoto said, bowing as well. Momo Yaoyorozu and Izuku Midoriya. Izuku noticed. Aizawa sighed on his name. Welcome to Class 1A. Momo and Izuku both bowed and thanked him. Now, of course, we will send you home with your information packets and official acceptance letters, Nezu said. You are free to leave. Please travel safely. Once they had received their letters and were all outside the gates, relief visibly washed over them. Inasa, would you like to exchange phone numbers so we can keep in touch before school starts? Izuku said as the living wall went to leave. Ah, yes, that is an excellent idea, he said as they all tapped their phones together. I look forward to talking with you all. Shoto and Izuku said their goodbyes as they climbed into the back of a limo, seeing Rei and Inko sitting, waiting for them to close the door. The two boys nodded as their mothers pulled them into a crushing embrace. The call went out when they arrived at the Todoroki estate. All their friends were there, as were their mentors. The celebration lasted long into the night. 1 month later, the dorms are complete, and the exams have been scored. Now we need to set the rosters for the hero course so we can begin preparation for the acceptance letters, Nezu said with a smile. It was hard to see so many little listeners just miss the cut this year. Hazashi said, it was extremely competitive. Vlad added, let's get this over with. Unlike some of you, I have patrol later tonight, Aizawa said, emerging from his sleeping bag in the corner. Very well. Let us begin, Nezu said with a grin. First, we have the top scorer this year, Katsuki Bakugo. -2 hours later, Class 1A, Izuku Midoriya, Momoye Urazu, Ponitsuno Tori, Kami Utsushimi, Setsuna Takage, Katsuki Bakugo, Ibara Shizaki, Suyu Asui, Mina Ashido, Ijiro Kirishima, Denki Kaminari, Kyoka Jiro, Ochako Uraraka, Tenya Ida, Fumigage, Takoyami, Toru Hagakure, Koji Koda, Mizo Shoji, Minoru Mineta, Himiko Toga. Class 1B, Shoto Todoroki, Inasa Urashi, Hitoshi Midoriya, Ryuko Yanagi, Juzo Honuki, Yui Kodai, Yuga Aoyama, Yosua Waste, Senkaibara, Tagaru Kamakiri, Shihai Kiwaro, Itsuka Kendo, Kanoko Komori, Juroda Shishida, Nairanjiki Shota, Kosai Tsubiraba, Tetsu, Manga Fukadashi, Nido Monoma, Huryu Ren. Ibira. Eri was giggling as she ran to escape the mad tickler. She sat behind the couch, doing her best to catch her breath and stifle her laughter, failing terribly but still trying. She peeked, and her enemy still hadn't even turned around. She was sitting and talking with Izuku. Eri had taken her eyes off the prize, though. She overlooked the villain's weapons slip under the couch and attacked her sides, sending Eri into peals of laughter once again. The attacking vines let up, and again. Eri scrambled to her feet, making a mad dash to Himiko's room. Himiko turned and smiled as she slipped her shirt over her head and casually grabbed her socks. Everything all right there, Eri? The tickle villain is back, Eri said, running and jumping on Himiko's bed, trying to scramble under the blanket's protection. The tickle villain, Himiko said in shock. What are we going to do? Eri threw open the blanket. Quick, this will protect us. Himiko couldn't have resisted the invitation even if she tried. Instead, she dove under the blanket with Eri, helping the little girl pull it over their heads to hide them. Himiko couldn't hide her smile as Eri was beaming, her eyes twinkling, and her hands up by her mouth as giggles kept escaping. Mizuki had torn down that wall quickly, and Inko took whatever else was there and destroyed it. Every day that Himiko and Izuku came home to her, every day that Mizuki would come play with her, every day that she would sit in the bath with Inko washing her hair, the most beautiful thing emerged, and that was Eri's smile. Then, the tickle villain emerged. In truth, Ibara was tickling Himiko and Izuku as punishment for sneaking off to kiss. Himiko saw Eri peeking around the doorway and called to her for help. They saw Eri's fear morph into childlike bravery as she chased the tickle villain. The villain unfortunately turned its attack to Eri, and for the first time, they heard Eri laugh. The smile had brought them to tears, and the laugh wrecked them. Ever since then, Eri would do battle sometimes against the tickle villain. It had become her and Ibara's thing. As they lay under the covers, Himiko kissing Eri's forehead, the covers were yanked back as the tickle vines descended. Their laughter could be heard around the house. Inko and Hisashi were in the backyard garden, sharing a smile and a kiss. Over their laughter echoing off the room, Eri heard her name being called, and it was the name of the one person who could save her. Mizuki Bakugo had arrived. Soon, the tickle villain retreated. Eri scrambled out of the room and ran to hug Mizuki, declaring her the hero. Mizuki smiled and had a hand on her hip. Of course I am. Pictures snapped in a flurry. Ryuko and Hitoshi came downstairs, along with Kami, Katsuki, Shoto, and his siblings. They all went left for the promised day at the park. Shota Aizawa was tired. He was always tired, but there were very few days or times that he had any trepidation about the start of the new school year. He always carried this feeling as he would watch and probably expel some students on that first day, much to the chagrin of his orange tabby. He wasn't going to bed or continuing to sit on the couch and be the cat's bed. He instead prepared the first of his 13 cups of coffee. Today, though, this dawn of a new year was different. For one, he had him in his class, stupid Vlad, he thought. Izuku Midoriya. Aizawa had read the file more times than anything besides the most complicated of his case files. followed in short order by the files on his little friends. Izuku Midoriya had the most potent healing quirk, hands down, period. There seemed to be no limitation beyond death that he couldn't pull someone back from. The only other restriction was if he was tough enough to handle it, and the kid was tough. He was caring, compassionate, brave, foolish, dangerous, and a magnet for trouble. Aizawa was thankful that his parents had done their best to beat into his head that he couldn't save people if he were dead, and that modern medicine was good enough to handle the problem without the need for him to step in with his quirk. But he read the reports that the boy was called to heal people, driven to do so by an unknown pull. Aizawa read the file on All Might, the report of what happened that day in the medical bay, and the injuries that All Might had been carrying for years. Aizawa wasn't a big fan of the big buffoon, as he called him, but he did recognize that man had a role to play, and he did it well. There was a bit of jealousy, partly because All Might made everything look so easy, never seemed out of his depth, and would always pull through. Aizawa had witnessed villains in the middle of a fight immediately surrender when they heard he was en route or had just arrived on the scene. The petty side of Aizawa would grumble about how it must have all come so easy. The teacher, the adult, and the pro-hero knew the truth. Nothing came easy except death. He knew how hard All Might would have to train to make it look so easy, how many hours of training and studying to be in his depth in nearly any situation. Aizawa saw the man stop a tsunami with a punch. An idiot would have chalked it up to big, strong hero punch stuff. But Aizawa knew the truth. The man didn't punch the wave. He created a shockwave to disrupt its momentum, allowing it to make landfall and still cause some damage, but not on the catastrophic level it had been projected. But All Might had been injured so horrendously, a shell, a nearly empty vessel of once he what was. Yet, he continued, he had slowed, but he was there when it mattered. And the tsunami incident was after he got hurt. The man was dying, but he still pushed himself to the limit daily. Aizawa respected that. He had to admire it. Yes, All Might needed to do his paperwork better, and yes, he needed to improve, but how could you not respect a man who left everything he had and more out on the field? Then Izuku Midoriya happened. He healed that damage. He stood before death and took All Might back, declaring that death could not have All Might today. And Izuku Midoriya died for it. He laid down his life not for the number one hero. He didn't even know who All Might or Yagi was at the time. Izuku Midoriya took all that pain, all the hurt, and took it upon himself, then held on long enough to heal Yagi before he died. He was dead. Aizawa was there performing CPR in a desperate attempt to get him back, and Vlad did the same. That damn old lady is feverishly kissing the boy's forehead and hand, trying somehow to pull back the veil of death and pull him back. Nezu had to pull her back and call it, while All Might himself refused to stop till grief and guilt forced him to. Izuku Midoriya was now in his class, the top student of the grade, scoring slightly under his classmate Momoye Irazu in the written exam. Then he had his girlfriends ... both of them Ibara Shizaki and Himiko Toga, his bodyguard and protectors Katsuki Bakugo and Kami Utsushimi. All Might and Endeavor had trained them. He had saved the third-year student Tauya Todoroki, who was thriving after some initial struggles. He knew that this year would bring him trouble. He knew the tip of that spear was going to Izuku Midoriya. He would be the catalyst for sleepless days, headaches, and caffeine-fueled insanity. But looking not only at his roster but at Vlad's, this class was going to be legendary. History books will discuss how this class was unmatched before and in its sense. Robust and versatile combat heroes, rescue heroes, underground heroes, and every category under the sun were going to go on to rewrite the history books. He needed to approach this differently. Izuku and his group were talking about combined glory, about reaching the top together as a team. They would need to be pushed and guided. And maybe he wouldn't expel anyone on day one. Day one, the group stood before the UA, and none could stop smiling. We made it, Izuku shouted, startling everyone. Damn it, Deku, Katsuki shouted. Don't do that. Sorry, I am just so excited, Izuku said bashfully. He felt Ibara take one of his hands and Himi the other. Wait before we go in. We toots need to take a picture, Kami said, seeing Hitoshi about to protest. I promised Mizuki, Kami said, stopping Hitoshi's complaint and taking the picture. They parted ways at the hall, with Shoto, Hitoshi, and Ryuko heading towards 1B, promising to see each other at lunch. The rest of the group turned and headed to 1A. They stood before the gigantic door. None of them said anything. Nerves made them hesitate. Stop stalling, Katsuki finally said as much to himself as the others, yanking the door open. He stepped inside, and the others followed. Kami ran over to the seating chart. Katsu, we get to sit together. She ran over, hugged him, and kissed his cheek, making him fluster. Kami, he protested. OHH, first day romance. They heard someone call out. There is a girl of medium height, and her body is possibly a little broader than some of her other female classmates. Her skin is light pink, and she has square-shaped eyes with black sclery and yellow irises. Notably, she has long eyelashes below and around the sides of her eyes. She was seated next to a set of floating clothes and a young man who was of average height but had a muscular build, which was quite impressive for his age. He has small eyebrows, pointed teeth, and red eyes that are slightly turned inwards. Additionally, he has a small scar above his right eye. His hair is dyed a bright red and is somewhat lengthy, spiked away from his head at all angles with gel. He has 2 tufts of hair on either side of his forehead spiked up like little horns, which takes him about 3 minutes to style. "What is up, fam?" Kami said, bouncing. "This isn't day 1, it has been for a while now." "Kami Utsushimi, but you can call me Kami." "I'm Mina," the pink-skinned girl said. "The girl with the rocking accessories is Toru, and that big lug is my horn buddy, Ijiro." "Nice," Mina responded. "Are they all your friends as well?" She looked past Kami at Izuku, Ibara, and Himiko. "Yes," Kami said. "The blonde girl is Himiko, the vine is Ibara, and the other is Izuku." The trio all said hello to Mina and her group. The door opened, and in walked Momo, whose face lit up upon seeing Izuku. "Izuku, it is good to see you." Momo stopped and bowed. "And you must be Himiko and Ibara. Izuku told me a lot about you both." "Momo, it is nice to finally meet you in person," Ibara said, bowing. "I regret that we were unable to meet before school started. It just seemed like something just kept getting in the way," Momo said with a smile. Himiko stepped forward and introduced herself to Momo. Momo suggested they go to their seats to avoid blocking the front of the class. They all sat near each other, which was nice as it allowed them to continue talking. Kami chose to speak with Mina and her group. Izuku and Katsuki looked at the 3 girls and felt that putting them together must have been a cruel punishment from the god of fate. It wasn't long before the other students began to file in. Izuku noticed that a blue-haired boy with glasses looked surprised when she saw Kami and Katsuki. He looked like he wanted to say something, but he took his seat instead. "New friend?" Izuku asked his brother. "Something like that," Katsuki chuckled. "Remember that guy I told you that got called out during the explanation?" Izuku nodded. "Yeah, that is him. He was rather rude," Ibara said. "But then he made the mistake of trying to call out Kami and Himiko." Izuku winced. When the door was thrown open, Izuku barely had time to turn around when he heard a familiar voice. My arch-nemesis had dared to show themselves yet again. Izuku smiled, seeing Setsuna. "Why would I not?" he said with a bored voice, surprising his friends. The confused class members fell silent. "I have already bested thee once. I see no reason to cower or hide my face. Perhaps it is thee who should do so. Slink into class to avoid my gaze." Setsuna was practically vibrating. Your win was but a fluke. I say I let you beat me so thy frail ego did not crumble to ash. I avoid no gaze. I laugh at your reasoning. Izuku threw his head back, letting loose an evil villain's laugh. My victory, like my reign upon the empire, is and always shall be dominant, without peer, without question. He made a grand sweeping gesture. Now you come to declare me thy nemesis. Thou art nothing but a minor inconvenience not worthy of a mention in the annuals that will chronicle my reign. Not foul emperor, Set declared, stepping forward, her fist over her heart. You have sat idle, growing weak, while I have grown strong, more powerful than you can imagine. And when I lay thee low, the crowds will chant my name, raise me above their heads, while the corpse shall be left for the vermin and scavengers. We shall see. We shall see. Izuku glared at Set before smiling. It's good to see you again, Setsuna. Likewise, Izuku told you I would see you again, Set said, incapable of holding back her laughter anymore. Set walked over, and they shook hands. Setsuna, allow me to introduce you to my girlfriends Himiko and Ibara. Set smirked at Izuku before introducing herself to the girls. That scowling ball of sunshine is my brother from another, Katsuki, and that girl over there is Kami. You are so damn weird. Katsuki grumbled towards Izuku before he introduced himself to Setsuna. How do you know Izuku? Oh, we met in the finals of the recommended exam. Son of a biscuit beat me, Setsuna shrugged. So I have to avenge my L at some point. Honor demands blah blah. Well, good luck with that, Katsuki said with a smile before returning to his seat. It wasn't long till the rest of the class filed in. Izuku got a good laugh from a petite guy with purple orbs for hair, shaking another guy with blonde hair with a black streak resembling a lightning bolt, talking about the number of girls in the class. They were all seated when the door opened, and they walked in. Most of the class presumed it was their homeroom teacher. Izuku smiled. Seeing Aizawa come in, he seemed more awake than usual. Izuku assumed it had to do with the case of energy drinks under his arm. Aizawa sighed. The whole class saw him open a can and drink the entire thing in one shot before he stepped up to the podium. Now listen up, he said. I am your homeroom teacher. I am also your CSI instructor. This is UA. And while you come from different backgrounds, you are here to become heroes. He paused to allow them to cheer for themselves. Just because you passed an exam to get in doesn't mean you will get to stay. He held up his hand to silence the budding protests. Everyone here dreams of being the next All Might, Mariko, Endeavor, Edshot, etc. No one dreams of being Mr. Victory. The class seemed confused. Oh, none of you know of Mr. Victory. Mr. Victory was an unranked, freshly graduated hero killed his first week. The class took a breath. This is a competitive program where those who passed the same test as you but didn't score higher than you are looking to take your spots. And I have no problem bringing them in and sending you down to general studies. It doesn't matter to me who your family is, recommended or not, what your quirk is, nothing. If you are not working hard enough, that means 100% every day, Aizawa said. You give me that, you give me your all, and I will do everything I can to give you the tools to see you through to graduation. Aizawa looked down at the class and saw him pause to collect himself. Mr. Victory had everything you all did, the dream, the drive, the dedication. He was first in, last out, outworked everyone, and did everything he could to be prepared for that world outside. And he died his first week. If you are not giving me 100%, I will sub you to someone who will. So when I push you, when I demand more of you, it isn't wholly because I am mean or sadistic. It is because I don't want to attend another funeral. It is because that the real test to become a hero begins here and now. Aizawa paused, looking over the class. I don't believe in all the fanfare and things that are a waste of time. In your desks, you will find a set of athletic uniforms. Get the locker rooms, get changed, and meet me on the athletic field. The class all moved, grabbing their uniforms and heading into the hall. They looked around, trying to figure out where to go. Izuku called. Downstairs left, right at the second hallway. Quirk assessment test. Aizawa ran them through their tests, watching each student do their best with what they had been given. He watched as Toga, Utsushimi, and Hagakure rallied around each other as their quirks could not help them with the different tests. It was down to raw athletic capability, and he was impressed with how hard all three girls had trained. Minda was a different story. Aizawa assumed the boy was busy drooling over his classmates and not thinking. Still, at every test, he stepped up and tried something to compensate for his lack of athletic ability and incredibly short stature. Others were in shape but hadn't pushed themselves hard enough. Kyoka Jiro, Denki Kaminari, Achako Uraraka, and Fumikage Takoyami. Jiro, Uraraka, and Kaminari needed to add some muscle to their frame. Takoyami was required to hit the Jima SP. His quirk, Dark Shadow, could carry him through the testing just fine, literally in the case of the endurance run. If someone bypassed Dark Shadow and attacked him directly, the boy would be in grave danger. An experienced villain would do just that. If someone does all they can to keep a distance, you close that distance or use long range to punish them. He had to wonder if he was being punished by the enthusiasm of Tsunotori, Ashido, and Togek. Truthfully, all the girls, even Yaoyorozu, pulled into them, cheering and encouraging their classmates. He struggled to get Aburo's voice out of his head. And he would have been right in the middle of the girls cheering louder, Mike and Midnight dragging him in as he struggled in vain. Overall, though it was a good class, they all had potential. It had shaken out as he had expected, with Midoriya, Yaoyorozu, and Bakugo at the top, with Shizaki and Takoyami rounding out the top 5. He was impressed by Asui and Ashido, who placed well in almost every event. He paid attention as he watched Midoriya struggle not to heal someone when they hurt themselves, even though it was just sprains. He could see the twitch and then him stopping himself. He would worry about the boy's physical abilities, but he displayed strength and speed beyond what the reports of his healing quirk had led Aizawa to believe. Whatever he was doing hurt him, as he saw the boy heal himself multiple times. He saw Shizaki and Toga go to him, but he whispered something to them, and whatever it was, it soothed their concerns. He noticed that Bakugo and Utsushimi would pay close attention when he did his tests. While they didn't check on him, he saw Bakugo fist clench each time he saw the flames. As they were waiting for the results, he noticed the two boys talking, and again, whatever answer Midoriya gave seemed to put Bakugo at ease. He saw Bakugo whisper something to Utsushimi, who nodded and kissed his cheek. Aizawa rolled his eyes. Stubborn teenage hormones, he muttered. After the results were announced, I will be sending everyone their scores on each test. These tests will be repeated at a later date, and I will be expecting there to be improvement. This campus has 5 different workout facilities and miles of track and running paths. I suggest all of you use them to their fullest. A lot of you need to work on your physical conditioning, adding muscle, trimming fat, and quirk ability, which will only take you so far, and in a fight, it is just one tool in your arsenal. Your body is your main weapon. Endurance, strength, and flexibility are the keys to everything. They will help you push harder, fight longer, and directly affect your quirk. It takes energy to use your quirk. That energy comes from you. If your body isn't ready, you will fall. That is all for today. Get changed, grab your stuff from class, and go home. The cafeteria is available should you desire it. Tomorrow is your first day of heroics, so rest up. The easy part is over. Okay, sadly the chapter is over. And if you enjoyed the video, just leave a like and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.